know what we're here for.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
That's too much, man!
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
That's hot.
I'm staying in the race.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Climate and everything are the same word.
What?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. I don't want reality.
Would you drum up? That's hot.
So hot right now.
China. I have to have my China.
Your name, please?
Fucking bitch. Well, about just like my wife's vagina.
Break now.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Don't even play.
I think this is a great day for being sad.
What?
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Wondering how we can make sense of it all. Well, I gotta tell you, might be tough. Might be tough today, but hey, we are certainly gonna try. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, so we better get right to it. Remember to fasten those seatbelts at all times while within the cabin, space fams, as this flight to the unknown may encounter a fair amount of turbulence. What's happening? Why is my... I'm sorry, chat. Hold on one second. I gotta fix something. Good to see you all, though. Very good to see all of you. It's working out. Fantastic. Phenomenal. Alright. We got to say hi to. First off, 123, Aaron W, oh no, then FG. BCat in a close fourth, series. I see... who else do I see in chat? So Life, Midi Doctors. Christopher Tablante. Schmagley. Jerry McLean. Nightbot. I think that's it. Okay, we're gonna get right to it early. Starting early today because I took unintentionally more days off than I wanted to. Which means I've got a hell of a lot for us to cover. Well, we're starting in a familiar place. That being the United States. A lot going on in the old US of A. Start with some of the easy stories here while people are still shuffling in. Although easy might be... might not be the word for it. Start here in Chicago with it. Just an unbelievable story here. But of course, these days, well, you better believe it.
I don't want reality.
64-year-old Alexander Zastakowicz appearing in front of a judge Monday morning, not even 48 hours after apparently approaching and berating a young couple. She's accused of committing a hate crime by reason of perceived national origin.
She came closer to our face and then started like asking, "Are you Palestinian?" And I was like, "Yes, I am." And then she proceeded to scream in my face, "Palestine."
Wow. Wasim Zaran says he and his wife were just grabbing lunch Saturday at Panera Bread near Lamont Road and 75th Street in Downers Grove. Zaran says another customer, who we now know is Zastakowicz, began swearing at them.
Out of nowhere, just out of hate.
He says it started with the expletives, but then turned even more troublesome.
And she specifically asked, "Are you Palestinian?" And I said yes, and then she started getting physical.
Seconds later, Zaran's wife began recording the altercation.
Look at this. This woman is a psychopath.
It shows the woman attempting to slap Zaran, and seconds earlier,
she's lucky this guy is
wife.
like, honestly, she's lucky this guy was very non-confrontational in this moment, that he decided to keep his wits about him and didn't engage in any sort of violence like she was doing, because he appears to be at least a foot taller than her. So I assume that would go real bad if he had taken a different tack.
Woman attempting to slap Zaran, and seconds earlier, lunging at his pregnant wife. The woman eventually left the Panera Bread before Downers Grove police arrived, but she was arrested Sunday and charged with 2 counts of hate crime and 1 count of disorderly conduct. A Panera Bread spokesperson says they're working with their team to look into the matter. Meanwhile, Zaran says the video has gone viral on social media.
I'd rather have the video go out and be public about it than be quiet about it and let.
Yeah, no, totally. Totally understandable that he would prefer people know about this than not. I'm glad that he chose to be courageous in this moment and go public with this, because it is a horrifying thing that doesn't get enough scrutiny right now in this country. Considering, I mean, I don't know if anybody heard about the very, very recent, I don't even know if, did we, I don't even know if I added this story in, but I mean, just the way that this country has been sort of dealing with this particular dichotomy here. That being the level of seriousness taken on anti-Semitism and on anti-Arab sort of sentiments seems to be a real, what do you call it? Distinction there that is, I think, frustrating to many people. And, well, like I said, thankfully that situation ended without anyone actually being hurt, aside from maybe some feelings. And that justice is apparently going to at least be served. Potentially. I guess we'll see how that all winds up. Now, let's go to another situation. This isn't a hate crime. This one, I think, might count as terrorism. Or at least attempted terrorism. As a man has been, I believe, a Florida man. So this is a Florida man story, I think. The FBI has arrested at least a man, who I believe is from Florida, and charged him with a apparent bomb plot on the New York Stock Exchange. That's right. All the way up on Wall Street.
The FBI says it's arrested and charged a Florida man with plotting to bomb the New York Stock Exchange. Court documents indicate the suspect told FBI agents he wanted to detonate the bomb this week because it'll wake people up.
No.
He's identified as 30-year-old Haroon Abdul Malik Yenner of Coral Springs, Florida, and described in court records as unhoused.
Wait, you're telling me that an unhoused person was going to bomb? How was he going to manage to do that? I actually, I didn't even hear that part of this story when I first listened to this. Jesus Christ. The FBI got involved. Okay, hey, maybe he really was a very resourceful, unhoused person. Who's to say? Apparently the FBI. All right, now let's move on from that Florida man story. By the way, I saw somebody ask about Florida men, or the latest Florida man story here, I think, from Nightbot. So there you go. That's at least our latest galactic Florida man story here. Now let's go on to a couple of stories that will undoubtedly be even more problematic and difficult to deal with in just a few months, with people like RFK at the head of HHS, among others. Dr. Oz comes to mind. Let's start here with the bird flu, as apparently a child in the East Bay in San Francisco has now tested positive for bird flu.
Well, new this morning,
Whoops, what just happened? Take two.
Well, new this morning, the California Department of Public Health has identified a possible bird flu case in a child in Alameda County. So apparently the child has mild respiratory symptoms and is recovering at home. Public health experts say they had no known contact with an infected animal, but they're investigating a possible exposure to wild birds. So we'll see.
Yeah, so that's the big concern right there, right? Is that this is, I think, one of the first cases so far in the United States that was not of a agricultural or farm worker, right? Somebody who worked in like a meat packing or something like that. Those have been most of the cases, right? And for a child with no clear connection to like a host of this virus is alarming, because it could potentially mean that it has traveled from person to person. It's not sure. It's not 100%, but it certainly gives me some amount of concern. I'm no epidemiologist or anything, but we've been keeping pretty close eye on this, and it's been not just the United States but also Canada that's been having more cases. But like I said, up till now, last whatever. How long have we been seeing these cases now? 5 months, 6 months? Most of them have, yeah. So it's just something to be aware of. Once again, they, like they said, the kid may have had contact with other birds. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Also, thank you for the super chat, Nadia. It's good that I'm looking into the ongoing theocracy. Oh, that's the plan. I feel like we tried to keep on top of that as much as possible. You know, with what limited resources and time we have here galactically. In fact, I feel like it's almost ad nauseum for some, but I mean, yeah. I appreciate that you appreciate it, because it's certainly one of our concerns around here. Now let's go on to another health story that would undoubtedly be potentially more problematic in a Trump administration. Guess what? MPOX isn't just in Africa. California has now confirmed its first case. So, here we go.
The CDC is issuing a new alert about MPOX. It's telling doctors to be on the lookout for symptoms and report suspected cases of the more severe strain immediately. It comes as California reports the first U.S. case of the more severe strain in a traveler from Africa. ABC's medical contributor Dr. Logan Patel joins me for the latest on that. Dr. Patel, this risk to the public remains low, but how concerning is it that the CDC is now alerting doctors to be on the lookout for this, and that this severe strain, it sounds like, is out there?
Dan, it is important that people understand that the risk is low, but that we realize that infectious disease does not exist in a vacuum. And an outbreak elsewhere could potentially be an outbreak everywhere. In this specific case, somebody returning from Eastern Africa came to California. They had this more severe version, this more severe strain of MPOX. The good news is per reports from the CDC, the individual got treatment in a facility and is now at home recovering and in isolation, which is important. But this is a story that could be replicated with whooping cough, measles, influenza, or any disease, which is why it's so important that we pay attention to global health, surveillance, prevention, and we make sure that those resources are up to date everywhere.
Yeah, and like we were just saying, those resources are now going to be completely under the purview, the supervision of RFK and Dr. fucking Oz, okay? Two dudes who should not be in charge of, well, very much not that, but literally name something. Daycare. Petting zoo. A fucking playground. A street side fruit vendor, okay? Like, literally name a thing and I'll tell you no. All right, now let's go on, talk more about the theocracy, because I feel like in a way we are kind of talking about the theocracy, because so many of the sort of Christian right also have similar views in terms of health and how we deal with these things. And this guy, who is Oklahoma's top educator, some of you may have seen some snippets of this, but we are going to get deep into this guy and what essentially this means for children, people, society. Let's go to CNN here from 3 days ago, where they interviewed Oklahoma's top educator, who is now requiring schools to play a video of him praying for Trump. But that's not all he wants. Let's listen in on this shit. Because he's got some plans, of which 101% of them are disturbing.
As part of his planned overhaul of the federal government, President-elect Trump has repeatedly vowed to abolish the Department of Education. That call has been echoed by Oklahoma's top educator, State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Ryan Walters. He is calling for Elon Musk and
this guy's got the perfect haircut for his ideology
on, quote, day one. And in the wake of Trump's win, he announced the creation of a new Department of Religious Freedom and Patriotism in the state. Here's some of that announcement.
For too long in this country, we've seen the radical left attack individuals' religious liberty in our schools. We've also seen patriotism mocked.
Who did that?
And a
First
hatred
off,
for this.
I'm sorry, we gotta stop it right there. Who? Name one thing that's been done to attack the religious liberty of children in schools. I literally, first off, I don't know if you've ever been a kid, met a kid, or know anything about kids, but basically no kids, even kids who are in Christian households, are clamoring to pray. Okay? I'm sorry if you are very religious and you're listening to this, but fact is, I can almost say hands down 100% of kids are not like sitting around hoping to pray more, you know? Like that has never happened.
Liberty in our schools. We've also seen patriotism mocked and a hatred for this country pushed.
It was in what way? In schools? Patriotism is being mocked? It's never. I've heard of zero instances of this. Can't even think of one.
We've also seen patriotism mocked and a hatred for this country pushed by woke teachers unions. We will not tolerate that.
No,
in
not
any
the
school
woke
in
teachers
Oklahoma.
unions.
Walters is requiring that all public schools in the state show students that video, which includes him leading a prayer for President-elect Trump. It's a mandate that several districts have already said they are disregarding. And that pushback comes as Walters is already facing 2 lawsuits stemming from his earlier mandate that schools incorporate the Bible into lesson plans in grades 5 through 12. Last week, he also announced the purchase of 500 Bibles, which appear to be the Trump-endorsed.
Jesus Christ. The Trump the Bible. This Bible is a veritable. Just we barely talked about it. We like mentioned it many moons ago. But this Bible is a mockery of the Bible and the Constitution at the same time, right? Like it literally is, because first off, it goes against separation of church and state, right? Which is an important aspect of our government. But it also goes against the Bible, because the Bible says that you shall not hold any rules above me. Also says, unto Caesar, let it be Caesar. But I remember that I'm not a biblical scholar. But point is there's like multiple texts in the Bible that would essentially say that this is sacrilege. And it's just like, it's like a multitude of idiocy. And this guy is super stoked on it.
A version for use in classrooms across the state. Ryan Walters is joining us now. I really appreciate you coming on to have this important discussion. As you know, your state's Attorney General's office says you don't have the authority for this mandate to play that prayer video. So what authority do you have to mandate schools to show your prayer video where you also pray for President-elect Trump?
Look, I've continued to hear the gaslighting from the left, and frankly, even from this network, pushing lies about what's going on across America. President Trump has...
Look, pal, you're pushing lies about a bunch of shit. Yeah, Jesus was also against public prayer. Thank you for reminding me of other things that this would clearly go against. So it's weird, because he seems to be going against the Constitution and Jesus and all this other stuff, and it's confusing, because the words he's saying are going against everything else. It's just, oh, God.
Frankly, even from this network, pushing lies about what's going on across America.
Watch her face,
President
by the
Trump
way.
has a clear mandate. He wants prayer back in school. He
Like,
wants
seriously,
radical
like her face during this whole interview, her face is great. And I wish she would just say what she's thinking every time she makes one of these great faces.
From the left, and frankly, even from this network, pushing lies about what's going on across America. President Trump has a clear mandate. He wants prayer back in school. He wants radical leftism out of the classroom, wants our kids to be patriotic, want parents back in charge with school choice. We are enacting upon that agenda here in Oklahoma. That's what our parents want. Every county in Oklahoma voted for President Trump. His agenda is crystal clear, and we're going to enact it in the state of Oklahoma.
I'm not going to take the bait on what you said about gaslighting from this network on this. I'm asking you a specific question. Where is your authority specifically coming from? As you know, thousands of people, including parents who signed a petition to impeach you with more than 14,000 signatures at last check, say this is government overreach and you're taking control away from local parents, local school boards and parents over their kids. What do you say to that, and where is your authority coming from to enforce this prayer video to be played in schools?
Great question.
You know, I appreciate you pushing that left-wing narrative here, but here's the reality. The
Constitution. here's the reality. Oh boy, she gets in there before I did. Okay, all right. Hold on.
You pushing that left-wing narrative here, but here's the reality.
It's
the
not
Constitution.
a left-wing narrative. I'm literally talking about a petition that parents have signed that's gotten more than 14,000 signatures that have raised this issue.
It's pretty clear on religious liberty. The Constitution's crystal clear on religious liberty.
The Constitution is pretty clear on there being a clear separation between church and state, pal. So what you're doing is literally combining church and state education right now. So it's weird. It's sort of counterintuitive, really. Wait, what else was I going to say just now? There's too much stupid for me to respond to all of it at once. I'm so sorry.
I know the left doesn't want our kids to know anything about the role the Bible played in American history. They don't want any of our kids to know about the Constitution. Our religious liberties are protected, and the left has driven the Bible out of schools, driven prayer out of schools, and everything in education's gotten worse since.
Driven it out? It was never supposed to be there in the first place. It's only supposed to be in, like, parochial, like, sort of, like, you know, like, seminary, sort of, you know, like, church-based, church-run schools. If you want that, then go to a church-run school and don't ask for fucking public funding for it. Because I love how he's throwing in charters right now when the guy is in charge of state education. He's basically saying that he's superfluous and he shouldn't have a job. Well, guess what? I think that's right. We should get somebody else in there.
Before we had a federal Department of Education and we had the Bible and prayer in school, guess what? We were leading the free world. This was the greatest country in the world, and we have seen every statistic has gotten worse since the creation of the...
Every statistic has gotten worse since people like you started dismantling education. Go look it up, people. It's not... That is just factual. That is fucking factual. Now, you heard him. He wants Bibles back in school, right? That's what he's planning to do. That's part of this plan of his, okay? And, you know... It was like I was like walking around the space station saying to myself over and over again, Bibles back in school. Bibles back in school. Bibles back in school. Need those kids learning Bible stuff back in school, don't we? Well, let's unpack that, actually. What would that mean? Exactly. What would kids be learning if we put Bibles back in school, like this man wants, to have them taught next to math and science and history? Let's do that. Let's start here. This very well put together and informative video from a channel called Holy Kool-Aid.
Jesus, I say that.
Oh, I forgot. There's like a whole thing here at the beginning.
Okay. 2 months of my life, up to my elbows in ancient Egyptian history for my video on the pyramids, I began to realize just how daunting the amount of archaeological finds exist in Egypt. There are millions of animal mummies alone. The top 50 museums of ancient Egyptian antiquities alone house over 907,000 ancient Egyptian artifacts. And there are at least 48 additional museums housing significant collections as well. Egyptians were meticulous record keepers. In just one section of one precinct of one temple complex in one of the many cities that date back to ancient Egypt, archaeologists have discovered 900 ancient Egyptian statues. There are hieroglyphics everywhere, riddling the walls from floor to ceiling on ancient temples far and wide. There are thousands of homes, tombs, temples, palaces. We have papyri, records dating back 4,500 years. We have genealogies, hundreds of diplomatic correspondences, stelae, paintings, bones, tools, and so much more. And what's more, the dry desert has preserved all of this. Yet there's not one single mention of Israeli slaves, plagues, Moses, Joseph, or the Exodus. So according to scripture, the Jews were in Egypt for hundreds of years but left no signs or traces of their existence? No mass grave.
So yeah, herein lies a real problem with teaching people Bible as somehow equal to history or science or any of these other things, because there's very little evidence for it, if any at all. So that's going to be problematic, at least for the future of children in America. They're already struggling as it is.
Bones with Israeli DNA, no carvings or written records of them, nothing. And this doesn't just go for Egypt. No matter which way they went, the entire trek from Egypt to the land of Canaan yields absolutely no sign of a massive Jewish immigration where hundreds of thousands of them died over the course of 40 years. We would expect to find something, anything. Literally the kind of evidence that Bible scholars put forth for the Exodus story is things like, the Bible mentions Egyptians having copper mirrors, and sure enough we found copper mirrors. That's about as dumb as saying that we know God parted the Red Sea and violated the laws of physics because the Bible mentioned swords, and Egyptians had swords. Thanks, Einstein, but I think you've been smoking a bit too much of that burning bush.
Thank the Lord for that burning bush.
But here's the thing, there were trade routes connecting Egypt with the entire ancient world at the time, and we know that Egypt imported a significant amount of copper from the Timna mines in Israel. The Bible's authors wouldn't have ever even had to have lived in Egypt to easily be familiar with one of Israel's leading exports.
No kidding. Yeah, though this would be weird if they were, completely, unaware of such a thing. Let's keep this moving here, because he's got a bunch of great points in here that we should probably look at. And we can't watch the whole thing.
Conquest of Canaan at Megiddo, Egypt was conquered by the Hyksos people, but they pushed off the Hyksos and expanded their empire all the way to modern Turkey. And we know this empire lasted for hundreds of years. Almost 200 years after Megiddo, we know that Ramses II fought to preserve Egyptian control over Canaan at the Battle of Kadesh, fighting back the Hittites. He recorded elaborate details of this military campaign on 4 different temple walls, and the story is also written and preserved on papyri. In addition to that, to this day we have 2 copies of the peace treaty that resulted from this military campaign between the Egyptians and the Hittites in both cuneiform and hieroglyphics in both Egypt and Turkey. And we have at least 369 diplomatic correspondences from this time period between Egypt and the surrounding nations. Many of them were kings in what's modern-day Israel, Lebanon, and Syria who were established as Egypt's vassals. It's very clear in reading their correspondences that they were subjects of the Egyptian crown. Heck, we have 66 correspondences with Ribhada, the king of Byblos alone, which is modern-day Lebanon, and he was a subject of the pharaoh. We have even more letters from the kings of Jerusalem, Tyre, Amurru, Mitanni, Damascus, Akko, Megiddo, and Gezer, all located in modern-day Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. They grovel before the pharaoh, ask for interventions, assistance, etc., because they're all subjects of the pharaoh. When King Thutmose III made the trek from Egypt to Israel with a gigantic army, he did it in just 9 days. If the number of Jews fleeing Egypt was as big as the Bible claims, they could literally form a line 5 to 8 people across, and by the time the first of the group were arriving in the promised land, the rest of the party would still be leaving Egypt. And yet you mean to tell me that they wandered in this tiny, minuscule region for 40 years? No matter how you stretch it, it's shorter than the length of Arizona. One rabbi even says that 3 million Jews were at Sinai and claims that that's only 20% of the Jewish population at the time, and according to the Talmud, 80% of them stayed behind in Egypt. So 12 million Jews stayed in Egypt even longer and still left no trace of their existence? That makes about as much sense as high-definition censored hentai. You can...
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, there doesn't seem to be a ton of evidence for all the stuff that the Bible's talking about. Certainly the Old Testament, which is what this is mostly entirely regarding, actually. Now there's a bunch more stuff in this video. That's creator, someone's asking, is Holy Kool-Aid. I would go check that out, but let's go now to this video from the Bearded Idiots from 8 years ago on some of the utterly worst Bible passages.
You should read your Bible, sirs. You'll find all types of weird shit in there. Did you know Jesus was a Jew?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jake, and I'm a bearded idiot. The universe. Where did it all come from?
And why is everything the way it is? Annoyed that science can't answer all of these complicated questions?
Yes, explain
Want quick
things.
and easy answers? Well, have we got the book for you?
Ah, finally.
The fucking Bible.
The holy fucking Bible, son.
Sorry. What? The holy fucking Bible.
There we go.
It is the compilation of God's divine word. Everything you need to know. Every rule. Every moral.
All the good
So,
stuff. All
join
the
me.
hits.
Let's dig in and discover the universe and God's infinite wisdom as we explore some of my favorite Bible verses. And then tear them right the fuck apart.
He set the earth on its foundations. It can never be moved.
Well, we know now that the earth doesn't have a foundation. And it does move. It rotates around the sun.
Boo.
And it spins as well. So, oops.
Science.
I guess God forgot that.
Look,
when
God.
He made the earth. Are you hungry? Are you looking for some fresh
how he
insects?
made things all the
Well,
time.
God says that all flying insects that walk on all fours are to be detestable to you. There are, however, some winged creatures that walk on all fours that you may eat. Those that have jointed legs for hopping on the ground. Of these, you may eat any kind of locust, cricket, or
Definitely not how
grasshopper.
you pronounce that.
Actually, none of these insects are four-legged. In fact, there is no such thing as a four-legged insect. So that's awkward.
Also true.
I guess God miscounted when he made them all.
Again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor.
I wonder how he saw the whole world on a mountain. Like, did he see all around it?
It's magic, okay? Stop trying to explain this in a scientific way. Which goes back to our problem, which is the fact that this is not a historical or scientific or really any kind of document that should be used for learning actual things about real life. And if you put it next to a bunch of textbooks and say this is also as important and also information you should know in the same way as, I don't know, whether or not the earth is flat or round, or if insects have, you know, a certain number of legs or whatever else, right? I think we know what, I think we can assume what the downstream implications of that would be. People being extra dumber than they are now, and which is just terrifying.
You have to be flat for him to see everything, right? Man, God's forgetting a lot of basic info of the world he created. It's almost like God's word has the scientific accuracy of an ancient myth told long ago by tribes and tents, but that would be preposterous. As well as being scientifically not very accurate, there are also strict
And
rules
it's coincidence.
in the Bible that are a little
It's the devil. It's the devil making coincidences.
For example, got any rebellious teenagers who tell you to fuck yourself? Well, they deserve to die.
There
Are
we
you
go.
gay or bisexual? Well, sorry, but you and your...
That's what we need to teach kids. Don't obey your parents. Well, you're gonna die. Remember that, like you remember your time staples, please.
deserve to die. Are you gay or bisexual? Well, sorry, but you and your partner deserve to die. Hey, do you not believe in abortion because it's a sin against God?
In every seed, God hid a forest. In every cow, God hid a herd. In every fish, God hid a school. In every bird, God hid a flock. That's why God hates abortion. The death of a seed is the death of a forest.
Oh.
Abortion, not destruction of a baby, is destruction of death.
Actually, that's not at all scientifically true. Seeds can die all the time, and forests will continue to live. In fact, that's part of science. That's part of the way of life. Many seeds die. Many seedlings do not get enough light to become trees because other trees were, in better spots for light and water. Resources, whatever it might be. That's just how that works. And so, no, don't. Once again, another sort of what do you call it? Biblicism. You might not want to try applying to actual life.
James Robinson, who you see on TV, is a product of rape. Everybody say potential. When God looks at you, he don't see a
Jesus
person.
Christ.
He sees a destiny.
This dude is sucking out everyone's potential, including people in this chat right now. Me too, included.
That's why God sent me to tell you he loves you and he will never forget what he put in you.
Well,
Please stop
you'll
yelling.
find it interesting to know that God has, himself, forced miscarriages on women to punish them. That's right. God has forced abortions on people, and...
Well, this is all good stuff for kids to learn. All of this is great. I don't see why we wouldn't be teaching all this stuff to children. Next to science, math, and history. English. Foreign, whatever, tech. Whatever they're teaching kids in school these days. Better add this in there. I think that's probably enough. If you want any more examples, just go pick up a Bible. I guess you don't even need to pick one up. Just go Google Bible. You'll find one. Just start reading. You'll see. You'll see. It's not the sort of document that needs to be taught to children. Certainly, just on the grounds of its lack of facts. Not completely just skirting by the obvious, which we already talked about, but I feel compelled to remind everyone that this is obviously a complete contradiction of the Constitution, and puts children who are not Christian in a real weird and uncomfortable spot. And it's exactly the sort of thing that our Constitution was supposed to avoid, if I recall correctly. Freedom of religion, and from other, being forced into these sorts of situations, state religions. But here we are, full circle, back to what is it? Oh my God, the Reformation. Like, what is happening? Okay, let's talk about some other people who are feeling very emboldened by, well, not other people, the same people who are feeling emboldened right now by all of this. What's going on with Donald Trump having won the presidency?
Let's finish with some Christian nationalism.
Yay.
One of the challenges for the fascist right that has taken power, or will be assuming power in the coming months, is that people tend to recoil from the idea that they might be hold Nazi beliefs, or they might be fascists, and people tend, not always, tend to recoil from the idea that they might be voting or supporting fascists or Nazis. So one of the challenges the Christian nationalist, white supremacist movement has is, how do we make people feel more comfortable with what we're doing? One tact could be, let us explain what we're doing and why it's not bad. The other is to try and make the words Nazi and fascist not really mean anything.
Just sort of shift the goalpost until it's completely off the field. So it's not even a goalpost anymore. Now it's just a post.
Anymore. I give you Joel Webbin, Christian nationalist pastor.
And he's not Matt Walsh.
Yo, this dude does actually
got a chemical peel that went too deep into his skin, or who was...
This dude genuinely does look like Matt Walsh.
Interesting.
Crazy enough not kidding.
I think he came off the same assembly line.
He did, but one of the throwaways.
Here he is on the Right Response Ministries podcast.
If you are not being called a Nazi, then you are not pushing against the post-war consensus hard enough. You're not. If you're not being called a racist, then you probably at some level have given in to anti-white discrimination.
What is this? The Right Response Ministries? Like, this is just blatant sort of, what do you call it?
Probably at some level.
Sorry.
Given in to anti-white discrimination.
Like, this is just very clear what's happening here, right? Like, this is a theocratic podcast. Quite literally. These are people who intend to get involved in politics and to get in power so they can enact their literal white, well, seemingly white nationalist, Christian nationalist ideology on everyone. Regardless of whether they like it or not. Like Donald Trump said, he's going to protect women whether they like it or not.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Racist, then you probably at some level
20 likes.
Have given into anti-white discrimination. At some level, you might not be doing it to the level of a Democrat, but at some level, you're probably doing that. If you're not being called anti-Semitic, then you're probably not pushing against Zionism, which is not biblical,
Is that
not
it?
true to
Is that
God's
what's
word, hard enough. If you're not being called a misogynist, then you are probably not teaching the clear principles of Scripture.
This guy is wild.
Don't be creepy.
As it pertains to men and women. If you're not being called a bigot, then you are probably not frequently and courageously enough speaking about the horrors and the abomination.
Like, I'm trying to think, like, but this guy, I mean, he's truly leaning into the most horrible things possible, right? And then claiming that, you know, the reason that people are calling you these absolutely horrible things aren't because those things are bad. It's actually because they're representative of you being a great person. You know, if people aren't calling you a piece of shit, it's because you're wiping your butt too much, okay? That's why.
Of sodomy.
It's because
if you are not.
It's because
the horrors of sodomy.
You know, it's because you're a majority report viewer and you got a bidet, right? And so you're not walking around literally smelling of shit. And that's the problem. And you need to embrace it. Okay, people, stop buying toilet paper.
Of sodomy. If you are not...
the horrors of sodomy. The horrors.
I'm always talking about it.
I mean, honestly, it's amazing that the earth hasn't just split in two with all the sodomy that's going on.
You know what movie that really talked about the horrors of sodomy was Zack and Miri Make a Porno. Really captured the horrors of it.
I mean, I didn't watch that because I'm a godly person.
Let me, before we get too deep into this, let me just start the pool on the over-under when this guy is caught in some type of compromising situation, whether it involves like a Grindr profile or whether it's like, somebody underage. I mean, it's going to take a while. It could take 5 or 6 years. But what's the over under? Because I'm going to choose 6 years.
I think that's good. Probably 6, right?
Try to encourage people with posts and try to, help
Who is that? Who is that? Anybody in chat know that?
This is really,
why can't I think of who that is?
Really dangerous.
Yeah.
Because
oh boy, what's happening? We're lagging.
When they basically start.
Please hold. I just noticed a lag. Okay, it was only momentary. Okay. Phew. All right, that freaked me out. I hate. You know how I feel about lag. It's the bane of my existence. Okay. Actually, I think we're good on this video, right? I think they don't go back to this guy, right? I mean, what else is there to? What else is there to say? I mean, this dude is embracing literally the worst possible stuff and then trying to claim it's just because you're just so courageous. You know, it's the dumbest premise I've ever heard. How's it go and talk about some other theocrats who are already in power? Let's start here with Mike Johnson, who is among a number of House Republicans who are getting into some very, very important legislation.
Hello, everybody. I just want to make a statement for all of you here and be very clear.
Great.
I was asked a question this morning at the leadership gaggle, and I rejected the premise because the answer is so obvious.
Is it?
For anybody who doesn't know my well-established record on this issue, let me be unequivocally clear. A man is a man, and a woman is a woman.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Become a woman. That said, I also believe that's what Scripture teaches, what I just said.
Okay.
But I also believe that
gotta get that in there.
Everybody with dignity, and so
gotta get that in there. That's what Scripture teaches, and therefore, that's how the government should be run.
Could you drum up?
I guess. Thank God we have this theocrat as the leading member of our House of Representatives. So great. So great. So good and so great.
But we can do and believe all those things at the same time, and I wanted to make that clear for everybody because there's lots of questions. But that's where I stand. I've stood there my whole
kidding.
life.
There's lots of questions like, why are you guys doing this rather than, I don't know, talking about how you're going to get the government funded again because you only got a 1 month continuing resolution passed like 1 month ago or something. Like, what are we talking about here? Focus, Mike. You're losing the ball here, pal. Doesn't seem like it should be your main priority right now. But of course, there's a reason for Mike doing this, and that's because Congress just got its first ever openly transgender member, which put this bill to the top of their priority list. Numero uno.
I want to make sure that no men are in women's private
Nancy
spaces,
Mace. Here
and
we
it's
are.
not going to end here. This shouldn't be going on any federal property. If you're a school or an institution that gets government funding, this kind of thing should be banned. I think it's sick,
really?
it's twisted.
Is this
No.
effort in response to Congresswoman
Now,
McBride
what's weird about that statement? I wonder, I wonder if Nancy has the same sort of feeling about federal funding in Oklahoma right now. Because Oklahoma is currently violating the Constitution, separation of church and state. I assume they're still getting federal funds for education, like every other goddamn state. I wonder. What do you think, chat? What do you think?
Congress? Yes, and absolutely, and then some. I'm not going to stand for a man, if someone with a penis is in the women's locker room, that's not okay.
It's not okay, even if I can't see it. The presence of a penis is going to cause Nancy Mace. I don't even know how she gets through Congress, because, she has to sit next to men. She might as well, I think Nancy should probably just leave public life and stay home. If being, near someone's genitals is such a, red alert for her, freaking DEFCON, DEFCON 2 over here. I don't know how she's getting through normal sessions of Congress. She must be sitting next to an absolute like a cornucopia of peni. I don't know how she gets through it. She's a champion.
Look, I'm not going to get into this. We welcome all new members with open arms who are duly elected representatives of the people. I believe it's a command that we treat all persons with dignity and respect, and we will. And I'm not going to engage in silly debates about this. There's a concern about the uses of restroom facilities and locker rooms and all that. This is an issue that Congress has never had to address before, and we're going to do that in deliberate fashion with member consensus on it, and we will accommodate the needs of every single person. That's all I'm going to say.
How are you going to do that? How's that going to go? Very interested how that's going to work. Where will Congress woman oh god, what's her What's her name? I can't. Oh god, I just broke. I'm so sorry. Anybody? This just totally. Oh god, I do too many topics a day. Oh god. Anyway, hold on. I need to look this up. Just to put it into my brain. That's not how you spell Congress. Oh, thank you, Google. Sarah McBride. There we are. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Nadia McBride. The putative rationale. Putative. Do you mean punitive? Wait, is that a different word? I don't actually know the definition of that word. Has a private loo. A private loo. Ooh, that sounds fancy. Will it have a bidet? And can we force Nancy Mace to have a live feed of it in her office? All right, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's too far. I've gone too far. All right. Now, while we were on this topic, I figured we would look at this interesting situation here in Utah, as the school tried to come up with a solution for a thing, and yet people still have a objection to it. And by people, I think we know who. Let's go to this Utah bathroom.
Mixed gender bathrooms are being built at 2 Salt Lake County high schools. Granite School District releasing these renderings here showing the individual toilet rooms with a shared sink space outside opening up to the hallway. News specialist Shelby Lofton explains the district's reasons behind this design and a school board member who's taking issue with it.
Oh, yeah.
Each room has a floor-to-ceiling door. You will have boys and girls using that shared sink.
Cypress and Skyline High School will each have 3 of these new models.
No, don't say it. Sacre bleu. Men and women, boys and girls, both using the same sinks. Sinks adjacent to one another. This is an outrage. How could that be possible?
Soon, Granite School District spokesperson Andrea Stringham said they're trying to put an end to non-stop vandalism.
There's sinks being broken, there's toilets being clogged,
and bullying.
We hear of many students who will leave campus to go to a seminary building.
What are they going to do? Put cameras in toilets? Well, please hold, Mitty. We'll get to the end of let us get to the end of the video first.
Toilets being clogged,
and bullying.
We hear of many students who will leave campus to go to a seminary building, to go home, to use the restroom because they do not feel safe.
She says they're optimistic the open concept design will stop the nonsense while protecting students' privacy.
We can have cameras that are facing the hallway so you can see who's entering, who's exiting. It's easier to see if there's anything going on.
Granite School District says both campuses will have non-traditional and this newer style of bathroom. School board member Kim Chandler says she has issues with the mixed gender aspect of this newer design.
Could we not have had this design?
Here we go.
And still had separate gendered restroom spaces?
Chandler says she's in support.
Oh boy. Here's Karen number 1, Kim Chandler of the Granite School Board. She's got a problem with this. Could we not have had 2 bathrooms? Jeez. These boys and girls are going to have to wash their hands directly adjacent. She's literally about to say it, so prepare yourself.
Gender aspect of this newer design.
Could we not have had this design and still had separate gendered restroom spaces?
Chandler says she's in support of dividing the boys and girls spaces with a wall.
Girls have different privacy needs. They have different concerns, different cleanliness habits, different things that embarrass them, different safety issues.
She said other people have voiced
one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Oh my god, this is one of the biggest snowflake meltdowns of all time. these like, I can't even repeat the words. It's literally impossible for me. I'm gonna have to get her to do it. Oh boy.
Privacy needs. They have different concerns, different cleanliness habits, different things that embarrass them.
Yeah,
different
that's
safety
right.
issues.
Yeah,
She said other
safety
people
issues. Men and women washing their hands different. You don't see. I don't know if you've ever. I can barely get through this. I don't know if you've ever scientifically broken down how differently the two genders, if you will, do hand washing, but they're actually very, 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 very different. And women wash their hands like this, but men, they wash their hands like this. Oh, and it's very oh boy. And you put that next to each other. Oh boy, we are going to have absolute anarchy. People are going to get hurt. Okay, casualties. Get ready, folks. People. Oh boy, can't even imagine the carnage.
Different things that embarrass them, different safety issues.
She said other people have voiced concerns about what could happen in the toilet rooms.
I do feel that we're trading one set of behavior issues for another.
Chandler said she recognizes there is an issue with bullying and vandalism in school bathrooms.
I don't particularly have an issue with the glass walls. I think that could be a good idea. Having the cameras there could be a good idea.
So there you go, Mitty. She also wants some cameras there too to look into the bathrooms, but she's just most concerned about the potentiality for intersync accidents, I guess, and other awkwardness. It's unclear exactly what her number one concern is there, aside from just general fuckery. Wow. I mean, great idea. They'll never get hacked or abused. No, there's no way that aiming a camera at children's bathrooms and putting it on a closed circuit system, there's no way for that to go awry. Absolutely no way. She's not concerned about that. Okay? You people are focused on the wrong thing. Clearly. Okay? It's about the differences between how boys and girls wash their hands and potential awkwardness that she perceives potentially happening. Even though in all of these schools, there will in fact be regular bathrooms too. I don't know if you heard that part of this story. But these schools will continue to have a bunch of those regular bathrooms we're all very used to. So... yeah, it's really manufactured concern, really, in my opinion. Now, let's go here to a little watched channel on this show, mostly because of just the lack of professionalism and actually important conversations that happen here. But let's go to this massive fucking YouTube channel, undeserved watch time, and this view itself is undeserved, but for only one reason will I be clicking this. Piers Morgan Uncensored from a day ago. Emma Vigland of The Majority Report came on to the show. Let's see how that went. Oh boy, should we watch the should we watch the Glenn Beck interview first? I feel like we should watch a little snippet of the Becky interview. I mean, I know Piers wants us to watch it. Why else did he have Glenn Beck on? Because he thinks that he has good ideas. So we did a one-on-one interview at the beginning of the show. Of course he wants us to watch it.
There's been a complete breakdown in common sense.
Oh, really?
On the left. And if they don't get it back, they're going to be out of office a long time.
I'm sorry. Wait. I can't. Okay. So he's interviewing. This is his lead-in question with Glenn Beck. I feel like everybody here must know who Glenn Beck is. If you don't, Glenn Beck is essentially Alex Jones light. Did he come before? No, I think they both were around the same time, but he was on a major network, whereas Alex Jones was never on a major network. But basically, Glenn Beck is Alex Jones if he ever got like a deal on a major network. And he's leading it off with how the left has gone too far. So we better ask Glenn Beck how to fix that. Of course, he would be the first person to ask about how to moderate things.
From the left. And if they don't get it back, they're going to be out of office a long time. In a few moments, I'll be joined by tonight's stellar panel. But first, the author, disruptor, legend, co-founder of Blaze Media. I could go on, but I won't. It'd only embarrass him. Glenn Beck, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you. I can't believe, Piers, that so much has changed in the world that you and I view you as an ally in truth.
Oh. Thank you, Glenn. Clipping that. I am clipping that. Thank you, Glenn. Because, you know what? This is funny because he just brought to light the very thing that Piers is constantly trying to obfuscate for everyone. Like, it's his number one claim, aside from condemn Hamas for me, please. It's his second number one most made claim, that he is not a Republican. But co-founder of Blaze Media, the most right-wing, one of the most right-wing independent networks, if you can call it that, on the internet, Glenn Beck sees Piers Morgan as an ally. Interesting. Highly interesting stuff. Let's hear that one more time.
Here's that so much has changed in the world that you and I view you as an ally in truth.
Right.
And it is. This world is made for strange bedfellows, and what is happening in America?
I can see
think
them doing
America is once again going to, thank God, take the lead.
I wonder who would be on top
On squashing some of these things, and I think a lot of Europeans are right where MAGA, if you will, is.
Okay, that's plenty of this Glenn Beck interview. But yeah, as you can see, Piers doesn't even push back on that. He also sees himself as some kind of an ally of he didn't utter a single word against that there in this discussion with Glenn Beck. So he clearly sees Glenn Beck as some kind of a, what do you call it? I can't think of the word. There's a synonym for ally that my brain is searching for right now. That, oh God, it's hurting me. Oh, it's like on the tip of my. Oh, fuck you. Whatever. Let's go on to the Emma interview. Well, it's not even an interview. It's the debate, right? The supposed debate. Another thing that I take serious issue with, which we are going to get into here at some point, I'm sure. Let's get to it.
The host of the Luke Beasley Show, Luke Beasley. The co-host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland. And the Conservative commentator, Deborah Lee. Welcome to all of you. It's a fascinating time, isn't it, to be alive? Because you've so many people like me. I never thought Glenn Beck and I would have a 15-minute chat where basically I nod my way through it and so does he. Amala, it feels to me, I mean, just this dancing alone that is going on all over America and the lack of mass protests feels very, very different to when Trump won last time. Are you sensing that?
Yes, 100%. And I think a lot of it has to do with the rhetoric that's been surrounding Trump. And I think this collective realization that we no longer have to be fearful of supporting this man, and we can actually be excited.
What do you mean you don't have to be fearful of supporting this man? Yeah, this woman is in denial, even if she doesn't realize it.
About his second term, prior to this 2024 election.
Of course, I mean it in a different way than she does.
Dictator on day one, and
she's talking about it in a completely different way than I am, but still.
To this 2024 election, he's been called a fascist, a dictator on day one, an authoritarian. He's been likened to Hitler. And I think that created an environment where a lot of
because those things were actually fair comparisons, still are.
People felt like they had to sort of speak in hushed tones about their support of Donald Trump. Some of the exit polling.
Yeah, because, you know, why would you want to be outwardly a Nazi? Although there's been plenty of people who are super loud about it. I don't really think, if anything, he barely got any more of those people to come out than he did last time. Really. He just got the same people who voted for him last time, and then like another 1.5 million people, I think is what we just established as being where he is essentially landed. It's not some huge number, and it's not even representative of the amount of people that have, increased. Like the population of the United States increased 20 million during that time. You only got 1.5 million, which is what, less than 10% of that increase of people. That said, of course, Democrats' turnout was absolutely abysmal, which is why people like this, who aren't either all that serious or all that honest, are able to come out and make these claims like, oh, Donald Trump has this huge untapped base. There's so many more people out there. It was a landslide because everybody supported Trump and not because of anything else, right? He has a mandate and all this other stuff. It's nonsense. It's utter nonsense. I'm sorry. I meant to stop it before this, but I just got carried away just criticizing this woman for this nonsense. Let's go on here.
No. You have to laugh at the irony that the guy that everyone on the left calls the biggest bigot in America chose the #1 gay anthem as the one he would dance to on stage. I mean, come on. It's funny.
Heartwarming. So here's what I wish some of you would engage with, which I haven't heard. After Biden won, the MAGA side at large, Trump himself, didn't accept it. I haven't heard you, Piers, say, wow, it's so impressive that whenever our side loses, even though a lot of MAGA folks are saying, if the left loses, they're never going to accept it, they're going to riot this time, it's going to be crazy. We actually accepted it.
Well, not only have I said that, hang on, Luke, hang on. Not only have I said that, I also said,
come on, hang on, like 2 seconds.
You challenged me.
He's challenging you. I mean, you literally started off. Do you remember back about, what was it? 15 minutes in this video. Maybe not in this entire stream. But you remember back just at the beginning of this when he was introing it, leading into that Glenn Beck thing? And he said, essentially, the Democrats are going to need to accept some hard realities and that they don't, and like maybe he didn't specifically say, oh, Democrats haven't accepted the election, but he was sort of alluding to it. And I don't know, it's disingenuous because it's not like he's shouting it from the rooftops or anything. Dude is always claiming to have said stuff, but it's always like hidden on his Twitter feed, which nobody uses anymore. It's ridiculous.
Respond to that one point, which is actually, I said to Trump's face, I thought it was disgraceful he didn't accept the election result.
Like in private.
I did say that the Democrats deserve credit for the peaceful transfer. So you're completely wrong about that.
No, that during better Piers times you did do that, but I'm talking about just
better Piers
a general
times.
understanding.
You mean when you agreed with me?
Oh.
I wish the MAGA side would do introspection and go, wow, it's not that the left is going, oh, we just love Trump now. It's that we're demonstrating to you what acting like an adult looks like and not lying about the election, not crying for years and years about it, and instead going, even though we still believe Trump has these fascistic tendencies, I still believe he's a threat to our democracy. I'm going to show you what caring about democracy looks like. That's what Biden has done.
Let me respond.
That's what democracy looks like.
When you say you're not crying about it, you might not be. But all I've seen in the last 2 weeks are people, women in particular, all over TikTok.
Oh my God. So, actually, I'll let him finish this.
Cutting their hair off.
Oh
saying
no.
they're never going to have sex with the Trump voter again.
Oh.
And now there's a mass exodus from X because Elon Musk.
Oh no. And that's all the same thing as denying the validity of an election, of course. People being upset and saying that they're going to, you know, the 4B movement. And, you know, like people on TikTok saying that they're not going to bang Trump voters anymore. That's the thing. That's the exact same thing as, I mean, you might as well just say that people are denying the validity of the election instead. Just, you know, that's the same thing as Blue Anon. That's what that is.
Owns it, and he's next to Trump. From people like Bette Midler, Barbara Streisand, Don Lemon, you name it, off go the lefties. So I'm afraid there is a massive amount of toys out of the stroller going on. So, you know, you can say all you like. You say all like what great losers you are. All I've seen is a lot of squealing and resigning from platforms because they lost.
You're doing a huge.
First off, people aren't leaving X because Democrats lost the election. He's just tying those two things together because I don't think Piers is able to maintain too many narratives at once in his head. I think it's a little too difficult for him. But the fact is that's
huge disservice to your audience, putting on the same
disconnected
discussion. Trying to overthrow an election, putting together fake
Elon
electors
Musk
to prevent
himself.
the peaceful transfer of power, trying to get local officials to find fraudulent votes that don't exist. You're putting that on the same in the same category as people just being upset, like has happened every time people lose, always.
Yeah,
in a way that's completely
that's exactly
peaceful.
what he's doing.
And I've gone through this before on this show specifically, which is you have to look at people in positions of power to really get a sense of the significant responses we're seeing to certain things. So
I mean,
when you look at powerful,
the fact is the exodus has been happening for a while. You're right, Bob. It wasn't even the blue sky at first, right? It was Threads. I think this has been happening for well over a year now, right? I mean, when did Threads come out? People have been trying to find an alternative to this platform that was once very useful to them, that has now become a place for Nazis. And it's just, you know, it's not, like, it's wild that Piers doesn't understand that, or is just so disingenuous that he's willing to push that as a narrative when it's just got no basis in fact.
I told you before, Vice President Harris, Biden with character and integrity respected these results, whereas Trump, him being the person in a position of power, not some random person on TikTok, didn't do that.
I agree.
Mastodon too.
Luke, I agree with you.
Although Mastodon's been around, I feel like before the Exodus even began, right? Like Mastodon was always sort of an X alternative, even before it was bought by Elon Musk. No. I might have the timeline fucked up in my head, but I could have sworn.
I agree with you on that. So, you know, just for what it's worth, I agree with you.
Oh, great.
Let me bring in Emma, because I want to play a clip. This is of...
I love when he concedes. He never goes on and on about how much he agrees with somebody and immediately switches points. But when, like, somebody says something that he actually agrees with, because the fact is it's really not him agreeing with things, is because I don't think he's capable of arguing against it, right? Or finds it sort of inconvenient to argue against. And so he's just like, yeah, I actually agree with you. All right, let's move on to this now. He does it all the time. It's one of his most used what's it called? It's intended to like disarm to some degree by agreeing and then immediately switching tracks.
This big Nancy Mace row, she's obviously introduced a bill to bar transgender women from facilities on Capitol Hill. This is a week after the Republican-elect Sarah McBride made history by becoming the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. Let's take a look at the Nancy Mace explanation as to why she's doing this.
This effort in response to Congresswoman McBride's coming to Congress?
Yes, and absolutely, and then some. I'm not going to stand for a man, if someone with a penis is in the women's locker room, that's not okay. And I'm a victim of abuse myself. I'm a rape survivor. I have PTSD from...
She is... Oh my God, she's so fucked. You already watched this, though. One thing I was thinking, though, is now that they got Elon in government efficiency, maybe they get him... Tesla or something like that to make genital scanning like apparatuses, you know, some kind of sensor based system can like upload, you know, data to a server somewhere, keep track of your genitals.
Sarah McBride replied by saying this is a blatant attempt from far right-wing extremists to distract from the fact they have no real solutions to what Americans are facing. To which I say, well, I'm not even vaguely right, and I think it's wrong that biological men who've become trans women should be in women's spaces.
You're not vaguely right, Piers.
No, I'm
I just
actually.
listened to a
I
segment
would say I'm in
where
the center.
you agreed with Glenn Beck,
no,
one
I would
of the
say that.
furthest
Yeah,
right
exactly.
commentators in the country.
No,
seriously.
No, but rather
apparently
like.
something's happening
Hang on.
the
I
left
haven't
because
finished
Bill
yet.
Maher
I
and
haven't
someone
finished
you
yet.
I love this. See, this is once again, you know, a great example of how Piers Morgan is not what he claims to be in these moments. He's not a moderator or host. He is a participant in these debates. He's not finished yet. He's busy with a monologue. He's a debate participant. He is in no way a unbiased individual, and like we heard earlier, he is a direct ally of people like Glenn Beck and Blaze Media. He's a right winger, and these supposed debates have no moderators. It's a free for all every single time. And to anybody who is thinking that he's here to moderate these things, well, you are in denial.
On TikTok.
I haven't finished yet. Let me ask you a question.
Being hysterical. Go ahead.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do not identify, and I know you believe a lot in self-identity. I do not identify as conservative.
I don't know what that means.
You just got done. He literally, it's hilarious. He literally just got done talking to Glenn Beck about how they were allies. Remember that? 30 seconds ago.
Conservative.
I don't know what that means.
I'm like Bill Maher. I'm just completely.
I'm like Bill Maher,
by the woke left,
a dude who's clearly right wing and is like the ideology of conservatism embodied.
I'm like Bill Maher. I'm just completely bemused by the woke left and how nuts you've all got, right? And I think this
Bill
election.
Maher's an old,
hang on, let me
libertarian
finish. I haven't asked you a
who's bitter at the
question
world.
yet.
Seriously.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Right? Here's my question.
Let me ask a question.
If I,
and by question, he means let me continue to prevaricate and opine on things until I feel cornered into actually asking a question. Otherwise, I look a little bit too disingenuous, and maybe even some of my dumber viewers might notice.
I mean...
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Right? Here's my question. If I, as a man who identifies as a liberal, if I can see why it's so wrong for biological men who have now become trans women to be in women's spaces, to be in women's sport, to be everywhere in women's lives where they historically were not biological men supposed to be, why are you not as exercised by this as a woman? I don't get it.
Jesus Christ.
Why?
You're all about women's rights.
Pearl clutching.
Absolutely. I host a sports podcast. I care deeply about sports, and I believe that anybody that identifies as a woman should be able to participate in the sport as long as it abides by the particular bylines or guidelines.
You know it's wrong. You know it's unfair.
Said sports league, but actually we're talking here about Nancy Mace, who loves a camera in her face and loves attention wherever she can get it. You know, I find it pretty disgusting that she is basically implying that this trans lawmaker, just by being in her presence in the bathroom, may rape her. I do choose to speak up for women's rights. I believe that I do so on my program, The Majority Report, regularly. And I'm disgusted that Nancy Mace has decided essentially to support Donald Trump wholeheartedly, who has been found liable of sexual abuse in court, and multiple of his cabinet appointments, picks, including Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, have been credibly accused of sexual assault themselves. So apparently it's triggering for her because someone's genitalia may be slightly different in the stall next
when you say
to
credibly
her.
accused,
Well, but it doesn't
last two
matter
names
to
you
her
mentioned
that Trump has been found liable of sexual assault in court. Piers, Piers, has Trump been found liable of sexual assault in court with
Trump
Eugene
was
Carroll?
found guilty in a civil action. He denied it, as you know.
Found
and in case of and the case of Gaetz and Pete Hegseth, they have
Oh my God, Piers really, really, really does not want to have this conversation. Whenever this topic comes up, he gets very, very upset. And Emma just sort of dismantles him. How are we doing on time right now? Hour and a half in. 9:30. Still got some other shit to look at. You know, let's keep watching this actually for now. Got enough time.
Evidence went
You
in
can't
her
just keep
direction.
talking.
And he's
Time
she
out.
and she's been and.
All right.
Oh my
and
God, listen to
he
this
has been
guy.
accused
Let
by
me know when you
dozens of
finish.
See, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, he feigns, like, the way that he's like, time out. He uses this sort of language to appear like, oh, I'm the moderator, and you're being unruly, even though he's clearly a participant in the debate. He's claiming that he's being challenged. Like, all these sorts of things are clearly the language. Like, you know, this man he knows just how disingenuous it is, right? Like, he's well educated enough to know what he's doing. That's my estimation of Piers. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. It's just the most bothersome part of him, and these whole things for me, right? Is this continuous like feigning of outrage that people would, you know, sort of break decorum in this fake debate that he's having. It's just, these things are free-for-alls, and when leftists go on them, they need to treat them as such. This guy, I don't know what his name is. I think I've seen him before on some of these debates. I think, does he do Jubilee or something? I honestly have no idea who this kid is, but he's way too respectful of Piers and all of his little pretend rules. There's no rules to these things. And we need to start, it's not like I'm going on these things, but, you know, people I see need to start treating him more like that, in my opinion.
And the case of Gaetz and Pete Hesketh,
so the preponderance of evidence went in her direction.
Talking.
And he's she's been
Time out.
And he has been accused
Let
by
me know when you
dozens
finish.
of women.
Let me
There
know
you
when
go.
Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
When we have a debate, the customary for the host leads it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you respond to questions,
Here we
okay?
go. Yep.
If I may be so bold.
Oh, yeah, you are being
the point
bold.
is that Hesketh
Too
and
bold,
Gaetz have
I would
carried
say.
on and denied any wrongdoing, and none has been proven against them. In Trump's case, it was a civil action, as you know, not a criminal action. The criminal case against him was shuffling paperwork over an alleged one-night stand with a porn star. So it's not quite how you categorized it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy is, wow, dude.
Porn star. So it's not quite how you categorized it. Deborah Lee, let me bring you in here.
Porn stars can't be, porn stars can't,
No, but
porn stars can't be attacked. You know, sex workers can't be attacked. Basically, like, I wonder what the list is for Piers exactly on what it is women have to do to be protected in his mind from these sorts of things legally, and or whatever else, or for the attackers themselves to have any sort of culpability or responsibility, or, you know, like, it's just what is it in his mind that would you know, take it to that level where he would be upset about it too, you know, because in this moment he's clearly defending, right? He's in the defense position, right? He thinks that Emma is being unfair in her characterization of all of this.
over an alleged one-night stand with a porn star. So it's not quite how you categorized it. Deborah Lee, let me bring you in here.
Has this trans lawmaker been accused of rape? Has this trans lawmaker
No,
who
but
she's
actually,
barring
if
from
you
the
are a
bathroom been accused of
congresswoman,
rape?
if you're a congresswoman who survives sexual assault, you should be entitled to feel safe in the
So
restroom.
the presence of a trans woman in the bathroom. Oh gosh, you know, here in New York, there are a lot of multi-gender bathrooms, and I've gone to the bathroom next to a man. Oh my goodness, it was so fearful. What was I
would
going to
actually
do
be
with
quite
the rest
fearful
of
if you.
my life?
Oh my
if
God.
You
This is
lurking next to me in a men's
Oh
bathroom,
my God.
I feel fearful. Deborah Lee.
Yeah, Brad, you can see he's concerned about her seeing his tiny penis.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Okay, now we could watch more of that, but I think that's enough. The rest of it gets worse and less relevant, to be honest. And he ends it by asking one of these people about Diddy. And it's like, this was supposed to be a discussion about Democrats, and like he literally just spends the entire time, like, it's just so wild, like. You know, oh boy, oh god. Let's see. I wonder how much like the producers are getting paid over there at Piers Morgan. All right, let's move along. More things to talk about. Do we do this? This one's too much right now. It's just too much to deal with, I feel like. We got too much to talk about tonight, as is. This list is 125 videos long. My fault, of course, for taking 3 days off in a row. It's on me. No, we'll hit this up real quick. Let's talk economics and business stories here. First, though, let's look at this. CNBC from 4 days ago. Why they think so many young adults are now still living with their parents in the United States. We're not going to watch this whole thing at all, but I figured it was a good way to start this off.
About 1 in 3 Americans between 18 and 34 years old live with their parents. And while you may have heard more about this recently, this trend isn't new.
Between 2005 and 2015, the share just grew very steeply over this 10-year period. Since then, it's been fairly stable. There was an uptick, of course, during the pandemic. In the wake of the pandemic, those rates of parental co-residence are now about where they were right before. Part of the reason we see this escalation of young adults not leaving the nest or returning to the nest is this idea that it was harder and harder for them to weather shocks.
Nearly 30% of Gen Z said they would like to save, but don't make enough money. And roughly 2 in 5 millennials and Gen Z adults feel it's harder to build financial wealth now than when their parents were their age because of the economy. 27-year-old Victoria Franklin has been living with her mother in New Jersey since she graduated college in 2019.
I saw all of the money that I was saving, and I thought, maybe I should stay home for a little bit, and I didn't feel an urgency to move out.
Not everyone is enthusiastic about this trend.
You guys are making 6 figures together.
You guys are making 6 figures together. Love that. Times is tough, okay? And I'm pretty sure this is in northern New Jersey, which is not a very livable in terms of like a cost of living area. So, hey, another super chat. Oh, from Nadia. Thank you for the $5. McBride has her own loo and is therefore unaffected. The attack exams nameless and faceless offenses. Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, there'll be people who go in to Congress who are transgender, who may not, like, yeah, absolutely. That is absolutely going to be part of that. Okay, now back to economics.
You can't tell me you can't afford a house. They just don't want to spend their money.
Told ya. 36% of Americans said in a 2022 survey that more young adults living with their parents is bad for society. So here's why young Americans are choosing to live with their parents and what the implications are for the U.S. economy.
My name is Victoria Franklin. I am 27 years old, and I live in my childhood home with my mother and my boyfriend.
Victoria graduated from the University of Miami in 2019 and moved in with her mom when she was looking for a job.
After I saw the cost of living and things like that, after I graduated,
Place looks
that
pretty
maybe I'd be
nice.
home for about a year.
More than half of Gen Z adults say they don't make enough money to live the life they want due to high cost of living.
I ended up bartending and waitressing until October, where I got my first offer, so it did take a little bit longer than I expected. Currently live at the Jersey Shore, and I was commuting into New York City, which takes about 2 hours each way. And I thought, in 6 months or so, I'll move into the city, be closer to the job, and the pandemic threw a wrench in those plans.
Victoria now works a fully remote job, which she says she probably wouldn't have if it weren't for the pandemic. Without a commute to worry about, she was able to stay at her mom's for longer.
It's a lot harder for young people today to save up for, markers of the American dream than it was for previous generations. Part of the reason we see this
At this point is basically not even the American dream. It's the, American fantasy at this point for people, especially in that age demographic right now. And unfortunately, for people who may not want to, like she was saying, she had other plans. She was going to move into the city, big dreams, but those were forestalled for different reasons. Pandemic, it's just obviously not everybody has the exact same story, but we all went through that time. So in some ways, that particular aspect of things certainly changed a lot of people's mindset, their financial situations, their professional outlook, among other things. And of course there's plenty of other factors involved in people living at home right now, right? The fact that wages haven't kept up with inflation, and housing being incredibly expensive, but not being the only thing that's gone up in price. So becoming independent is much more than just the cost of rent, but of course that's certainly a huge aspect of it. Or mortgages. Most people in that age demographic do not have mortgages. Now let's go on to this, because stuff like this isn't helping. The sort of privatization of things that should be probably done by government, or that are being done by government, but governments are contracting out to third parties with little accountability, like things like fiber optics. The way that you connect to the internet and how you're hearing my voice right now, most likely, is through some sort of fiber optic line somewhere. And here in, I believe this is Arizona. Yeah. Well, this government contracted company has been causing some problems.
Tonight, more complaints against a company installing fiber optic lines in Gilbert as part of the town's brand new program to bring that service there. One resident told 12 News, our journalist Chase Golightly, the line is completely exposed, and I saw some video of it there, Chase. So you actually got this. This homeowner reached out to us after you saw a story about something else like this with this same company. What's going on?
That's right, Troy. He's talking about this one we covered last week, where a Gilbert home was flooded after the family said the installation company drilled through a sewage line and flooded their home. While this case we're talking about tonight isn't as severe, the homeowner says he's having trouble getting his problem fixed.
They didn't clean the dirt up.
When Don Prather learned his Gilbert neighborhood was getting high-speed internet through fiber optic,
we were certainly excited about it.
What he's not happy with is how it was installed.
Faster internet?
It's a bit of a mess.
Oh,
that fiber optic cable that's supposed to be buried,
and it's just completely exposed.
Saying this has been going on for months. When workers first came out to install,
they actually laid the fiber right across the top of the driveway, and we had to drive over it for a month.
I'm not
or
a professional.
Then when he called the company to have them fix it,
they put some
pretty sure it shouldn't look like that.
Some duct tape,
which isn't doing the job.
That's the cable right there. You can see it wanting to pop out already.
You still have wire exposed right there.
Yes, there's a good 5 or 6 feet of wire there. We were worried about families and kids tripping over it.
Prather says he's called 3 times to have them bury the line, but nothing happened. In one case, his work order was closed, with officials saying they did bury it.
Oh.
But as you can see, that's not the case.
Weird.
It's very frustrating.
Weird. They did bury it. Now, Would it shock you if I told you that this... Wait, actually, hold on. Let's finish this before I get to this.
Like I said, it's dangerous and unsightly, and we just would like to get it fixed the right way.
The company responsible for this installation is Tilson,
No doubt.
the same company that another Gilbert family said caused their home to flood with sewage after workers drilled into a sewage line while installing the cable.
Definitely not good quality work.
Well, maybe that's why they're not burying it anymore.
Received a statement from
You know, it's too complicated to have to go to those, you know, those maps that the county has readily available for them to check so that they don't do idiotic things like drilling into fucking sewer lines. It would just take a little bit more effort on their parts, and of course that would take more time and money. So why would you do that?
Cable.
Definitely not good quality work.
We reached out to Tilson about the work and received a statement from Gigapower, the
I'm sure it was
company
good.
that hired Tilson to do the construction on its behalf. Part of the statement says, in some cases, a temporary drop is established and will be buried thereafter.
Oh, temporary. Thank God. It's only temporary. Now, would it shock anybody here if I told you that Gigapower, this company that was contracted by the county here to do this work, would it shock anybody if I told you that this was a joint venture between two companies I'm sure everyone here is familiar with by the names of AT&T and BlackRock? No, nobody shocked by that. Me either. But just sort of appalled by it. Truly. But of course, private equity and good old AT&T got together to create literally the worst, veritably the worst fiber optic installers in the nation, perhaps the world. I mean, this is just incredible. This screams private. When I first saw this, I was like, tell me private equity has something to do with this. And blam. Hello, my old friend.
Follow the rich white man.
Yeah. What am I gonna do with these kids? Now, let's go to this story here from a day ago. Apparently, Logan Paul has been a bad boy. He's been playing with the cryptocurrency and misleading people.
Illegal.
The popular social media personality Logan Paul is facing fresh questions over his cryptocurrency dealings, with ongoing concerns he may have profited by misleading fans. He has promoted cryptocurrencies to millions of followers online and appears to have caused prices in these investments to spike. And that's led to suggestions that he could have profited from sales of any tokens that he had held. The BBC has seen new evidence suggesting he promoted investments without revealing he had a financial interest in them. He denies any wrongdoing, but let's bring you more now with the BBC's Matt Shear.
I have to say, the real Logan Paul looks very different.
Did you come all over here to ask about how I look?
Is Logan coming?
I'm right here, bud.
We've been investigating the influencer Logan Paul's crypto activities for nearly a year. But when we booked an interview, he sent a lookalike and trolled us. I wanted to ask about allegations from critics who say he made personal gains by misleading his fans about crypto. For this, he denies any wrongdoing. The allegations relate to the way the influencer has used his social accounts to promote cryptocurrencies. Like in 2021, when at the height of his interest in crypto, he posted about an Elon Musk-themed meme coin to his global following. What he didn't say is that he may have been a secret holder of the token. Our investigation looked at an anonymous crypto account with close links to Logan Paul. We noticed the anonymous account was first funded by Logan Paul's public crypto account, then from his fan club's NFT project, and it purchased a large amount of the coin. Moments before the tweet, it bought almost $160,000 worth. When the market peaked 12 hours later, it sold its holding at roughly $120,000 profit.
Yeah, that's a classic rug pull right there. And this is one of the problems with making cryptocurrency a legitimate thing, which is what crypto people are desperately trying to do, which is almost certain to happen in a Trump administration, which is truly should be a massive concern for most people, because the implications of it are going to be pretty big, considering the fact that all crypto is basically this, right? It was based upon this kind of stuff. Dogecoin, and all these things were originally based upon just the idea of getting rich quick. It's got nothing to do with making financial transactions or actual, what currencies are purported to do. The cryptocurrencies are nothing like an actual currency. They're just financial investments. Many of them are just pump and dump schemes, or started off that way and have now just become just the biggest Ponzi schemes of all time. There is no underlying value in any of these things. There's a pile of cash, theoretically, supposedly, in all of them, to one degree or another. In some cases, hundreds of billions of dollars at this point in some of these coins. But, unlike a stock, which is, once again, what these are most representative of, they are investments. Unlike a stock, there is no underlying value. There is no earnings. There is no revenue. There's no business. It's just a pile of cash, which is what a Ponzi scheme is, right? And once people do at some point start selling, there will be problems, right? If ever that happens, if enough faith is lost in that system, the implications will be in the trillions of dollars. Because the fact is, where is the floor on an actual cryptocurrency, right? What's the underlying, what's the, because with with stocks or whatever, right? People will say, well, the actual value of this company is this, right? The price per share, the earnings per share is this, right? And you could go block by block on a company and say it's worth this much. Can't do that with a cryptocurrency. It's literally there's nothing to evaluate aside from how many people are currently hodling right now. All right, more tech stories. This time, let's talk about Google, because apparently they may be forced by the DOJ to sell off Chrome before the Trump administration takes office here, and that may have some big implications for Google. They're quite upset about this. Let's go here. Reuters from, was this 2 days ago? Yeah, Tuesday.
The U.S. Department of Justice will ask a judge to force Google to sell off its Chrome internet browser. That's according to a report Monday by Bloomberg News, citing people familiar with the plans. The same judge ruled in August that Google illegally monopolized the search market, helped by the dominance of Chrome, which is estimated to control around 2/3 of the market for internet browsers. Bloomberg says the DOJ will also ask the judge to require measures covering artificial intelligence products and Google's Android smartphone operating system. The report said the government has the option to decide whether a Chrome sale is necessary at a later date if some of the other aspects of the remedy create a more competitive market. The DOJ declined to comment, while Google said the department is pushing a, quote, radical agenda that goes far beyond the legal issues in this case.
Radical agenda. How dare they? It's not like Google is it's like beyond a monopoly, because they have hands on practically everything. It's like a I don't know, an octopoly. They just, like an octopus, they got their hands on it. I don't know, but it's wild that they're trying to pretend like this is somehow unfair. I mean, the fact is this should be applied in multiple places, probably to Microsoft and other places too, but the fact is Google is the one with the actual monopoly, right? It's not like Bing is like, like, you know, but it's just, I think to some degree, very frustrating, and problematic for, like, what do you call it? Like the system as we see it in terms of economics, that a single company can have that much control over so many different markets at once, right? Amazon comes to mind, honestly, before Microsoft. That's a even bigger beast to tackle, but needs, I mean, clearly something needs to be done there. I mean, the fact that they have Amazon Web Services as well as, like, the entire retail market of the United States. Like, come on. Well, there's something wrong here. That's right. I'm using 2 platforms right now that are run by both companies. How great. Uh-oh. Just kidding. Just kidding, we're not being repressed. But you can keep us from being repressed by contributing to the Galactic News Network in a veritable, just treasure trove of ways, really. So many ways now. YouTube, Twitch, PayPal, Cash App. My favorite is Patreon. Whoopsies. I just realized something. Please hold. Fixed it. What was I saying? Oh yeah. You should contribute to the Galactic News Network to keep us here on the air, making the galactic content. All sorts of ways for you to do that. My favorite is Patreon, because not only does Patreon pay me the biggest cut of at least, well, not Cash App or PayPal, of course, but of the platforms that provide you benefits, that being YouTube, Patreon, or Twitch, you know, and you also get the most benefits by becoming a Patreon member, so do consider that. You can check that out. We have a link in both my bio on YouTube and on Twitch, so you can find it there or here in the chat. Although we are coming in close right now on some of my galactic bills, so do strongly consider donating. Yeah, we are getting it on the wire galactically, if you will. But thankfully we have all of you here and still some time to make all that happen. Isn't Patreon also oh, that's right. Oh, no, it's not taking a 30% free. No. It takes like takes 10%, which is the lowest of all of them. YouTube's 30%, Twitch is 40%, and more, honestly, if you count like Apple, like if you're on an Apple device, there's like other things that come along with that. So no, the Patreon's the best in terms of payouts, aside from PayPal and Cash App, of course, where you can just straight up just give me money. Of course, I always prefer people to at least attempt to get some benefits before they just start giving me money. So get in there on Patreon first. All right, chat, enjoy this space intermission. I'll be right back. seconds, chat. Time for you to get back to your seats as the galactic content is about to be coming in hot. And we've still got much more to talk about in the United States. This is why I started early tonight, as it's only, this is when we usually start the stream. Already 2 hours in, so it's like we're restarting the stream now. Pretend it's the first half, even though it's actually the second half of the stream, chat. It'll be fun. It's like we're in a different timeline. Okay, we have one more business story to sort of segue us into politics. If you haven't heard, well, I know you have because we just talked about it, but let's get to it again in a little bit more detail. Here's CBS News from 3 days ago. Blue Sky picking up steam as an alternative to X.
What hasn't been around for a long time is Blue Sky, the social media platform which is gaining users in recent weeks as an alternative to X. On Thursday, the platform reported more than 1 million users had signed up in a single day. The platform CEO says the site is growing by 10,000 users every 10 to 15 minutes and has more than 18 million users right now. I want to bring in Jay Peters for more. He's a news editor at Verge, and he joins me now to discuss. So Jay, on Thursday, it's so funny. On Thursday, that's when I opened up my Blue Sky account. And what I've noticed about Blue Sky is how just
there too.
It feels very reminiscent of Twitter circa 2012. Is that what is playing into a lot of people's decisions to sign up for Blue Sky?
Yeah, it really feels.
Yeah, it feels like Twitter before Elon Musk bought it, basically. And before some of the other features, if you will, were introduced to it pre-Elon Musk and the later half of Twitter's existence. I was honestly on there very early on at one point, although I fell off years ago due to its sort of downward spiral. Blue Sky is refreshing, though, to some degree. I haven't used it quite enough to give some sort of ringing endorsement of it or anything, but I have used it. I do have a Blue Sky account, which you can find now in my YouTube bio. Just gotta click that link and you'll find me. If you're already a Blue Sky user, well, you can keep up with my my Blue Sky stuff. Although I really have not been posting yet. To be seen in the future. Now let's go on to talk about somebody who is probably real sad about Blue Sky gaining over, I believe, 20 million users in the last week or so. Elon Musk. Apparently having a tough time with some of the Trump.
All right, developing this morning, reports that new first best friend Elon Musk is starting to irritate President-elect Trump's advisors. During a dinner at Mar-a-Lago, Axios reports of a heated confrontation between Musk and Trump advisor and attorney Boris Epstein. They write, quote, at one point...
Does the first best friend get Secret Service detail?
Between Musk and Trump advisor and attorney Boris Epstein. They write, quote, at one point during what the sources described as a massive blow-up, Musk accused Epstein of leaking details of Trump's transition, including a personnel pics to the media. Epstein responded by telling Musk that he didn't know what he was talking about. This comes amid new reports that Musk is also becoming a source of infighting the Trump transition team surrounding the choice for Treasury Secretary. Musk is backing Trump transition co-chair and fellow billionaire Howard Lutnik for the job, while Trump's advisors are pushing for hedge fund CEO Scott Bessent. The billionaire not only putting his 2 or 10 cents in, but also asking his more than 200 million followers to weigh in. He posted to Twitter, quote, would be interesting to hear more people weigh in on this for real Donald Trump.
It's a terrible Elon Musk impression. Would be interesting to hear more people weigh in on this for real Donald Trump to consider feedback. My view of which is that the percent is a business as usual choice, whereas Howard Lutnik would actually enact change. Business as usual is driving America bankrupt. So we need change one way or another. All right, that wasn't the best impression either, but it was better than his. All right, let's go on. Seems like Elon Musk is having a bad time already in this particular group, which I find shocking. You would think that the sort of ideologies would link up more fluidly, but it seems like it's been a bumpy road so far for him, and it hasn't been very long. It's been how long since the actual election was called? 14 days. I'm sure it'll get better. But before we go on to talking about politics more, I figured we would do this. In the wake of this election, I figured we would get some insight from some MAGA people themselves. Let's go here to Majority Report to discuss what we have in store for the future, if you will.
I've learned something about myself from this clip.
Exciting.
And it may come as a surprise to many of you, but you also learn something about yourself. Now, why are we playing a Christian podcaster? Well, we just saw this guy, Walters, who's the chief superintendent of Oklahoma schools, force feeding, in their terms, shoving a Christian prayer down the throats of all the people in their schools. And we're going to see more and more of this. You're going to, I promise you, all of the right-wing podcasters, like, they're all looking at what's his face, Rusty Rockets.
Neckbeard.
Who's that guy? Russell Brand. His move to Christianity, hardcore fundamentalism, being reborn. They're all looking at that, going like, we should have done that. Should have done that a month ago. But I imagine you're going to see folks like Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder. I mean, these are religious people, but become even more openly religious. I can't wait for Tim Pool to baptize himself live on air. Dave Rubin, of course, will. I think conversion therapy is just down the road for him. But they're all going to be moving in this direction,
therapy, right?
And I also.
Right, because he would also need to convert. He is a Jew, right? He would need to convert from Judaism to like Catholicism or like even at least evangelicism. I think that's like the baseline.
Going to anticipate they're all going to be dressing similarly, but here is Christian podcaster Josiah Moody on a podcast with his wife Isabella, and I don't know.
I think it'll probably be convenient for Dave though, because they'll probably put the gay conversion camp right next to the Jewish conversion camp, right? Like, or just the Christianity. They'll probably put all the non-Christians together into one camp to convert them to Christianity. Just for, I mean, they got Elon Musk's, and so of course efficiency will be number one in the Trump administration. Jesus Christ, this. Woo! Wow, I know that we're trying to have fun and I'm being sarcastic, but like, I don't know how far off any of these things I'm saying are. Oh God, it's gonna be fine, everybody.
Trying to basically say like, sweetheart, I have a headache, or what? But here he is.
No birth control, nothing, because I'm not going to have gay sex.
Thank God we got this kid.
Gay sex.
I assume this kid is like 15? I mean, he's got the neck beard, so he's got to be at least like 15 or 16 years old. It's a weird vibe because you can definitely it only exists beneath his chin, right? Like it doesn't exist anywhere on his. He doesn't have any facial hair. It's just neck and chin hair. It's a really weird vibe.
Sex is more than just like another man and a man. It's just like...
I'm sorry. We got to go back. I'm too focused on his beard and not what he's saying.
Here he is.
No birth control, nothing, because I'm not going to have gay sex. And like gay sex is more than just like another man and a man. It's just like the idea of looking at sex as such a materialistic thing and just like, oh, well, like... we just have an orgasm and that's fun. No, like, dude, sex is about having children. It's about having babies. Like you pump yourself full of birth control and then you have sex with your wife and like there's no purpose.
I've never heard of this before. Has anybody ever heard of this phenomenon? I've never heard of that. Male birth control? Pump it? What? Is this his wife, by the way? Is he married? I'm a little confused by what their relation is exactly. Is he an adult? I mean, supposedly he's an adult. He's claiming to be adult, at least I think.
Birth control, and then you have sex with your wife, and like there's no purpose there except just pleasure. That's the only purpose. Pleasure.
Now, this guy's not aware, but male birth control, they have developed it, and I've heard good things, and I think they're going to break it out soon. I think it's a patch, but right now there is no male birth control you can pump yourself full of. Maybe he was talking about
you just Mountain Dew. I hear it cuts down on your sperm count.
But gay sex.
Apparently,
it's not just for gays anymore.
Yeah,
I've only had gay sex in my entire life. Apparently,
yeah, I too have to come out with Matt in this moment.
All right, go back just a little bit. What is this guy? This guy's like 17.
Seriously, though, when I first saw
look
this
up
guy,
some bio.
I was like, "What high school does he go
to?" We just have an orgasm and that's fun or whatever. No, like, dude, sex is about having children. It's about having babies. Like you are.
What number locker did this guy just get done coming out of?
Dude, sex is about having children. It's about having babies. Like you pump yourself full of birth control and then you have sex with your wife like there's.
Wait, is this the same guy who was on with Emma on Piers? Am I losing my mind? God, there's too many guys that look like this on the internet. I swear to God. I'm pretty sure that's the guy. Can anybody tell me? Can anybody confirm this for me? Because this is actually going to bug me.
You pump yourself full of birth control, and then you have sex with your wife, and like, there's no purpose there except just pleasure. That's the only purpose.
Should people who are born like infertile have sex?
It depends. Listen. I am pro like people committing to celibacy for the rest of their life. I am pro like that. And if that was something that they couldn't have babies, I believe that they should have that choice there.
The choice.
The
choice to not. Those people should have the choice to not have sex. Okay, they do already. Actually, they also have the exact opposite choice currently. But it sounds like. You want it to be less of a choice, more to be them to be forced to not have sex. If you can't have babies, well, I'm sorry. That's it for you. You're done. Put it away. That's enough. Nobody wants to see that. Thank you. Oh, super chat from Nadia. Thank you. There's a theological explanation to conversion therapy. I'm sure there is. Does it actually justify it though?
Have the choice. Well, I want to hear what this guy. But yeah, you should have the choice to have sex, or just the choice not to have sex if you're infertile.
I would prefer you choose not to, and then if not, we'll use the
that's
state
exactly
sort of
what it sounds
theocracy enforcers. Go ahead, Brett.
That's right.
That they couldn't have babies. I believe that they should have that choice there.
Well, they have the choice.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, is
so
that what you believe is correct? Infertile people, no sex for you.
I think that it's crazy. Infertile people don't think. I don't see anybody really saying that. Hey, I'm infertile, so I'm going to be celibate for the rest of my life. I'm not going to. Sex. I'm not going to have sex.
You think it's crazy people?
It's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Why don't we hear this all the time? God, why aren't infertile people coming out on YouTube or TikTok or wherever else and saying why? Just why? Why am I having so much sex? I need to reconsider this situation. Hold on, please hold. Oh, because I'd be fucking stupid.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. That's right.
It's what the kids are learning these days. His wife seems...
These are high-level ideas, okay?
I don't know if she's on board with this plan.
She looked a little concerned.
Yeah, exactly.
Nicola, not having gay sex tonight, wife. Are we having a kid or not? If not, let me go, I don't know.
Nicola says 10 years tops before this guy's caught on his knees in a YMCA locker room. Look, but the question is, would that be considered
with like
even
the
sex?
Of Grindr and things.
But he's talking about copulation. Well, the real question is, could you actually have any other type of sex except for copulation? Would it still be gay?
I mean, if it's just for pleasure, I mean, from what he described, it doesn't sound like, unless you hate it, you have to. I think the loophole is that you have to really detest the act, right, while doing it, right? So if your wife is all like, let's have sex, you gotta be like, honey, if we're gonna do this, this has to be unenjoyable, okay? We can't have fun. If I see you smile one time, that's it.
Sex in that instance. But there it is. Ramona Frankenstein says, further, I'm infertile and have had gay sex. It's pretty rad.
That's awesome. I mean, these barriers are very permeable, at least.
That's great.
That's like gay sex squared. If you're infertile and you actually, you're a man and you have sex with a man and you're infertile, that's like super gay sex, right?
Just
as opposed
or
to
does it
just
cancel each other
the
out?
normal gay sex of having sex and not procreating.
This is all very confusing.
Yeah. I mean, the guy, I don't know. He seems like he's like 18. Maybe he's a little bit older than that, but it would be fascinating to track this guy's opinion about that over the years, and also his wife.
It's a long life.
I mean,
it is a long life.
I hope she's prepared to have like 8 or 9 babies. What if she turns out to be infertile? What does he do in that instance? They just live a life of celibacy together
in a monastery.
That sounds like it would be super fun. Watch them grow old for 70 years, never ever having sex. Would they even kiss? Or is that gay sex too?
You can't enjoy it.
When a husband and wife kiss, is that gay sex? Because they're nothing's gonna come of that. There's no.
I love this thumbnail. She's just staring in, like, at this man she's supposed to be with forever. What was it? Why did I do this again?
There's no procreation involved in that. You can't impregnate somebody through saliva. These are all questions I have.
Oh yes, he's making a good point. I
haven't verified this video, but Reese Walters pointed out. I just searched for some biographical details. I guess this really is how they were raised. MAGA influencer and right-wing YouTuber couple Isabella and Josiah Moody each posted a video of their baby saying what they said was a racial slur. So I'm not going to, maybe we shouldn't investigate that on air, but I wonder what that's about.
Weird.
Oh, geez. Serious Business says the real joke is that guy's going to catch his wife having gay sex with another man.
Best I am of like the last 2 weeks at the very least, and I keep mental note of all of the IMs that get read on the show. That's top tier. That is a top tier comment, okay? That comment gonna stand the test of time. We're gonna go back to that later when we find out that his wife had gay sex with another man, and we're all gonna have a good laugh about it. Oh my god. It's just so what's the word? What is the word for it? Like, it's, well, I'm thinking of the word. Thank you for the sticker, Mono. I really appreciate it. I really do. You know, is that a little lime with pom-poms? It is. It's a cute little lime with pom-poms. Hey. What was I saying? I forgot now. I forgot. I had a plan. I was gonna come back to it. It's too late. I gotta keep moving. Alright, let's go to this. This was from a few days ago. If you didn't hear, in the wake of his victory and the sort of glow, the afterglow of success, Donald Trump decided to take a little victory lap. Some of his best buds at a recent UFC fight. This is Channel 4 News with the story.
Donald Trump won the US election with a knockout, but although he was not in the ring for this fight, there was no question whose victory was being celebrated.
Trump dance! He did the Trump dance!
Wait. It's called Baby Lemon, but maybe it's a lime? Wait, this is... I'm trying to think. Do lemons start off green? They might start off green, now that I think about it. I guess it could be a baby lemon. I like to think of it as a lime. But you know what? Whatever. This is why we can't teach the Bible in schools.
The belt at the Ultimate Fighting Championship was handed to the president-elect in this homecoming parade in New York.
I think it's positive for the world, to be honest with you. I mean, listen, no matter what side of the fence you sit on politically,
Exhibit
you cannot
A.
deny.
Exhibit A. Dana fucking White. We need more schools now. Yesterdoodle.
Listen, no matter what side of the fence you sit on politically, you cannot deny that there's almost like this weight that's been lifted off the country right now. And
no, I'm on a different side of the fence than you, Dana, and no, I do contest that. Actually, I would vehemently disagree. The opposite of that has happened. I would say a mass anxiety has sort of taken hold, at least a certain part of the country. Maybe it's not this particular picture of the country. You know, I don't want to specifically. I wouldn't want to be considered a, an anti-white racist, but perhaps a particular part of the country that Dana here represents is feeling that way. But then I know a whole bunch of other people who are feeling the exact opposite, pal.
And this sigh of relief, and things were already getting better. He's not even in there yet.
But he is a believer in Trump's church. This is the base that rallied Donald Trump into the White House for the second time, with all his key fighters in attendance. From the influential podcaster Joe Rogan, who endorsed the president.
Every time somebody says something like that, for at least, like, I don't know, the next few weeks, I'm going to continue to say, no. Nobody took Donald Trump to the White House. What actually happened was Democrats suppressed their voters. Democrats suppressed Donald Trump into the White House, right? They suppressed the people. You know, that's a better way of saying it. The Democrats failed Donald Trump into the White House. No, there's still a better way of saying it. I'm going to figure it out.
Elect to the billionaire Elon Musk, who funded him and will join his administration. This was a work social with the boss. Donald Trump's pick for Health Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy, even
Elon, RFK, Dana White, and Donald Trump. What a fun get together here with the boys.
asked for a selfie. But one colleague was absent. The news anchor Pete Hegseth is the man in line to be Trump's defense secretary. He has been accused of sexual assault. Now his lawyer confirms that Hegseth paid...
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. Have you seen this group? No. I mean, he fits perfectly into this foursome. It's really a quintet missing its fifth member, if anything.
He has been accused of sexual assault. Now his lawyer confirmed that Hegseth paid the woman in a settlement, but denies any wrongdoing. But if there is uncertainty over Hegseth's future, allegations of this nature have hardly harmed the career of his boss.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. Okay, let's keep this moving on to this. If you haven't heard, Donald Trump has plans. We talked about them leading into the election. Here's one of them that he is vowing to keep. One of his election promises.
President-elect Trump confirming on social media he is prepared to start mass deportations of migrants accused of entering the country illegally. In a post on Truth Social, Trump seeming to confirm he will declare a national emergency and use military assets to carry it out.
I mean, the madness, it has to stop. So I think we start, all our energy has to be towards these convicted criminal aliens, and we go from there.
Trump already announced picks to join his administration to help fulfill his promise of mass deportations, including immigration hardliner Stephen Miller and newly named border czar Tom Homan. Some of Trump's other cabinet picks
all these people are fucking horrifying.
Both sides of the aisle. Even some Republicans expressing doubts that former Congressman Matt Gaetz can be confirmed as Attorney General.
Well, we'll get to that. Not quite yet. Getting ahead of me here, CBS Denver. Let's go now to MSNBC. Joe Scarborough has a word for us. This was an MSNBC short from 2 days ago. The words of a trusted news anchor. What do you got for us, Joe? Some sage advice?
1 out of 4 Americans voted for Donald Trump. A little bit more. About 1 out of 4 Americans voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay.
A little bit less. And in the swing states, Wisconsin, Donald Trump won by less than 1 percentage point.
Okay.
Michigan, he won by about a percentage point. Pennsylvania, he won by about 1.5 percentage points.
Sure.
This is a 50-50 nation. And I had a sign in my congressional office that said, if you want to predict the future...
No. There's 3 groups of people there, you dumb fuck. There's 2 groups of people who voted for 2 sides, and then a whole other group, bigger than either of those groups, that didn't vote. So, in fact, it's a trisected nation. Do the math, stupid.
A sign in my congressional office that said, if you want to predict the future, shape the future.
Oh.
So.
That's going to be a theme for a little bit here. Thanks for saying it yourself, Joe. Because, if MSNBC and CNN are going to be counterbalances to networks like Fox, then it's time to stop getting Republicans like Joe Scarborough to come on to, quote-unquote, shape the future. This guy should be the shape of the past. To talk about that, let's go here to the Galactic Report. I'm sorry, the Majority Report. Talk a little bit more about Joe.
There's basically people who are going to bow down to Donald Trump and those who are not. And let's just celebrate some who I am sure will not bow down to Donald Trump.
Resistance media.
Resistance media.
We need them now more than ever.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't
Let's
be
just start
prudent at
with
this
these
juncture.
guys, because these guys have real skin in the game. That's who we're.
So true.
Here is Joe Scarborough back in January of this year, just 10 months ago, talking how disgusted he was with Ted Cruz
yesterday
for supporting Donald Trump.
I'm just curious, how does that happen? How does somebody have their family insulted, their spouse insulted, their father? My God, we forgot. Trump accused Ted Cruz's father of killing JFK.
Yeah. Right.
And so he attacked his father.
Yep.
He attacked his wife.
Oh God.
I'm just telling you.
Horrifying.
I'm just speaking for myself. Most men I know.
Yes.
If somebody attacked their.
As a man, as an identity politicking man, must say, I am utterly outraged by this. We will be holding a support group, not right now, later, for any other mighty men of valor who too feel outraged for Ted Cruz in post in this moment, just so we can get through this together.
Father,
I will keep you up to date when those meetings will happen, probably in the Discord.
I'm just speaking for myself. Most men I know, if somebody attacked their father and attacked their wife, game over.
Yeah.
Game over.
Just don't come back.
They would spend the rest of their time going after that guy to take him down politically. Game over. But in this case, he's proud and enthusiastically supporting a man.
Look at it. Look at Melania looking at him. She's disgusted by how much of a cuck Ted Cruz is in this moment. Even Joe Scarborough is utterly can't even come up with words to describe it.
Killed JFK.
All right, I mean, we get the point. Game over.
That's what it means to be a mighty man.
That's what a man does.
So true.
You come after my family, you come after my wife, buddy. It's game over. Look at this. Remember when Donald Trump said this about
his wife,
Mika, and I heard poorly rated Morning Joe speaks badly of me. Don't watch anymore. And then how come low IQ crazy Mika along with Psycho Joe came? Wait, where's the other one there?
Horrifying.
Mar-a-Lago for 3 nights in a row around New Year's Eve.
That he would go after not just Joe but also Mika. What kind of horrible person would go after Mika's intelligence as a woman, as a man, as a man? I take offense to this. Mika's basically Morning Joe's wife. Does Joe have a wife?
I can't
imagine
where's
a woman.
the other one there? Yeah, to Mar-a-Lago for 3 nights in a row around New Year's Eve and insisted on joining me. She was bleeding badly from a facelift. I said no. Oh,
wow.
Man, you know what? Game over, buddy. You don't come for a guy's wife, right? Right, Joe? Here, listen what Joe was talking about Donald Trump. This was just, when was
Wait,
this?
is Mika his wife? Wait, Mika is literally, are they actually married? How did I not know that? Wait. This is, you just broke my, what just happened? What? Huh? What? I don't understand. Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski are married? My God.
last year. Last fall.
2 days. He threatens.
I don't understand how I missed this. It seems like everybody in chat knows about it except for me. And I feel like I'm pretty much, like, it's my job to know these things. And yet somehow this one slipped by me through the cracks somehow. Mika. Oh my God. Oh, wow.
It says the chairman of the Joint Chiefs probably should be executed. And then he says that the news network that is most critical of him should be taken off the air. This is not a reach. I could go back and talk about Nazi Germany, and I do it without any concerns whatsoever. And if people can't start drawing the parallels, well, you're just stupid, or you have your head in the sand, or you're one of them.
Yeah.
But I'd rather.
Yeah. No, I mean, this guy, I love it.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe,
Seriously.
for your service.
He's a hero.
I mean, and when you hear words like that, you realize that deep down Joe is, realizes that they shouldn't have been so chummy with Donald Trump in the run up to 2016.
Exactly. Exactly. But now he is ready to put up a fight.
They knew they had done wrong. They were sucking up to power. They were sucking up to Trump. And these are people who clearly learned their lesson and are deeply principled. In fact, here, listen to what they said today.
Over the past week, Joe and I have heard from so many people, from political leaders to regular citizens, deeply dismayed by several of President-elect Trump's cabinet selections, and they are scared. Last Thursday, we expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself.
Wow. It's disgusting. What is this? Mika, he called you low IQ. Joe, this was you just recently saying something about shape. What was it? We have to hear this again. What's happening? I'm very confused, chat. Please, somebody help me.
Harris, a little bit less. And in the swing states, Wisconsin, Donald Trump won by less than 1 percentage point.
Move it along,
Michigan, he won by about a percentage point.
For the love of God, move it
Pennsylvania,
along.
he won by about 1.5 percentage points.
I should slap you right now.
This is a 50-50 nation.
It's not. We talked about
it. And I had a sign in my congressional office that said, if you want to predict the future, shape the future.
Well, it's time for us to start shaping the future. And I am envisioning the shape of a suitcase, or a box, actually, because he doesn't live there. It's just, a cardboard box filled with Joe Scarborough and Mika's personal affects, because they are screwing us. They are screwing us while they are screwing each other, literally. Apparently, something I did not know. But it's apt. It makes sense that they're literally in bed with one another as they not only get into bed with Donald Trump, but with fascism. Something that they were recently very concerned about. And I think if MSNBC is going to be some sort of counterweight to Fox, if CNN is going to be a counterweight to Fox, as they claim to be, as often literally everybody says that they're left-wing networks, it's time that they embraced at least a little bit of left-wingness and got rid of the Republicans. Okay, I mean, forget the neolibs, the Democrats. Okay, that's another conversation to have entirely. But we've had enough. I've had enough of these paid, these talking Republican heads getting paid millions of dollars to tell us stuff that literally just got Donald Trump elected. Essentially, the kind of rhetoric that Kamala Harris embraced, that got no Democrats to come out and vote for her. And got us in the situation that we're in right now. Let's quickly look at this. This was a vote on the House floor just yesterday on Mr. Matt Gaetz.
Republicans on a congressional committee voted against releasing a report on their long-running investigation into Donald Trump's nominee for Attorney General, former Rep. Matt Gaetz. The outcome is a temporary reprieve for Gaetz, who faces allegations of sexual misconduct as he works to personally secure his embattled nomination to be the nation's top law enforcement official.
Whoops.
On Wednesday, he met privately for hours with Republican
That photo is
senators
hilarious.
considering his confirmation.
This is the best photo ever. It's very representative of what's about to happen.
Rep. Susan Wild of Pennsylvania said the House Ethics Committee, which is evenly split between the two parties, voted at a lengthy closed-door meeting and that no Republican joined Democrats who wanted to release the report.
I could have sworn I heard a bunch of Republicans claiming, we'll get to that footage later. But it's funny because I could have sworn they were all very interested in this report. But, it's not shocking
I don't want reality.
that Republicans don't want reality, at least in the light of day. Maybe in closed-door hearings. But, yeah, let's now move it along to this, which happened only a little while ago, earlier today, about it was like 8 hours ago, I think. This is Fox News with the information for us. They were on the story. What's this? What's happening? Breaking news?
We have breaking news this hour. Matt Gaetz is stepping down from his nomination to Attorney General of the United States. Many said this was the most contentious of the nominations made by former President Trump.
Oh, no.
And he has announced categorically
Now
that
it's
he
not
will
gonna be
not
a
be
distraction.
seeking confirmation
This
to
isn't
the
even-
post of
It's not even 2025. How is this going to be a distraction for people?
He has announced categorically that he will not be seeking confirmation to the post of Attorney General. Here are his words. I had excellent meeting with senators yesterday.
Excellent.
I appreciate their thoughtful feedback and the incredible support.
How excellent could it have been if he is stepping down? It couldn't have been very good, even. I mean, I would categorize that. I mean, maybe during the meeting they told him he was going to get $1 billion or something. But in a meeting in which I'm basically told to my face, I would assume, that I needed to drop out by people, that he would, not be super thrilled about it. But apparently it was it was an excellent meeting. Shock. And thoughtful feedback too from Republicans. It doesn't sound like Republicans. Thoughtful feedback. No feedback. Sure, they got plenty of that, but thoughtful. I don't know.
Of so many. While the momentum was strong, it is clear that my confirmation was unfairly becoming a distraction to the.
Oh no, an unfair distraction. Well, while we're talking about that, let me actually look for some of that thoughtful feedback. I'm sure there's some footage of it. Just gonna check my computer here. No, that's not very thoughtful. Nope. No, that's actually just downright rude. No, I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sure I'll find some later. I don't have a ton of time for research at this moment. I'm sure there's plenty of thoughtful feedback that Republicans have given it in public, of course. It's just hard to find in the moment. Let's go back. Wow, what is this, Sunday Fun Day? The heck is happening? How many Majority Report bids have we done today? 3? Oh, this is out of control. What's happening?
Here is Pramila Jayapal on MSNBC this weekend. I love Michael Steele's sort of meek response here where he realizes oh, I'm part of the problem.
Yeah, no kidding. See Rachel Donald's 19 November Substack article. I don't know who that is. I'll look it up. Thank you for the sub. Not the sub. Thank you for the super chat, Nadia. Whoops, what did I just do?
He realizes oh, I'm part of the problem.
Republicans. I would just say to people who think we should be Republican light on a whole bunch of things that at the end of the day, if you could have the real thing or you could have a light version, what would you pick? You'd probably pick the real thing if you were oriented in that way. I get the regular Coke every time. And you would lose all of the people that are actually part of the Democratic base or could be a part of the Democratic base. I've been saying this for a long time. And when I look at the numbers, that is what I see. It isn't just this election. It goes back. I just went back to 2012. We are increasingly losing working people and poor people in this country because we're not delivering for them on the things that matter.
But aren't they moving to the right?
Well, they are, but that's because they feel like the system is broken. And Leader Jeffries did a great job of describing this the other day in a press conference that I saw. They feel that the system is broken. And they're right. They're right. Housing is too expensive. The price of stuff in the grocery stores, too high. They can't afford, their kids can't afford homes. I mean, the idea of even having a down payment for a home, I'm sorry, people can't afford the rent.
Seriously.
It's too expensive. And that's not just in Seattle or Los Angeles. That is everywhere. Opioids on the streets, really ravaging communities. And so they feel like, listen, you guys said you were the party for the working class. It's not working. And by the way, big money campaign.
Exactly, because we embraced big money. We embraced this sort of neoliberal belief in so many corners and touted that as being the solution. And it's just unappealing. It's unappealing to a lot of people.
With Republicans and with billionaires, once again, does impact how people think about what the contrast is. So if you're a working class person who has just felt like your life is getting worse and worse and worse, you might just say, listen, I've been with this party the whole time. I'm going to throw it in, and I'm going to try to go for the guy who's going to blow up the system. So I think there's a lot in here. It's not just one election. I don't think that we can just blame the candidate who had 104 days to get this done. I think we really have to be willing to look deeper at what has been happening over time. Why didn't we raise the minimum wage when we could? We haven't raised the minimum wage. Minimum wage is passing on the ballot. Why
didn't we codify Roe v. Wade instead of leaving it as a Supreme Court decision? Stuff like that, which I was complaining about. Not last year, but I mean at the beginning of this year.
We haven't raised the minimum wage. Minimum wage is passing on the ballot in Trump states. Paid sick leave is passing. 3 states. Paid sick leave passing on the ballot in Trump states. And we've been saying this for some time. People will turn against other people, whether it's immigrants, whether it's whomever, when their own situation is not good.
And I want to make something else clear here. Steele tries to make it like people, they're turning to the right. No, they're not turning to the right. They are turning to the only other option because if it's not working one way, they think it's going to work the other way.
Maybe we do.
Yeah, and when you have people like Michael Steele, literally a guy who failed at, a Republican Senate and presidential run, then wound up being governor of, was it Virginia or North Carolina or something like that? Either way, he's a Republican through and through, from beginning to end. And you got those people framing the narrative, shaping the future, as Joe Scarborough put it, on supposedly left-wing networks, but offering sort of milquetoast, middle of the road solutions on it, rather than what Republicans are actually suggesting people do on other networks. It continues to bring people to this center that doesn't exist, and it doesn't and pushes everybody else away. Right? If there's anybody that exists that's being pulled to the center, as we saw, that number is not enough to win elections. That much is for sure, which is why Democrats need to reconsider how we're doing things, not let Republicans frame the future of the party. Otherwise, there is no future of the party. Might as well just, like somebody said in chat at one point, might as well just make Liz Cheney the head of the DNC.
to deport everybody.
And it's not. I mean, I don't even think that they think that. I think they're just like,
well,
I pressed this button before,
yeah,
and didn't get what I wanted. So I'm going to press this button. I don't even think that there's like, well, you know, it's a function of deport. I think it's just like, I tried, vanilla last time. I didn't like it. It didn't agree with me. I've never liked chocolate, but I'm going to try it because maybe it's better. I mean, it's like,
yeah, I think to some degree that is absolutely the case, you know, because it's a binary choice. People don't like, you know, Jill Stein did not have the backing and didn't even have a cohesive message. So, you know, there is no other option. And so it's like, and the fact is like, I keep harping on it. Donald Trump did not turn out some massive number. It was barely bigger than what he got in 2020. It was Democrats who failed to turn out. It's just how it turned. This is how it worked. Just look at the numbers. It's just from 2020 to 2024, Democrats lost millions of votes. And they did not go to Republicans. They just didn't go and vote. All right, now let's talk about something which, you know, may genuinely be irrelevant, honestly. And the way that it's being framed is hilarious. Here's CNN from a couple of days ago. Can Trump be sentenced after he leaves office? What is that, 2029? Yeah, let's go into the future, people. Time for a little wish casting here from CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We have breaking news coming into CNN right now. The Manhattan District Attorney has agreed to postpone Donald Trump's sentencing in his criminal hush money trial. The president-elect was found guilty of 34 felonies in his case.
Like so many things involving the president-elect, this is uncharted territory, with Trump being the first convicted felon elected to the nation's highest office. We're covering this from all angles, and we begin with CNN's Paula Reed. Paula, tell us what you've learned.
So we've been waiting for this decision because the question is, what happens to President-elect Trump's sentencing that is scheduled for next week? And here, what we're learning is that the district attorney has made it clear they're going to reject and try to defend against any effort to dismiss this case. But they are open to delaying this sentencing for up to 4 years because they understand that it's going to take time to litigate this issue of the future of this case.
So yeah, the next what is it, 9.5 minutes are essentially this. Okay, all right, it's not quite, there's maybe a differing opinion in here somewhere, but it's like, it's basically democratic wish casting. Well, CNN, it's not even, it's like a CNN's wish casting specifically. It's like, God, we didn't do enough. Maybe Donald Trump will get put in jail in 5 years. What do you think? Let's talk about it. It's just so dumb. And we don't have time for it, but I thought it was worth a laugh. Let's move on. I mean, maybe it'll happen, but it's literally not worth our time. We'll talk about it in 5 years. How's that sound? Because unless they do something about it now, which they're not going to, because the judge in New York already said they're not going to. It's just not, there's nothing to talk about. Narwhal, thank you for the super sticker. Look at that happy little puppy. Much appreciated. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Fact is we are on the wire with some galactic bills, so all your donations are much needed and appreciated. Each and every one of you, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube or PayPal, Cash App, or Patreon. All the places, so many places now. It's almost like a full sentence just to list off the places that we have available now. It feels kind of legit, does it not? Too long have we gone repressed, unable to to claim that we have all the places. Now we do. Let's move on. Oh my God, what is happening? Okay, we are this is out of control. It's out of control. This is what happens when how many days? 3 days without a stream, and then this happens.
I can't wait until RFK makes fast food organic.
Well, look, I mean, here's the thing. Honestly, like I have a little bit of a struggle with the RFK thing, because some of what he talks about is a good thing. In fact, they tried to do this under Obama. They've tried to do it in many instances, you know, basically encourage more healthy eating. Now, some of the problem are chemicals. There are definitely chemicals in our foods that are illegal in Europe.
Yeah.
Like, I won't allow my kid to eat Skittles, for instance, because...
Now, one thing that I don't hear RFK talking about at all, which I think would be, I mean, talk about beneficial. I mean, this would change health around the nation. But if you were to, I don't know, have the government nationalize, like things like Dollar General, Family, all these dollar stores that are just litter poor neighborhoods and rural areas around the country that only offer processed foods, turn them into like actual grocery stores that sell, you know, fresh produce and things like that. The health outcomes would be insane in terms of like the benefits to go from eating, you know, Velveeta to, like, it would be, my God. Talk about
do some
change.
research. There are dyes in Skittles that
that's
are
communism.
considered carcinogens.
Yeah.
Now, maybe not at that level, but we don't really know. And certainly in Europe, there and there are other foods that are just absolute garbage. And when and Kennedy's also talking about preventing pharmaceutical companies from advertising.
It's not like anybody's proposing shutting down the roads. I mean, or maybe they are. I haven't heard any Republicans suggesting this yet. So, I mean,
directly
just kind of sticking with the trend.
Consumers. And I think that's probably a good thing too. What I really love about it, on balance, what I really love about it though is I want to see a member of the Trump administration push for more regulation. And most of it is going to be good. He's going to deregulate stuff. He's going to say, well, you know, we're not going to have mandatory vaccinations. Mm-hmm. And so it's going to be dangerous to send your kid to schools. And of course, this is going to be most problematic with low income kids.
Or be in danger.
The fact of the matter is in the context of like, let's say just New York City, for example.
Compromised people.
When you look at the hepatitis dangers that exist for young children, and it's mostly dangerous for children because, you know, hepatitis can be completely lethal to those kids.
Absolutely.
Hepatitis is more prominent in low-income areas. So you're just going to see an explosion of disease.
Yeah. No, and we were kind of talking about this earlier in the stream. We're going to move forward in this a little bit to talk about a particular situation here. No more. Yeah, I mean, having no more ads for prescription drugs would be huge. It would also be a massive blow to the economy. Well, not massive, but it would be a blow to some people. Not, you know, not regular people. But it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? You know, marketing for drugs. Oh, my God. But it would be great to be, you know, catching up to some of the other supposedly modern democracies out there in the world on things like that. Because it's not like it improves health outcomes at all. We all know what it does. Just one thing. All right. Yeah, we're not done with this, but I just... can't watch this whole video. We've been watching so much Majority Report. It feels a little crazy.
fucking crazy pill.
Advertising sector that you could be a part of. And I have a hard time believing that with this constituency under Donald Trump, that Bobby Kennedy's going to have any success in standing up to
100%
a very, very wealthy industry that is interconnected, like with TV ads and pharmaceuticals. I mean, there's billions and billions of dollars at play here, and there just isn't the political will within the Trump administration to change that.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, I'm only saying that this would be, it conceivably could be a wedge issue. So to just be clear on what you said there, because this is important for this. Who will win in a will of a contest in terms of like Kennedy's deeply held beliefs in eating healthy food, right? Or will he capitulate?
It's a great question.
Like
when will we get
Joe
that
Scarborough
answer?
did to Donald Trump. Here is Bobby Kennedy on Fox and Friends in late October.
So just a few weeks ago.
Who, where Kennedy was like, well, it's not hypocritical, even though Donald Trump likes
McDonald's.
Yeah.
President Trump was cooking him at McDonald's the other day and giving people French fries. And people criticized me, and they said, well, he's out there giving fast food. And I said, I don't have anything against fast food. I'm against food that has seed oils. When I was a kid, McDonald's was made with tallow fat. That was good for you, and your body needs that. It makes you.
Jesus Christ. What does RFK's body need to stop his voice from sounding like this? It's horrifying. Oh shit, I didn't even see the super chat. Thank you, Nadia. Another super chat. What is this? How many super chats have you done this stream? COVID's peaking at, what is that, circa? What is CA dot? Fourth highest level? I don't know what that means. California? I'm at a loss.
Why aren't we making it with tallow fat again? In England, McDonald's has a McDonald's French fry has 3 ingredients in it. It's like potato, sugar, and some oil or tallow. Yeah, salt. Sorry, potato, salt, and some tallow fat. In our country, it has 17 ingredients. Wow. Oh, and none of them are good for you.
So many ingredients.
Okay, so there you have it. Like, he's okay with fast food, just not McDonald's because of all the seed oil.
Yeah.
McDonald's uses like rapeseed oil and sunflower oil, and like he says, 17 other things.
Oil.
And this is going to be a test. Will Kennedy be able to influence and genuinely make the country healthy again?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because, there are skeptics out there who say, well, I mean, does Kennedy really have an ideology about this? Or was it really just like...
I am offended. I am offended by that. He, like I just said, he is a mighty man of valor. Mighty men of valor do not give in to whims and the wind. RFK has integrity, of course. You won't be changing on some sort of, the drop of a dime.
To sell himself off to the highest bidder with Trump or Harris.
And this is how he commodified himself.
And he commodified himself in that way. So some people say, oh, you shouldn't trust Bobby Kennedy. He's a Kennedy. He is from American political royalty. He's not going to bend to Donald Trump's will. This is a guy who, have you seen this guy, how many push-ups he can do? Do you understand how much testosterone that takes?
That's what it means to be a mighty man of valor.
To do a push-up like that? Like,
Sam
you
can't
need
do
to be
push-ups.
injected with testosterone to do those many push-ups.
Almost.
Well, or maybe.
Or literally.
Yeah.
But my point is that if you're out there wondering, can you trust Bobby Kennedy, who is presenting maybe some of those things that are good, and then obviously a lot of things that are like really bad, to fold in front of Donald Trump and his cronies? Well,
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I'm
Bobby. Why would you do this? We trusted you. Did you hear my speech just now? You're making me look bad. I just got done telling the people that we could trust you and that you're a mighty man of valor and integrity, and now I look like an idiot. Great. Cut that. Cut that last 10 minutes. All right, let's move on. Pretend that didn't happen. Different timeline. Never happened. Let's go to a place that makes sense.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. We end today's show looking at President-elect Trump's latest nominees. Trump has nominated billionaire Linda McMahon to head the Department of Education, which Trump has pledged to shut down. McMahon is the former CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment. She headed the Small Business Administration during Trump's first term. She gave at least $15 million to a pro-Trump PAC during this election. She and her husband, Vince McMahon,
this is a good
were
investment.
recently sued for failing.
This is a good investment, okay?
Follow the rich white man.
Stop a WWE ringside announcer from sexually assaulting young boys. Vince McMahon also has been sued by a former WWE employee who accused him of sexual assault and of trafficking her to.
I gotta say, so far, it seems like either pay to play or something. It's basically, you could quantify how people got these jobs in a way that is, as some might call, corrupt. So many of these people either directly donated to Donald Trump, literally gave interviews for Donald Trump on mass media, or it's a little it's a little wild just how blatant it all seems to be right now.
Boys. Vince McMahon also has been sued by a former WWE employee who accused him of sexual assault and of trafficking her to other men. We're joined now by the education historian Diane Ravitch, who served as Assistant Secretary of Education under President George H.W. Bush. Diane Ravitch, thanks so much for joining us. In these few minutes we have with you, talk about this latest nomination by President-elect Trump. Talk about McMahon.
Yeah. Well, I had to learn about her because she is not someone who's been engaged in the field of education.
Yeah, she's certainly not engaged in the field of education. Unless you call, leaving your kids in front of the TV education type of thing. Because she has been on the TV. Does that count as learning?
About her because she is not someone who's been engaged in the field of education at all. She led the Small Business Administration in the previous Trump term. President-elect Trump has a habit of choosing people who have either a desire to destroy the department or who have no experience. She falls into the latter category. She does not have any experience in education, although she spent 1 year on the Connecticut State Board of Education, but otherwise she's a businesswoman. She would have been well qualified to head the Commerce Department.
That is being really generous,
that's the job
actually.
She wanted, but her job now.
It's hard to even call her a businesswoman. Really, I guess she is. She's really just sort of a sideshow. And oh god, I'm not even gonna get into it.
the Commerce Department, and apparently that's the job she wanted. But her job
Honestly,
now,
in some ways, I feel
according
kind of
to Project 2025 and everything that Trump has said, is to eliminate the Department of Education. She is not qualified to run the department because she doesn't know anything about it.
I mean, she's another person who I would qualify as being, well, unqualified to do pretty much anything. Name a thing aside from WWE that she should be involved in, and I would say that I should be 0.
It's hard to say whether or not Congress will go along with the president's desire. He cannot single-handedly abolish the Department of Education. This is something that has to be done, if at all, by Congress.
Yeah, and I'm sure Congress will be, standing in the way of that resolutely, stoically. Republican Senate and House of Representatives will just object, on ideological grounds on the dissolution of the... I can't finish that sentence. We all know that Republicans would love to destroy the Department of Education, or at least dismantle it to the point that it's just funding charter schools and rich neighborhoods. And then everybody else can kind of just, I guess, learn from like a PragerU video. Like, we'll just put like a really big monitor in like the middle of cities, and kids can kind of like voluntarily go down there and watch PragerU videos in the center of town. That'll be like efficiency, right? We can't forget they're going to cut out $2 trillion from the budget, so they got to be efficient. That's going to do it. That's that. You know what I mean? Like, that's really, I hate to be a cold and callous person, but that's a great way to cut down on the budget. All right, let's. Of course, I'm kidding, but it does feel like that's basically what we're gonna get. All right, let's talk about one of these other appointments that's been going on here. Dr. Oz.
A final question. This from the New York Times. She's played an influential role in laying the groundwork for a second Trump presidency as the chair. Sorry.
I put it in the wrong spot. My bad. I was too busy making jokes and not focusing on my job.
Historian Diane Ravitch, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being with us. We're going to have to leave it there. We're going to continue to look at this. Former Assistant Secretary of Education under George H.W. Bush. But we're going to turn right now to President-elect Trump's pick for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, the well-known TV personality. CMS is the agency that oversees health coverage for 150 million people, part of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you. I love that. Amy's classy but ruthless, because she could have referred to Dr. Oz as a famous doctor technically, but that would have been disingenuous and much less fun than just referring to him as a fucking TV person, which is exactly what he is. He doesn't practice medicine, and it's a correct yet harsh sort of description of him. Hey, thanks for the super sticker, PP, to Citrus Fruits, giving us a little bit of music. Much appreciated.
Agency that oversees health coverage for 150 million people, part of the Department of Health and Human Services.
So good for everybody.
Last week, Trump picked the prominent vaccine skeptic Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to head HHS. Dr. Oz unsuccessfully ran for the Senate from Pennsylvania in 2022, backer of privatizing Medicare. We are joined right now by Dr. Robert Steinbrueck, director of Public Citizens Health Research Group. In these 2 minutes we have left, Dr. Steinbrueck, talk about the significance of Oz if he's approved to head CMS.
Well, thank you for having me. It's a strange choice. Dr. Oz is a physician, which is good, but his background really has nothing to do with the Center for Medicare's and Medicaid services. It touches half the country in terms of providing medical care. It's a complex bureaucratic organization which also has regulatory structures. Dr. Oz is a celebrity physician. He's promoted various treatments and supplements of a dubious
dubious. He's trying to think of like a diplomatic word. I would say dubious validity, or like literally any like efficacy or scientific basis. Some might call snake oil. By the way, you know why I like to think of the little baby lemon, as YouTube is supposedly naming that a character as a lime, is because I like to think of them as lemon and lime. You know, it's like Sprite flavored super sticker. You know, it's refreshing. Epi Mew with a super sticker. What is it? Whoa. What is that face about? Oh my god. Did his college renege on his grad? You know, I actually am not familiar with that particular detail. But let's talk about some of his, you know, worst, or well, just a variety of his sort of failings in this regard. There's really not even failings, because he's made a shit ton of money doing it, right? And so I mean, in many ways, society sees it as success, even though it's probably harmed some people. And probably, certainly, taking money unjustly from people. Hey, well, look at that little lime go. Thank you, Sasha G, for the super sticker. Okay, what was I doing? I have too many friends. Do I? I mean, I feel like we have a beautiful community here, and I don't know if it's too many, though. I welcome all of you, and appreciate you all. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Trying to watch Last Week Tonight without getting copyright struck on stream.
Doctors. They're among our most trusted professionals. Nearly 70% of us rate them highly on ethical standards. True. Our lives and occasionally our balls are in their hands.
More
Which is
often
why
than
it was
we'd like,
especially troubling last week to see this.
With his syndicated TV show, magazine, and website, Dr. Oz has become one of America's most trusted docs. But on Capitol Hill Tuesday, he was on the hot seat.
Excuse me, but any seat Dr. Oz is sitting on is the seat. So, what did the doctor do?
They criticized the talk show host for describing untested weight loss supplements as magical or miraculous.
Ooh, magical, you say? I'm intrigued. Can I find my wallet fast enough? Magic.
For describing untested weight loss supplements as magical or miraculous.
I want you to write it down. Garcinia cambogia. Because it may be the simple solution you've been looking for to bust your body fat for good. Now I've got the number.
You know, maybe we'll all get like government subsidized weight loss pills. Thanks to Dr. Oz. That'll be really exciting. I wonder if they'll work.
One miracle in a bottle to burn your fat. Lightning in a bottle. It's a miracle flour to fight fat.
Oh, miracle.
Are you a doctor or an Old West traveling salesman? Have I got something miraculous for you, ladies and gentlemen? A monkey's paw mixed with 5 petals of a rose and a thimble full of otter semen.
And you know what? You can find this yourself, but you might not be able to. This is it's probably hard to see. A 17-minute video, and it's not 17 minutes of other stuff. This is just another 16 minutes of incredibly similar examples of this guy doing really questionable stuff for a supposed doctor. So him being in charge of, you know, half the nation's, like, you know, medical services, access, and other things, it is problematic, undoubtedly. Oh God, what do we do next? That is a troubling pick. Very troubling. All right, let's go here. Donald Trump had more picks this week. This is from yesterday. Trump taps Lutnik. Let's talk Lutnik.
Well, it's time for a look at what's making news in the world of business. For that, I'm joined on set by Charles Pellegrin. Hello, Charles.
Hi, Karis.
We're starting with Donald Trump's pick for Commerce Secretary.
The President-elect of the United States has chosen the CEO of Wall Street firm Cantor Fitzgerald as the head of the Commerce Department when he takes office in January. Howard Lutnik is a longtime friend of Trump's, even appearing on the reality TV show The Apprentice. He was also co-chair of Trump's transition team. The Commerce Department oversees a number of different areas, including tariff implementation, export controls, as well as regulating ocean navigation and undertaking the census. He espouses.
What's so great about this is this guy's definitely not part of a swamp. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. He's a Wall Street CEO. I'm sorry. I meant he's basically what I thought that MAGA people thought was a swamp. This guy is, a super rich Wall Streeter who's going to be in charge of whether or not you have a job. All right, not quite, but I mean, to some degree, he's going to have, he's going to have a great deal of influence on the economy, and so that's bad. It's probably bad if you don't like swamps, but hey. No big deal. Probably fine. Where are we on time? We're doing okay. Let's go here before we take a actual break. Democracy Now! Talk a little bit more about Trump's picks. And if you missed it, Donald Trump picked an energy secretary that it's going to be great. Any environmentalist or person who believes in climate change, well, get ready. This guy's going to just wow you with his plans for the future. It's going to be great.
U.S. President-elect.
I'm sorry, did I say great? I'm sorry, I was distracted. No.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report, as we continue our coverage from COP29 here in Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm Amy Goodman. We look at what Donald Trump's re-election as U.S. president means for the climate. Clean energy and environmental advocates are raising alarm over Trump's nomination of oil and gas industry executive Chris Wright to serve as energy secretary. Wright's a fracking magnate who's long championed fossil fuel production and publicly denied the existence of the climate crisis. He's the CEO of the Denver-based oil field firm Liberty Energy, serves on the board of Oklo, a nuclear power startup. Wright posted this video on his LinkedIn profile just last year.
There is no climate crisis, and we're not in the midst of an energy transition either.
So great. So great. This guy, he's going to solve all the problems that we're seeing with the climate. Wait, I'm sorry. I keep saying the wrong thing. This guy is going to do none of the things that we need because he literally believes that it doesn't exist, that there is no need for transition of energy because there's no problem. We have 43 likes. Oh my God, that's a lot of likes. I'll take care of that. Please hold.
Humans in all and
LinkedIn profile just last year.
There is no climate crisis, and we're not in the midst of an energy transition either. Humans and all complex life on Earth is simply impossible without carbon dioxide. Hence the term carbon pollution is outrageous. There is no such thing as clean energy or dirty energy. These 5 terms, climate crisis, energy transition, carbon pollution, clean energy, and dirty energy, are not only deceptive, they are in fact destructive deceptions.
Destructive, you say?
Wright is also known for drinking a fracking fluid bleach cocktail on camera to prove it was safe. In a statement,
this is idiotic. This is idiotic. And this is cult-like behavior that anyone else would even follow this man and do this. I'll bet it wasn't even actually that. Maybe it was. Hard to say. But this is disgusting. And no, it's not safe.
said Wright would be ushering in a so-called golden age of American prosperity and global peace, unquote. Trump's also announced North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum as his pick to lead the Interior Department, a position currently held by Deb Haaland, who made history as the first Native American to ever serve as cabinet secretary. Trump wrote in a statement, quote, "We will drill, baby, drill, expand all forms of energy production to grow our economy and create good-paying jobs," unquote. Burgum was also tapped to head a newly created National Energy Council, which will seek to, quote, enforce U.S. energy dominance, unquote, globally. For more, we're joined here in Baku by Manish Bapna, president of the NRDC, that's the Natural Resources Defense Council, and Natural Resources Defense Council Action. So we just have a few minutes at the end of this show. First, respond to Chris Wright's nomination, the climate denier, the fracking magnate, the man who drank bleach and fracking fluid on TV.
It is deeply troubling. It is startling, but shouldn't be a surprise in light of the fact of who nominated him. It's particularly jarring as we sit here in Baku at the climate COP. We're already flirting with 1.5 degrees. We have already kind of behind the game in reducing emissions. And now we have not only Chris Wright, but we have Doug Burgum as the head of Interior, potentially, and Lee Zeldin as the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. Yep. These are serious positions.
We are so screwed.
They're senior cabinet positions in the next administration for the United States. Charged with protecting clean air, clean.
We have literal climate deniers, fracking company CEOs, and just psychotic idiots running all of the most important environmentally related agencies. Oh, with Donald Trump at the helm. What can go wrong, people?
They're creating jobs for the future. And all of these nominations are just deeply troubling. They represent significant regression at a time when we need to see much, much greater progress.
So what are you doing about it? We said nominate. We didn't say they are appointed, exactly. Although that's what President-elect Trump would like to see, is recess appointments. So how are you organizing?
We are trying to shine a light on who they are and what they represent and how out of touch they are with what the public actually wants. When we see polling around the importance of clean air, clean water, protecting public health, creating jobs, lowering energy costs, the thing is that clean energy has been demonstrated to be more affordable, more reliable. It's more energy secure than a lot of the other options that people are promoting. We even see with the unprecedented progress that's happened in the last few years with the Inflation Reduction Act, an incredible set of investments taking place all around the country. The Inflation Reduction Act has generated 85% of investments in red districts, in Republican districts, 68% of the jobs.
Those people are going to be real sad when these jobs disappear. And that's one of the things that I think, people... I think I've heard a lot of different things in different places of people finding out that Donald Trump is serious about some of this stuff that he said, or not realizing things like Obamacare were the same thing as the Affordable Care Act, or that green jobs included this or that job that they or their family possessed already. And this is just going to be, we're just skimming the surface right now. The Trump administration hasn't even taken office yet. You know what I mean? Oh boy. And the fact is, we on this channel, the sort of vaguely bread tube channels focus. I think we are one of the most, climate focused, at least of the, because of course there's channels like, there's like a bunch of channels that are just climate stuff, but we do genuinely do it all, but we talk about it every single day, don't we? Or at least every day that we do the stream. And, we know here more than I think a lot of people just how bad things are right now. And if we get another 4 years of what have we been talking about? 2030? In 4 years will be the next president will be sworn in 2029, 1 year before 2030. Okay? And that, by the way, you can't solve the climate in a year. I don't know if you know that. Can't be done. Actually, let's take a pause. We're not going to break, but we are going to switch to a different topic, that being the growing of food. An important topic, no doubt. I'm just so glad Donald Trump is getting all the best people. He's going to solve it all.
What fruit do we need to grow that you would like?
What fruit could we grow that we don't already grow?
Yeah, I think you have everything.
She likes mangoes, but we can't grow those. Avocados, can't grow them either.
As Americans, we're used to having year-round access to just about anything, from tomatoes and strawberries to avocados. But not everything can grow here, and that comes at a cost.
We're next to one of the biggest cities in the world, and that's where the crops should be grown. They shouldn't be coming from the other side of the states or from over the ocean in a container that's sitting around and stuff. It should be, direct to the market.
The number of farms and what they produce for human consumption have been on a steady decline over the past few decades in the U.S. Instead, what's being grown is corn and soybeans, used for livestock feed and ethanol, or as cheap sugars, starches, and oils in highly processed foods.
In the U.S., we have nearly 1 billion acres of farmland. We have a population of just 330 million people. Yet we're not feeding ourselves. We are wrongly focused on growing and exporting these low-value crops that are not feeding us. And then we're counting on other countries to supply us with the high-value, healthy food crops that we rely on.
Yeah, this is very true. The United States does rely on a great deal of imports. You may not notice it, but if you looked at the labels on many of your fruits and vegetables, you notice that there's a great deal of them that don't come from your local, farmer's market, and not even from the United States.
These staple commodities, what soybeans and corn are called, have a special status, which grants them more federal aid. They fetch top dollars being exported overseas, and they're cheaper and less risky to...
By the way, we're actually going to be talking about farming a lot during this stream, much more than we normally do, that's for sure. I got multiple videos to talk about, because we also have 2 different farming protests happening in Europe, both in France and in the UK. So we're gonna be talking about farming. Talking about farming today. Where is Kowalski?
At the end of the day, farmers have to make the decision of what to do with the land that they have, and they have to make a decision in terms of what they think is best for their family operation.
So why isn't the U.S. prioritizing more of what its population needs to eat? And what can it do to change that?
It's a chipper apple. It's proprietary to Locust Grove. Most handsome apple we have. Being it's named after me.
Chip Kent is a 6th-generation Locust Grove fruit farmer in Milton, New York, in the Hudson Valley. This is his son Sawyer, a 7th-generation farmer. Like most U.S. farms, Locust Grove is family-operated.
24, they planted the vineyard down here, and this one, and then the quince orchard.
The more than 200-year-old farm grows an average of 800,000 pounds of mainly apples per year. Though Locust Grove did not share their annual income, New York State farms bring in an average of $80,000 per year after all expenses are accounted for, something called net farm income.
Now, of course, that income, that's after, like they said, all the expenses of running the farm. That includes, of course, salaries. And, you know, I'm assuming that they are under a business structure in which, you know, the owners also get salaries. So who knows exactly what they're getting paid. But that's still, you know, still not, it is not, you know, millions of dollars in excess money here.
Farm also operates a brewery and a U-pick orchard in the fall. Locust has slowly expanded from 60 acres to 100 by acquiring other, smaller farms in the area. Farms of Locust Grove's size only represent 28% of total U.S. farms. The largest 2% control 42% of all acres. New York State saw its sharpest drop in number of farms and acreage in...
Who is shocked the consolidation would come for farming too. So yeah, little farms like this, guys, are, you know, only a small percentage, 6% of the farms, right? But, you know, they're owned by a big portion of people somehow. Whereas, in terms of actually the number of farms, I'm saying it wrong. In terms of acreage, like in terms of the actual amount of farming being done here, right? Most of the farming is being done by massive agricultural conglomerates, essentially. You know, it's by these top 10%, right? Basically 7%, 2% here, controlling 75% of the acreage in the United States. It's massive. Then the rest of farmers, the 90% of farmers, are down here.
2% of all acres. New York State saw its sharpest drop in number of farms and acreage in decades between 2017 and 2022. Net farm income is forecast to plunge nearly 40% in 2024 from 2022's record high. That's mainly due to rising production costs and a drop in crop prices. Specialty crop farmers, like fruits, vegetables, and legumes, record higher incomes on average, but they're high risk, high reward because they're volatile. And don't get...
Yeah, and when you have the kind of weather, this is the other thing, right? That, because this is all tied in with climate change, with the dramatic changes in weather that places are seeing unexpectedly. Farmers are forced to make these decisions, right, in the moment before they plant those crops based upon what they're expecting, right? And if your expectations keep getting changed, well, you're going to have to try and find something that's more resilient, but may not, I don't know, provide more nutrition or more variety to people's plates, right? And we start going closer and closer to this monocrop disaster that we are heading down right now, and it's not good. We're going to keep talking about farming. We're going to go to one of my more favorite channels and away from one of my more hated channels, CNBC, although they do have very great production value. Although this next channel does compete for production value for a leftist pro-union channel, that being A More Perfect Union, of course. Take it away.
I'm a third-generation Montana farmer rancher. I raise registered Black Angus. I also sell about 1,000 ton of hay. The operations of a new tractor are really nice. Modern equipment has a lot of sensors, electronic switches. These power shift transmissions are wonderful. But during the busy season, the tractor kept shutting down for no reason. It was weird. It would just randomly shut down. And so I thought maybe it was something in the fuel system. I changed the fuel filter, but it kept doing it. So then I finally called our John Deere mechanic, and he said, really the only way we can figure this out is we got to hook up a computer and download the error codes. And I said, all right, can I come in and borrow it? Oh no, we don't do that. I said, okay, I'll rent it. How much does it cost to rent it? No, we don't rent it. Well, I had hay ready to bale, and that's a critical time because if you get a little rain, it could wreck the quality of the hay. He says, I can't get to you for a week. They aren't going to give me the tools to be able to fix it myself. I was stuck.
Illegal. John Deere is costing farmers and ranchers like Walter billions of dollars in lost income. And what John Deere is doing affects you even if you're not a farmer.
It has officially happened. Authorization denied.
A repair shop like mine, we're charging half what Apple would charge.
Almost a whole entire paycheck just to swap out some handlebars.
If I replace a component, it breaks something in the phone.
I just need a new battery. Come on.
Jesus,
Why is it so hard to repair the things we own?
I feel that.
So this is the tractor.
Yep, this is the culprit. It was just randomly shutting down. First thing we did was change the fuel filters in it, and it didn't really resolve the problem. So I was stymied at that point.
That's the only thing that you basically have the ability to do without the John Deere software.
That's exactly right. Yep. The first couple tractors I learned to drive on didn't have any electric controls. It was all mechanical controls.
Yeah, it's a different time now. Practically everything that we touch has some sort of electronic equipment inside of it, even if we're not thinking about it. And yeah, it means that we have some unseen overlords in many cases. We're going to talk about this more. And the fact is, this actually affects us on other avenues, if you will. If you notice that montage they gave us of like Apple phones, well, just I think it was just phones in general, as well as you know, like cars and other things they were going to. This is not just a problem of farming, which is why I kept both of these videos in this half. Oops.
Air wasn't cheap.
The part itself was about $150, $160. And the labor to actually change that part was about $300. But my bill was almost $5,000.
This is why those repair restrictions exist. Service and repair work can yield John Deere 5 times more profit than new equipment sales.
John Deere's profits grew by 61% in recent years, and their CEO's salary grew by 160%.
Wow.
Was this a faulty sensor? It only took them
a lot of money.
A couple hours to swap it out.
Is that something you could have done yourself?
Oh, certainly. Yep.
Okay.
As long as I had the software.
You know, when I heard that number
in the computer.
When I heard that number the first time, and I'm just like remembering it right now again. You know, when I heard this number, 296.8 million, right after we got done talking about how much they were charging these guys, these farmers, for what should have been much cheaper things, I start adding it up over that 90% of farmers, and I think, geez, I wonder how many farmers it took to pay that salary. You know?
So you need the software both to diagnose the problem and then also make the actual part repair.
Yep, that's right.
That strategy of requiring software to install a new part, it's called parts pairing, and it was invented by Apple, who's been a real leader in the.
Now, this is something I'm actually personally very familiar with, because I actually am one of those weird people who fixes their own phones and electronic devices, because it's something that I just know how to do. So, you know, taking apart and putting together these kinds of things makes sense to me. It's how I was able to build this space station here. And, you know, this is an incredibly frustrating situation. And it should genuinely be illegal, what they're doing, in my opinion.
Repair space. They also glue.
But here's the thing, like, you know, with Lena Khan at the head of the FTC, Merrick Garland, you know, at the DOJ, we had a chance, or not as Attorney General, we had a chance, maybe. With, well, not Attorney General Gaetz, I guess, whoever's going to be next, and I don't think he's even announced a new FTC. I'm sure it's going to be wildly bad. Just like they're just waiting, because they all hate Lena Khan so much. Like, she's the bane of all of these motherfuckers' existence. We're going to get the quintessential opposite of that, and it should be a horrifying future for all of us as consumers.
phone batteries, so you can't just swap them out when they die. And they use proprietary screws to make it harder to get into their product. Other companies have followed suit, making it more expensive for us to fix our devices, kitchen appliances, video game consoles, cars, and so much more.
Harley-Davidson Screaming Eagle parts only, and only installed by Harley-Davidson mechanics. If you install anything on your motorcycle, your warranty is voided.
Taylor, the manufacturer of McDonald's ice cream machines, makes 25% of their profits from repairs. So, like John Deere, they lock their machine software so only an authorized technician can fix them. And stores end up waiting weeks for one to arrive, which is why McDonald's soft serve machine is always broken.
Too much! Y'all wonder why the ice cream machine's still broken!
For 3 generations, Walter and his family have been fixing their own equipment. But now, John Deere isn't just restricting them from doing so. They're arguing that farmers don't actually own their tractors. So, a quick primer on property rights. If I go into a bookstore and buy a book, I can confidently say I own it. I can do whatever
That's revolutionary.
I want with it. Read it, lend it, resell it.
Like, that genuinely feels like in this day and age, like it's almost like we've destroyed the idea of ownership in just for the sake of the profits of like 3 dudes. Like, I can name them, you know, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and like Bill Gates, basically, right? Like that's the world that we live in now.
I can even take a power tool to it and turn it into a lamp. This is all thanks to a very old provision of copyright law called the First Sale Doctrine.
Once a copy is sold to a member of the public, the publisher or the rights holder no longer has control over that copy. That's how we have public libraries in the United States, for example. It's why we have used record stores and Goodwill.
The First Sale Doctrine draws a clear line between intellectual property and the personal property of consumers. But in the digital age, that line is becoming blurry. If I go to Amazon's ebook store, I'm clicking a button that says buy, and I'm paying them money. But according to Amazon, I didn't buy anything. I only licensed it. When you frame a transaction as licensing instead of selling, the consumer rights we get with the First Sale Doctrine don't apply anymore. Instead, those rights...
Yeah, and you know, this is one of the problems with our current system of copyright law and all this licensing stuff that we got going on. I mean, it's just a framework of just ways to take advantage of consumers, essentially. And you know, it shouldn't be shocking when we have sort of the assumption that many government people leave government to go to the private sector, and because of that, those people often leave loopholes open for people to take advantage of things like, you know, FTC regulations, you know, and depending on who's in office, you get different people in these places, and you know, downstream effects of those things get seen. You know, it's like a slow boil, if you will. Right now, we're the crabs. Okay, perfect timing. Well, I hope you have all been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done those 2 things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as our existence is predicated upon your help. Got all sorts of great ways for you to make galactic contributions. Twitch, YouTube, finally, Cash App, PayPal, of course. But my favorite, Patreon, as it's the quintessential symbiotic relationship in this galaxy, where you get all sorts of super sweet benefits, and I get just, you know, the best cut of all 3 platforms that I use here that get you benefits. So do consider it. Think about it. You can have an avatar right here at the pool with me, or at the bar, or at the lake, or on the street. One of these many sets we use here on these intermissions and the after stream. You can now shout outs. Secret, all sorts of secret stuff. I don't even have time to go down the entire list. You just have to go check it out yourself. You can become a free member because, you know what? If you just go to Patreon, become a free member, you might get gifted a Patreon membership right now because Patreon has made it possible for that to be a thing. And not only that, I would remind you that you have 8 days now, 8 days left to get a super sweet discount on being a Patreon member. That's right. What did I do? 50% off? It's basically free. It's like $1.50 to become a Galactic patron right now. So do check that out. Anyway, chat, enjoy the space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. My phone died? Now, some people say you can't have more than 2 halves. First off, mathematically that's not true. Also, we will have as many halves as we need to get through this goddamn stream. I make the galactic rules, and I say all the halves. Okay. Well, time to get to the environmental in full, and I guess we'll start in the Pacific Northwest. Let's go to CBS News from a few days ago and talk about this bomb cyclone, which, at least at the time, was heading towards the Northwest. However, at this point it's already hit. That's for sure. Fix my mic. What's wrong with my mic? What is wrong with my mic?
Well, look at this. Video to our monitors take us to the Pacific Northwest.
Check.
Wind and heavy snow catching a lot of people in Washington by surprise.
We were sinking down to our waist, so.
Yeah, it was waist deep snow. We pulled in the parking lot, and everyone was getting their ski gear on. And we're like, crap, we left our skis at home.
I've said that before. But man, the next time they go up, those ski lifts will be moving, and Jess, here we go. First snow of the season, and skiers getting excited to see that.
Skiers are so excited, and there's lots of pros and cons, of course, with this storm, because we're starting to see that snow stick to the ground, and ski resorts are going to get open. However, this storm is associated with an atmospheric river, and it's a strong one, so our coastal communities are going to take the brunt of it with all that heavy rain that's right around the corner. Let's dive into that. I want to start off by pulling our hemisphere up so you can kind of see this storm.
Whoa.
Storm in full force. You head over into the Pacific Northwest. As we zoom out, you'll see that storm starting to move its way in just well offshore right now. Actually, you can barely make it out as the sun starts to rise this morning. We're seeing light amount of snow and rain throughout that region, but it gets heavier.
Okay, well, that's good enough to start us off. Now let's move forward here. 2 days ago now, NBC Montana.
The time is 6:58. We are starting out with temperatures in the teens this morning in Butte, 20s to right around that 30-degree mark elsewhere. Not expecting a huge warm up today. In fact, both Butte and Bozeman staying below the freezing mark. You will see mostly sunny skies though, so it'll look a bit warmer. Could have a couple of isolated showers off and on throughout the day today for you in Kalispell. Shower chance really starts to increase though as we head into your Wednesday night and Thursday. That's when we see 3 to 6 inches over Lookout and Marias passes. By Friday and Saturday, Valley locations really starting to see some of the.
So yeah, Montana also planning on getting hit by this storm. Seems like everybody was bracing for this thing. It did hit yesterday in full. I guess it was technically now. It's technically Friday now, so technically Wednesday. In full. Let's start in Washington, as Seattle was absolutely smacked by this thing. Is this Como? No, King 5.
And for the last few hours, there have been several emergency calls of downed trees and power lines across the region.
In Linwood, this storm appears to have turned deadly after a tree fell on a homeless camp. King 5's Madison Wade just got to the scene. So Madison, what are you seeing out there?
Well,
Well, right now, Steve and Jessica, we can tell you that crews are here at Alderwood Mall Parkway in 170th. This is just north of the mall tonight. And like you said, this storm has turned deadly. A woman in her 50s was found at a homeless encampment beyond these trees here. A tree fell down, hit her, and killed her. Her body has been taken away from the scene right now. Investigators are on scene. We do want to show you some video from the east side, not too far from Linwood, about a 35-minute, more than 40-minute drive from here. This was very dangerous, for us included. We were getting some video of trees that were down in the road when another tree fell, blocking us in. We were able to get out of an apartment complex area. Thankfully, to safety. There are buses that are trapped right now. People, we're hearing trapped in their cars as well. The east side is very, very scary right now. Trees are falling on top of homes as well, and trees just down in the roads all around us. We were hearing the trees cracking and that loud roar from the winds as well. It's really dangerous, and Bellevue Fire is telling people on the east side and really everywhere, if you are inside your home, to stay inside your home, get away from the windows as well, because again, those
pretty powerful fucking winds to be downing trees like that. Some of those trees are freaking huge. You'd assume that they're, you know, pretty well rooted. But, yeah. Like she said, at least one person dead at this time. But according to my information, at least 2 people died in Washington from this.
trees can come down at a moment's notice, and if you're near a window, it can be very dangerous. They're recommending people to get down to the first floor of their home for safety and to stay inside. We really want to reiterate.
Okay, let's keep going through these videos here, get us to current.
It is a first alert weather night with that infamous bomb cyclone hammering western Washington right now. Tonight we are hearing countless reports of trees and power lines knocked down by the storm. This was the scene in North Seattle where a fallen tree smashed a car. Our mountain passes are also getting slammed with heavy snowfall right now. You want to...
Good question. Why do they call it a bomb cyclone? I believe they call it a bomb cyclone. This is my limited understanding of it. It has to do with the drop in barometric pressure over a period of time, right? I don't know the exact metrics that it needs to hit for it to be declared that, you know, that's where my obvious, you know, lack of knowledge sort of shines through here. But I do think that I'm pretty sure, at least, that my, you know, explanation of that is correct. Essentially, is that so? And this one, if my memory serves correct, actually dropped in pressure like 3 times as fast as it takes to be classified a bomb cyclone. So it super fast. It was just wild.
Avoid driving through both Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass as those blizzard conditions are only expected to worsen overnight. This is King 5 News at 11. I'm Greg Copeland. We are also learning that more than 500,000 customers in Western Washington are without power right now. King 5 has team coverage all around the region for you. Coming up in a few minutes, we will have an update on the hardest hit areas, primarily on the east side, but we're going to begin with our chief meteorologist, Mike Everett, who's been tracking it all. Unpack it for us.
Hi. Well, first of all, we experienced a hurricane force wind in one part of Western Washington tonight. I'll tell you about that in a moment, but we remain in first alert through the night tonight, and the top story remains that blustery, gusty wind. That's going to be into the early morning hours of Wednesday. I'll tell you exactly when it stops coming out. Power outages, and remember, if it's bad now, travel's going to be really difficult across the region first thing tomorrow morning. As Greg was just telling you, we also have whiteout conditions in the mountains. Even though the highways have been opening and closing, we're just asking people to avoid mountain travel altogether. That will improve dramatically tomorrow as well. And then on top of that, we've got king tides that have already been affecting some of the ferry crossings, but now it's making the waters across Puget Sound and especially the coast.
Typhoon in the Pacific. I think it's a typhoon or a cyclone in the Pacific. I think it depends on what side of the international date line it is. It might be. I can't remember exactly how it's I think that's all a cyclone really is. It's just a hurricane in the Pacific. I think the typhoons are the ones in the Pacific that affect Asia. They're going that direction rather than towards the United States. At least I think I could be wrong on this, honestly.
Downright dangerous, where we've seen waves up to about 24 feet. The big eye-popping number tonight is a verified number coming out of the National Weather Service. Enumclaw saw a 74-mile-an-hour wind. That is the minimum threshold for a Category 1 hurricane. You think it took down some power lines and trees? You bet it did. Now, Camino Island...
Yeah. Thanks for the jokes, pal. Appreciate that. Okay, let's keep it moving now. Go to the Today Show. From yesterday.
Overnight, hurricane-force winds packing powerful gusts up to 80 miles an hour, wreaking havoc across the Northwest. The so-called bomb cyclone taking aim late Tuesday.
Oh my God.
Knocking out power to more than 500,000 people in Northern California, Washington, and Oregon.
This is my street. It's literally fully dark.
Fire and rescue teams in Washington responding to downed power lines and trees. One woman killed when a large tree fell on a homeless encampment, and 2 people were taken to the hospital after a tree fell on their trailer. While in California, an atmospheric river, a large plume of moisture, drenched the coast, while turning to snow in the mountains.
It's going to bring some significant precipitation to portions of Northern California. We're talking rainfall totals 10 to 20.
Well, if you haven't picked up on it yet,
winter is coming.
That's right. He's right. Winter is coming.
Inches possible with feet of snow, several feet of snow in the highest terrain. This is likely to result in significant flash flooding and landslides.
The storm system, one of the strongest to hit the West Coast in decades, is expected to last through Friday.
We got flashlights, batteries, water, canned goods. I'm all stocked up. Because who knows, right? These are small roads. Anything could happen.
Smart.
And with the sustained rainfall, the rising snow totals, the worry from officials is twofold. It is the extreme possibility of mudslides and, of course, flooding. Right?
All right, Steve Passion for us there in California. Steve, thank you.
All right, let's get more on the forecast. Ellen's in for Al this morning.
Thank you. All right. Your neighborhood got spared. That's good. That's good. You are on this side of the country, aren't you? We have people all over, don't we? It almost seems like every single one of these events that we look at, like the weather events, somehow we have somebody in chat who was either just barely spared by it or like affected. I think right now, didn't somebody else say, Charlie, did you say that you lost power? I can't. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's just keep this going.
At least 2 people have died as a powerful storm known as a bomb cyclone moves through the northwestern U.S. Hundreds of thousands of residents remain without power in Washington, California, and Nevada. And Northern California and Southwest Oregon are now experiencing an atmospheric river, essentially a river in the sky. Those areas are expected to see heavy rain, possible snow, and mudslides throughout the rest of the week. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans is following things for us in Washington State. Carter, sounds like power is still out for a lot of people. What are conditions right now?
Right, that's a big problem. At least the storm has subsided. It's calm right now, no winds. It was ferocious, though, last night. In some areas, they had hurricane-force winds. And if you had a tree with a weak root system near a power line, well, this is what it does. These are power lines coming across the street here. Crews are going to be working all night to try and repair this. But they haven't even gotten to this one yet. We got stoplights out. Homes are dark throughout the area. Hundreds of thousands of people still without power. But here, this, mainly a wind event.
Wow. How?
It wasn't a wind event everywhere, though. And this storm system was massive. It hit all up and down the coast. Well, not all up and down, but it hit from... I think it even hit some parts of southern Canada, like in southern... BC, I think, got like a tiny bit of it. Went all the way down to like northern California. So huge path. The storm wasn't just the path; it was just the width of this storm. Really, it's not like it traveled up the coast in a way, in a real significant way. Just fucking huge. Excuse my language. Let's go on now. I don't know why I just switched us. We're not done. I'm going to skip this one though. Go here to NBC Bay Area. As the Bay Area was hit by part of this storm, which caused an atmospheric river. We've seen those in the past.
This afternoon, the Pacific Northwest is cleaning up after a storm that exploded into what is being called a bomb cyclone. At last check, 2 people are dead and over 500,000 residents are without power in its wake. The region there is now bracing for a new threat.
Oh. Sorry, this is not the one I meant to go to. I meant to go here to NBC Bay Area. That's better.
On this first night, we're already seeing the flooding, the downed trees, and the power outages. Let's bring in NBC's Terry McSweeney from a rain-soaked Santa Rosa. Terry, we just saw the numbers that Jeff was talking about.
Yeah, it's been pretty much nonstop all day and into the night here in Santa Rosa. In fact, this is pretty much the lightest that it has rained. Fire chief telling me that the gauges they have around the city showing more than 5 inches of rain, and that was as of 4 hours ago. So far it's been manageable, but this storm's got a long, long way to go.
Flooded streets in Santa Rosa tonight. The water about half a wheel deep in places, cars splashing along, despite the sign saying the street is closed. A man who drove round trip from Santa Rosa to Sonoma today says, overall,
people are being fairly safe, driving the proper speed, given the road conditions. Roads aren't in the greatest condition either, so you got to be really careful.
Over on the 200 block of Barnett Street in Santa Rosa, it wasn't just rain coming down. This tree came down too, and boom, boom, out went the lights for a couple dozen folks. Laura and Eric decided, while waiting for PG&E, go get some KFC.
Refrigerators, we don't want to open them up so that we can make sure our food lasts through the night. We have no ETA yet from PG&E when the power will be coming back on.
Next door, Larry O'Neill, basking in the glow of his solar lighting, described the tree fall and the ensuing light show.
Yeah, I was sitting right there, and through there I could see all the sparks from the transformer.
Okay, let's see. Oh, we have one left. The last one. This is from earlier today, CBS Mornings.
That deadly bomb cyclone in the northwest. At least 2 people have died after the storm slammed into the west coast, snapping tree limbs and damaging homes and roads around Seattle. The system also brought intense snow to Northern California, forcing highway traffic to a standstill. Carter Evans is in Renton, Washington, just outside of Seattle. Carter, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. That bomb cyclone sure lived up to its name, blasting through the Seattle area. Now, about 24 hours after the storm, this is a pretty common sight. You got power crews everywhere working around the clock, replacing snapped poles and down power lines.
I just had a tree hit my house, and I think it may have fallen on my wife.
The Bellevue Fire Department got that 911 call just after a tree fell onto a home, striking and killing a woman in the shower. I can't imagine what that must be like for him, knowing his wife is still there.
Why are you smiling
He can't get to her right now.
We're doing the absolute best
doing?
that we can. It's looking like we might have to get a crane out to lift the tree up.
Across the Seattle area, the bomb cyclone did overwhelming damage to some neighborhoods, and the historic storm brought gusts over 50 miles per hour.
Does it feel real?
No, I'm just gonna imagine I'm in a nightmare.
In Bonnie Lake, this woman said she heard the crashing sound of a tree fall onto her house. Now it's unlivable.
I'm a single mom with 2 kids. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to have a place to live for a while.
Yeah.
In Northern California, a second powerful system known as an atmospheric river is fueling the storm there. Our Rob Marciano is in Eureka, about 230 miles north of San Francisco.
The onslaught of wind and water continues. Massive waves coming in here, 10 to 20 foot breakers punishing this coastline, and the rains have been relentless.
And in the mountains, more than a foot of snow forced a shutdown of a section of I-5, putting these big rigs at a standstill. You know, they're making pretty good progress here.
Okay, well, this storm hasn't completely passed, as you can see, causing all sorts of different conditions for all sorts of different people, depending on where you are on the longitudinal lines on the Earth right now. Latitudinal lines. I mean, my brain just broke. You know what I mean. Where you are, on that line there on the coast, get different weather. All of it kind of shitty, seemingly, for different reasons. Seems fun. And by fun, I mean the opposite of fun. I'm sure at some point, somebody down the road will enjoy that snow. But for now, causing a lot of problems. All right, now let's go across the country to the New Jersey, the tri-state area, really. First, let's go to New Jersey, where they've been fighting fires, brush fires, due to the just incredible drought the tri-state area has been seeing over the last 2 months.
That's some breaking news in New Jersey, and yet another wildfire is burning, this time in Lakewood. You're looking at live pictures from Newscopter 7. The fire is close to homes, and right now it is not contained. Shannon Sohn with a bird's eye view of this latest fire. And Shannon, you can see those flames snaking around down there.
Yeah, and they certainly are. This fire has been burning since this morning, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, 0% contained at this point. Firefighters now estimating about 30 acres on fire. We just wanted to start in tight there.
Latitude, yeah. I know. That's why I corrected myself. I was just, even though I know what the right one is, it still gets mixed up in my head when I'm trying to describe it. Like, I don't know what it is about it. Like, like in the moment, I feel like it's still easy for me to get them mixed up while I'm trying to describe that, like the position of something, and that's a problem, especially for somebody who's in space so much.
Firefighters now estimating about 30 acres on fire. We just wanted to start in tight there so you could see that ring of flames, but you can see that the smoke is pushing this fire. But as we come out, we're going to bring up Street Spotter 7 so you can get an idea. Seminole Drive, that is on the north side of the picture. You can see all those houses there, and we're just going to draw a line here between the two, about 700 feet separating those homes from those flames. On the positive side, you can see that the smoke is blowing to the east. It's heading towards Route 9. So at least it is.
Okay, so yeah, and there's been a bunch of these popping up all over the place in northern New Jersey, a few in Pennsylvania, just an incredibly unusual number in the New York area, and some. There has been at least some degree of at least from me personally of concern that some of these may have been said intentionally. I have no evidence for it, honestly, aside, well, actually that's not true. There is one that was verifiably done by, was actually a park employee. He was arrested actually last week for one he set in New Jersey. I think it was New Jersey, or was it Staten Island? Well, I can't remember. It was in the area. But while we're in New Jersey, let's also talk about that drought, which I mentioned. It is causing some very crazy shit to happen here.
Brush fires, one byproduct, as we saw from Lindsay's report. But another very tangible side effect are the water levels in the reservoirs. And this is all across our area. Sam, you've been telling us about at least the New York reservoir. Yeah. I mean, 20% down?
Let's get into New Jersey.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the Wanacue right there. So John Del Giorno is over. John, I know you fly this every day, and you're the one who alerted us to what a dramatic difference you see. And that's why we're doing this in the show today. So tell us what you see and what it normally looks like.
That's right.
This is insane. Like, I mean, this whole, you can see where it turns light, that is like sediment that's supposed to be covered by water, right? You can see where the coastline should be, way back here, essentially. It's not there. This is wild.
And this picture really tells itself. And we first spotted this, I first noticed it last week when we were covering the Jennings Creek wildfire, which is just a few miles north of here. But it caused me to really do a double take out of the window of the helicopter. This is kind of what we saw. I'll show you from the tail camera, and you can really see how jarring that visual is. So these are live pictures of the Wanacue Reservoir. This reservoir was built in 1928. This is the second largest reservoir in the state of New Jersey, and it can hold about 29 billion gallons of water. Now, I found some stats online from the North Jersey District Water Supply Commission. As we stand here today, the Wanacue Reservoir is only at about 44% capacity.
Oh my God.
That's really a staggering number.
It's
the water
15
level
billion.
has been steadily declining here since the month of June, and the
15
water
billion
level is
gallons
down
missing.
a full 16 feet from where it was on this date last year. Now, we've been talking about the rainstorm that's coming through this week. It's really not going to put much of a dent in the water levels here. Sam, I think the only good part of that is that at least it tamps down the immediate danger of wildfires in this area, because we really need some rain on that top layer of the dry leaves. But this is the scene.
You can see pretty clearly like where it should be, right?
Up over the Wanacue Reservoir, really just a staggering sight. It's folks flying. I noticed this the other day too. I was flying commercially into Newark Airport, and I saw this out the window. But what's really more than that, if you're flying into the area, you see this in New York State, you see this all the way out in Pennsylvania. These reservoirs are really, really low.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's bad. Let's look at some more footage. That was from 2 days ago. This is from yesterday out of NBC New York for a more up-close look.
Here in New Jersey, evidence of the drought can be seen all over the state. It's making a historic mark. This is on the Manasquan Reservoir. It's at its lowest level in 30 years when it was first filled. News 4's Adam Harding live now. Adam, really, truly an incredible sight behind you.
Natalie, this one really is remarkable. If ever there was a visual representation of what this drought has done to this region, look no further than the Manasquan Reservoir behind us right now. We are not supposed to be standing where we are. This is typically underwater, but tonight, because they have not seen rain in months, conditions are only getting drier. It's a sign of our unusually dry stretch of weather. The water all but gone in part.
Remember, people, we just got done talking about how the new, sorry, which one is he getting? Not Department of Energy. Is it an Energy Secretary? The new Secretary of Energy is going to be a climate denier, climate change denier, and a oil magnate, right? He's a fracking CEO. So this picture, you better get used to this shit. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I wish I had some sort of, I like to have constructive, like positive stuff, but with the future being one filled with climate deniers and energy CEOs being in charge of our energy policy, it's hard. It's difficult to find these sort of optimistic moments in here at all right now. I'm struggling.
The Manasquan Reservoir.
We've never seen it this low, and a lot of the birds are looking for water because there's just no water around.
Yeah. It's almost a great place to end it.
The reservoir hasn't been this low since it was built. The extreme drought providing fuel for wildfires across the.
I should tell you something. It hasn't been this low since it was built. So historic.
State area.
We're trying to conserve water because of the, the shortage and all of that. We definitely need some rain. There's been a lot of fires in the area.
That's the terrible part. I feel so bad for these people.
There's no words for it, for what, almost 3 months now without any steady rain, so it's pretty crazy.
Let's put in.
You notice that one woman said these people. It's everyone continues to sort of detach themselves from these things. Or not everyone, many people I see here on a regular basis think this way. When really you should be worried about what's about to happen to you very soon. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't have empathy for people, but we should be talking about this as a us problem and not a them problem. But unfortunately, especially in the Western world, we are enabled to do that oftentimes by practically everyone, and it's only going to get worse, especially in the United States. Oh boy. What next? Sure it'll be something good. Oh, what's that? Oh, good. Let's go to the Washington Heights.
We begin tonight with a familiar story, yet another brush fire burning in the city. Firefighters working right now to put it out, battling another day of dry conditions. This fire happening in Upper Manhattan, in Highbridge Park, near Washington Heights. And that is where we find Alicia Reed, live at the scene. Alicia.
Christine, firefighters are dealing with bone-dry conditions out here. It is fall. Leaves are all around us, but they're very, very dry. And I want to show you just how dry the conditions are. Just that easily, the tree came apart. And right behind us, firefighters for the last hour were battling flames right in this brush area behind us, waving that hose left and right. And just moments ago, they turned that hose off. And we're waiting to get updates from the FDNY any moment now. But what we do know is that the brush fire at last check was at 10 acres. It extends from West 155th Street to West 170th Street off the...
This is in the middle of New York City, okay? This is just like off the Hudson right here.
Harlem River. Harlem River Drive South and the 8th Avenue Harlem River Drive South interchange is closed to vehicular traffic at this hour. There are lots of cars having to turn around and maneuver the road closures. Drivers should expect traffic delays and heavy smoke in the area. And this fire comes on the same day the FDNY announced its new brush fire task force in response to the ongoing drought and surge of wildfires across the boroughs. The team has...
This is insane. New York City does not have fires like this. It just doesn't. All right, let's go down to the Amazon rainforest where Joe Biden decided to be the first sitting U.S. president to visit. Here's a teeny tiny glimmer of hope. So small you can almost not see it, some might say. I wouldn't say that, of course, but some would say it, I'm sure. I'm thinking it. I'm not saying it. Now, Joe Biden is in one of these helicopters. Of course, it's really good for the environment when you have to fly 3 different helicopters for security purposes. But that is what they gotta do. Now, as you can see here, the Amazon River Basin has actually been in a drought of its own, just like New Jersey and many other places on the planet. And it's not good. Mostly because that river is super important for the rainforest it feeds, which feeds the, well, I don't know, the planet, oxygen, Not all the oxygen, but it's a good, hefty portion of it. An important portion. For sure. Let's just move along now to this. Was Joe Biden attempting to say words in this sort of a sentence, I guess you might call it.
Becoming the first sitting American president to visit the Amazon to claim the first International Conservation Day. It's true. Some may seek to deny or delay the clean energy revolution that's underway in America. But nobody can reverse it. Nobody.
Well, you say that, but many of the things you did by executive order are by definition reversible, unfortunately. Didn't get a ton of legislation passed, so, you know.
With today's proclamation, I'm proud to announce, first, the United States Development Finance Corporation will mobilize hundreds of millions of dollars in partnership with a Brazilian company to reforest the Amazon. Second,
we're gonna move on from this video, which is making me tired. Actually, I'm gonna move on from this whole goddamn thing. It's enough. It's enough, Biden. You could have chosen not to drill baby drill your first 2 years, but you did that. And I don't know, you could have worked harder trying to get legislation done, but you didn't do that. And you know, now you didn't do enough. You didn't do what you said you were going to do and step down and let some have an actual democratic process happen. And you fucked us. Now we got Donald Trump and his entire ilk coming along to ruin anything that you're imagining you did. Now let's go across the pond to Iceland, where a volcano, the same volcano in Reykjanes, is erupting now for the 7th time this year. Well, if you know me, if you've watched this channel enough, I love volcanoes. Can't help myself. I find them beautiful, both in their destructive power, but just in their visual aesthetic. I mean, it's just, all of it is just, it's always fascinated me. That said, I don't know if we need the planet warming right now. Not super helpful. Should probably keep the lava inside. I don't know. I know there's exactly 0 ways to do that, but it's fun to pretend. Alright, let's go to the UK, where, if you have forgotten already,
winter is coming.
And the first snowfall across the UK has caused school closures and travel disruptions. God damn you. Why do you insist on randomly pausing my videos for no good reason? London was hit by a bout of light snow, while parts of the north were blanketed. Leicester FC published footage from Seagrave of their footballers playing in the snow. Met Office yellow, severe weather alerts for snow were in place. across northern Scotland, Northern Ireland, Central, and something Wales. The weather has created difficult driving conditions around the country. More than 220 schools were closed around the UK, including around 40 in Wales. Meteorologists say the snow is caused by an Arctic maritime air mass and predict cold weather for the rest of the week. Baramu. Did you see them? They don't even look cold. They honestly look warmer than I am right now on the space station. Heater's broken. All right. Let's all right. Where next? Ah, yes, staying on the winter theme.
Winter is coming.
Winter is coming in Bosnia-Herzegovina, in the former Baltic state. I guess it was former Yugoslavic state, actually, I think. Look at that. Truly beautiful. Just a bit of light snow. Look, chat, I found something not terrible for us to watch. Isn't this nice? Enjoy it. Don't think about what's coming next. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Really beautiful, and it's not so deep that, you know, like it's just picturesque. It makes you think wintry thoughts. It feels like something bad is going to happen. Do you feel like I'm lulling you into a sense of security right now? A false sense of security? Maybe everything is going to be fixed by the end of the stream. What do I know? I'm just the guy who sets it all up at the beginning of all of this. I guess that would mean that I probably know. Okay. Well, you know what? Uh-oh. What's that? Oh, God. Galactic police are coming for me. Elon Musk paid them off. Bastard. Okay. Alright, no, we're fine. We're fine. I fended them off for now. Don't worry. Don't worry. We are going... Oh, wait for it. Oh, I tricked you. I felt like you deserved a little positive trick. Let's look at a genius way to protect the ocean. Truly, it's not just the title of the video, but it's how I feel about this. I think it's fucking awesome. If you haven't seen it yet, well, get yourself ready for this work of art, literally and figuratively. Where's my sound?
Just off the coast of Tuscany, there is a magical place at the bottom of the sea. These marble statues serve a purpose much greater than it might first appear. In fact, they are the front line of an ecological war zone between illegal fishing trawlers that are destroying the seafloor and one fisherman who stood up to protect the ocean he loves.
Io attaccavo le barche col gommone. Io ho provato col filo spinato e le bombe sott'acqua e ho rischiato la vita perché mi volevano ammazzare.
This is the story of how one of our planet's most diverse ecosystems was almost annihilated by corporate greed, and how one man's passion sparked an uprising, showing to the world that sometimes evil can best be defeated by beauty. We sent Cameron from Planet Wild to Talamoni, Italy, to join a unique alliance of artists, fishermen, conservationists, and Navy divers, fighting to protect a delicate underwater world with the power of art, 250 tons of material, and the most ambitious logistical operation in our 1.5-year history. We are Planet Wild. Welcome to Mission 21.
You can't tell me that this isn't already super cool. Am I wrong? I mean, come on, it's pretty good. And you don't even know the purpose of them yet. So, like I said, if you're not already, buckle those seatbelts in, folks.
On the coast of Italy, there is no shortage of beauty. The art, the food, the sense of community, it comes at you from every angle and fills your senses. But above all, there's the sea. Here in Talamone, the Mediterranean is at the heart of everything, and it's impossible not to lose yourself when you look out to the horizon. Beneath the waves, there was once a thriving ecosystem, nourished by underwater meadows of the seagrass Posidonia. This keystone species is so important that it was named after Poseidon, god of the sea. And here's why. Posidonia acts as the lungs of the Mediterranean, sucking up huge amounts of CO2, 15 times more than the same area of the Amazon rainforest. And in turn, it provides the sea with vital oxygen. So this rich environment is the perfect habitat, food, and nursery grounds for hundreds of creatures, and some that you wouldn't imagine in your wildest dreams. Scientists believe that Posidonia can live for more than 100,000 years,
basically the
making it possibly the oldest
sea.
organism on Earth. But suddenly, in a very short period of time, so much of that beautiful underwater world has vanished.
Illegal.
To find out what happened, I'm meeting someone who knows these waters better than anyone. Paolo is a fisherman, and like generations before him, he fishes in a sustainable way, providing for his family and his community, not taking more from the ocean than it can naturally replenish.
The job of being a fisherman and my passion for the sea is what made me leave school. And certainly, the fisherman who chooses to do this job is somewhat like the sea's guardian, as he lives in close contact with
This closeness
nature.
with the sea allowed Paolo to see what other people couldn't. Something was very wrong beneath the surface. He gradually realized that what he was witnessing was nothing less than the destruction of an entire ecosystem.
And he knew exactly who was to blame. Industrial fisheries have developed an immensely destructive fishing technique designed to maximize the extraction of life from the ocean. It's called bottom trawling. Ships drag weighted nets for kilometers along the seafloor, hoovering up anything and everything that's in their path. And much of that has no commercial value to them. So many of these dead and dying fish are...
Has anybody yet figured out what's about to happen and what these statues are for? Anybody? And no spoilers if you've already seen it. That's cheating. Okay, I'm gonna keep it going. I don't see any guesses.
bycatch are simply thrown overboard. On the seafloor, trawling leaves behind a desolate wasteland. Those ancient underwater meadows of Posidonia, gone, along with all the habitats, nurseries, and food they provided to marine life. And what about those immense amounts of carbon stored? Also gone. It is estimated that bottom trawling releases 370 million tons of CO2 into the atmosphere every year.
Climate and
According to
everything are the
WWF,
same
the
word.
Mediterranean is now on the verge of burnout because what was once an underwater paradise has become the most overfished sea in the world.
Bottom trawling is actually illegal within 3 miles of the coast here, but it's not strictly enforced, and trawlers know that they can get away with it. So Paolo began a decades-long fight and became a vigilante ocean protector, searching the waters for illegal fishing boats and scaring off these dangerous characters with unorthodox methods.
Io attaccavo le barche col gommone, ma ho fermato le imbarcazioni, ho lanciato i razzi quelli di soccorso. Io attaccavo i pescherecci con lampeggiante della polizia. Io ho provato col filo spinato e le bombe sott'acqua. E lì ho rischiato la vita, perché mi volevano ammazzare.
But it just wasn't working. The boats kept coming, and his activism was becoming dangerous. Paolo needed to find a better way. He knew by now that the only real way to stop them would need to be physical, a heavy barrier underwater that would rip the trawlers' nets and make it impossible to pass through without damage. But he also knew that he had to get the world to pay attention. And so Paolo came up with the most beautiful way of stopping the destruction. And we are going to help him.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I love it. It's my favorite. it's one of my favorite stories of the week. Oh God. So about it. This sort of synthesis of art, activism. It's just, so good. So good. We need more. We need more like that. I'm afraid what's next is not great. It's literal garbage. I'm sorry.
Plastic bottles, jerry cans, and other debris block this major hydroelectric dam in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. So much so that several cities are regularly suffering power cuts. Each day, cleaners attempt to extract the waste. But despite their efforts, the plastic accumulates, shutting down the dam's machinery for hours on end. That's having an impact here in the city of Bukavu.
Can we watch him do it?
Belize says regular power out.
Maybe we'll watch the second half of that video Sunday Fun Day. How's that sound? It's Friday right now, technically, even though this is the Thursday stream. We'll do it Sunday Fun Day. It's worth a second watch. I get it. I feel you.
Machinery for hours on end. That's having an impact here in the city of Bukavu. Metal worker Alex Mbalizi says regular power outages mean they can't weld, creating delays in completing orders. If only there.
So yeah, there's so much trash getting caught up in the hydroelectric dam that is causing power outages in the Democratic, well, the DRC. It's hard to call it the Democratic anything. But yeah, that's not great. And the fact is, Africa is dealing with a trash crisis, not only because they essentially became the secondary dumping ground after China stopped allowing certain, the primary dumping ground really, after China stopped allowing a lot of plastic waste and other things to come in, as they got sick of trying to recycle it. And they just didn't need the resources, essentially. So many African nations have taken the world's trash, but also there's a unfortunate lack of, what do you call it, like infrastructure to deal with trash in places like the DRC, and so it's like a multifaceted problem that needs to be handled. But certainly some portion of this problem is that of Western nations. Let's talk a little bit more about that here. PBS NewsHour in Ghana. Not that far from the DRC.
An estimated 20 million people are thought to earn their livelihoods in the global waste industry, collecting, disposing, repairing, or repurposing a wide range of materials and products. But the cost and consequences of handling waste are borne far more heavily in developing nations. In his previous story, Fred DeSam Lazaro reported on the impact of used car and electronic waste imports in Ghana. Today, the waste from textiles. Fred's report is in partnership with the Pulitzer Center.
If you've ever wondered where most of the clothes you took to the thrift store go once they've been picked over, this is one likely destination. Kantamanto Market in Ghana's capital, Accra. I got here at 6 on a Saturday morning and business was already in full swing. As she's done for years, Lizzie Nalturi snipped open a bale of denim jeans. It was fresh off the boat, but a good part of the pile, she said, way beyond well-worn.
All this you are seeing here is trash.
Is it torn? Is it faded?
Yes.
What is it?
It's torn. And some are faded. Nobody buys it.
It's pure lottery. Vendors don't know exactly
What's
what
hilarious
they'll find.
is that some of those, I'll bet, are intentionally torn and faded by the companies that made them. Just different sort of taste in different cultures, you know.
It's pure lottery. Vendors don't know exactly what they'll find in the bundles they buy from importers of used garments.
Are there some good days and some bad days, or
They're all the same.
Joyce Asiama is sorting through her own mourning pile.
They're all bad.
all bad?
Yes. Look at the colors. It's too black, 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 black. It's not good. They like the bright colors like this. You have to reduce it, the price.
You have to reduce the price.
No, yes. See how this one is also. They don't like it.
You're looking for stretch waist.
Yeah, yes, stretched waist.
Some days, Nalturi says she discards up to a half of these clothes.
Throw it to the dustbin.
Throw it in the dust.
Yeah. Not good. Not good. We got to do something about this waste. This is literally the main reason. One of the main reasons for what we're dealing with climate-wise is overproduction for pure capitalist reasons. Zero utility. This is stuff that got thrown out by Western society. Africa now has it, and they don't want it either. So why does it exist? Why was the cotton picked? Why were the machines, why was power, oh my God. How much? And the fact that this stuff got put into another box and then shipped somewhere else to Africa using more energy just to be thrown into the garbage again. What?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
What's happening? And it's only going to get worse. Somehow it's only going to get worse. We're going to be fighting against a landslide, a veritable landslide of garbage. It's going to be like a combination of idiocracy and Wall-E level of garbage. Okay, I'm being dramatic, aren't I? Or am I? We could watch more of this, but I think we got the point across. How are we doing on time? 5 hours in. Okay, we're doing good, actually. I planned on it being a long stream. That's why we started 2 hours early. We are going to do global news, no matter what. We are almost through climate news. Thankfully, because it's just extra cheery today. All right, let's go here to, shit. Where's this? Azerbaijan? My brain just broke. This is somewhere like in the Fertile Crescent, I'm pretty sure. Or like Western Asia. You know what I'm saying. BBC News 3 days ago. The Gilgit-Baltistan glaciers. How climate change is putting lives at risk in the third pole.
Forbiddingly beautiful, ice-laden, precarious. Here in Pakistan-administered Gilgit-Baltistan, jagged glaciers, blackened by soil, number over 7,000. They're under threat.
Researchers say that they've seen the weather become more extreme, more unpredictable. And that doesn't just have an impact on these incredible glaciers, but on the whole environment. And as the landscape changes, so too does the shape of people's lives.
This is what happens when a glacial lake bursts.
Yeah, and
tearing the ground.
If you've been watching this stream,
entire valleys.
If you've been watching this stream, this whole year, or at least for much of the year, we've seen multiple deadly floods in Pakistan. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of people per flood dying, just washed away dead from floods. And it's insane. And it's because these glaciers are melting above them.
Homes now rubble. This was Komal's home. Now all that's left, a sheer cliff.
Beneath this place, there was our home. There were a lot of trees, gardens, and it was whole a green place.
The spot Komal's family lived in for generations, clawed away in...
We're talking about my laundry habits? That's right. Unlike most astronauts, I don't just, toss out and destroy my clothes. I come back down to Earth to do them, to do the laundry. A normal human being.
The valley in minutes. She's still traumatized by what happened.
People were running out of their home. Some people are taking out stuff from their home. They were crying because they were not sure of, will anyone come to us? Will anyone save us?
What do you feel?
That's why I'm always wearing the same thing. Well, do you know how much it costs per teleportation down to Earth and energy? It's incredible. I'm not made of money, okay? In fact, I'm struggling to pay the galactic bills right now.
Now when you stand here looking out across this valley?
I remember my childhood memories, the time I had spent here, and now as I could see the plain areas, the barren places, it hurts and it makes me feel sad.
Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry that I lulled you all into a false sense of security with a few sort of serene stories, volcanoes and snowfall and beautiful climate protecting art, and then thrusting you back into the reality of what we're in. But that's kind of what this stream's about. At least, trying to, what's the word? As a group, you get through this very difficult information and process it together, try and figure out ways to perhaps avert catastrophe, not only in our own lives, but in perhaps as a society, more broadly speaking. Let's go. We're not gonna leave Pakistan. We're just gonna switch topics from floods to smog, because they've been having a real problem here for the last couple weeks, and actually for a long time. But really, the last couple of weeks have been extra bad. Like if there's usually bad there, like really bad. Now it's just garbage. It's basically more smog than breathable air. Let's do this chronologically. Reuters.
Authorities in India have announced further restrictions for construction activities and vehicle movements in the capital Delhi to combat worsening air quality, which is now being categorised as severe plus. A blanket of toxic smog has covered the city of 30 million people for the past week. Well, let's show you the live.
I genuinely hate that. They need a new term for that. Severe plus? No, wrong.
Pictures of Delhi, hard to tell.
Severe garbage. Severe. I don't know. Severe. It's not plus. Literally any word.
People for the past week. Well, let's show you the live pictures of Delhi. Hard to tell where that is. I'm sure you will agree.
Somewhere
and these
in Pakistan,
additional measures also include older people, children and people with respiratory and cardiovascular ailments being advised to stay indoors.
Or, India,
you may recall that about 3 days ago, the Swiss air quality group IQ Air said that, according to their measurements, Delhi had surpassed Lahore as the world's most polluted city. Well, speaking of Lahore, that smog that we've just been looking at has spread to Lahore in Pakistan, where schools, universities and parks have been closed. and a lockdown planned in an attempt to try to limit the damage. So what is life like inside the city? Our Pakistan correspondent Caroline Davies reports.
Lahore was known as the City of Gardens. Now you can hardly see the green through the grey. In the last 2 weeks, air quality has hit unprecedented toxic levels. Some cannot escape it.
We are compelled to go out because we have children. If we stay home, what will we do? We have to earn our livelihood. There is no other option. Not everyone is a job.
And this was from a week ago. We're going to get us caught up real quick here now. This is from 3 days ago. And this has just been continuing until recently. I think it's still going on right now. I'd have to look out the window.
ये बहुत सीवियर रेंज रहने लायक हवा है नहीं टेक्निकली. सबसे पहले तो आंखों पे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम होती है. मैं घर से आता हूँ मेरी आंखों में अभी भी जलन है मुझे.
This smog cloud is so bad it is literally visible from space.
पड़ेगा आंखों को. दूसरा सांस लेने में भी थोड़ी सी दिक्कत है.
This is all the way down in Vietnam.
Không thì mấy hôm nay ô nhiễm được. Cháu xem cái trời mây mù này, bẩn lắm. Cho nên là lúc nào phải có khẩu trang. Bây giờ có tuổi rồi.
This guy's very energetic for being old, because this guy's probably like 60 years old. Still going strong even in the smog somehow. This is from, what, 2 days ago? Air quality index past 1,500. Levels over 300 are considered dangerous. It's 5 times the level it is considered dangerous to human health. So it's like 5 times as deadly as deadly.
पोल्यूटेड एयर है, आंखों में जलन भी होती है, सांस लेने में थोड़ी सी दिक्कत आती है.
Yeesh. Pictures are wild. It's just like Lahore and Delhi are the most populated, polluted cities in the world. Just insane. All right. Now let's go to the Philippines. If you're not having deja vu right now. This is real. It's a real thing. I wish I had that's a real thing. That the majority report, the sound shot, that's a real thing. This is a real thing. We're going to the Philippines for another typhoon. Sixth typhoon? 5th and 6th typhoon in the Philippines, back to back, in a month's time. Totally normal.
I don't want reality.
Ayun lang. Corner tayo. Atras. Ito sa ano? San Jose.
I mean, it's insane. Most people here, I think, have seen some of the devastation that's happened here in the Philippines over the last 6 months during typhoon season. They've been utterly obliterated.
The powerful storm left a trail of destruction in its wake. Toppled trees and debris line the...
I mean, the fact is the Philippines is practically uninhabitable now, with these kinds of storms happening at this frequency. Like, these people are literally living underwater. Like, and I'm not trying to be callous or cruel. That is just literally what I'm witnessing, what we're witnessing. From, you know, and it's one of these sort of Pacific islands that are low-lying, that, you know, are going to be hit by this first. And, you know, I'm sure the United States will get right on, you know, solving all of this for Filipino people, since we've benefited greatly from their position geographically over there in the Pacific. You have tons of, you know, military infrastructure on the islands, so I'm sure we'll be rushing to get them more, you know, help as soon as possible. Jesus Christ. That is terrifying. I mean, like, can you imagine? Like, has anybody ever seen the SNL, what's it called? The Floribama Shore SNL skit? Like, this thing would literally, like, cut you in half if you were standing in front of it, I'm pretty sure. Let's keep this moving. This is from 3 days ago. Yeah, this is from Tuesday.
The floodwater from the typhoon and the surrounding provinces gushed here because the elevation of the land here is lower. The nearby river passes through here to Tarlac province. That's what caused the floods here.
We were scared. The winds were strong last night. We were worried our roof would get damaged. The situation is very difficult. This water will turn into thick mud.
It absolutely will. And you know what? That, what do you call it? That concern about the roof, as we just saw, completely founded in reality. She's lucky that roof stayed on. Yeah, this is more footage from Tuesday. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Those roofs are just getting shredded. So yeah, I hit the northern part of Philippines, slightly north of Manila, the capital, which also got hit just utterly destroyed earlier this year by multiple typhoons. Imagine having your front step just being, you know, just water. You know, not intentionally at all, but just having it be the case now. Like, you know, having things be normal and then suddenly not, but then new normal. Oh boy. Alright, this is the last one on the storm here in the Philippines. The United States is coming to the rescue. At least 7 people were killed in a landslide after Typhoon Mani swept through the Philippines. Mani was one of the strongest of 6 major storms to hit the northern Philippines in less than a month. It's ridiculous.
Yung tubig na nanggaling
The floodwater from the typhoon and the surrounding provinces
sa mga karating probinsya nanggaling dito umuho kasi mababa itong elevation ng lupa dito. Ito papuntang Tarlac.
The nearby river passes through here. That's what caused the floods.
Ng pagkakabaha na ganito.
Natatakot din kami kasi lalo kagabi medyo malakas ang hangin. Baka masira yung aming atep. Napakahirap.
Sorry, we already watched this part.
6 significant storms.
Wait. Hold on, Lloyd Austin. He's got plans. He's got plans.
At the outset, let me offer our condolences.
Ooh, condolences. Yay. And thoughts and prayers. No way.
All those who have been disadvantaged by these 6 significant storms.
So great. I'm so glad Lloyd Austin is here to provide his thoughts and prayers and condolences on behalf of the U.S. government, of course. Now, of course, there's going to be some help from U.S. troops, as well as a whole $1 million with an M. That's right, big $1 million given to the Philippines to help. That should solve it all. All right, now let's go on to... Should we take a galactic break right now? Or should we do space first? I guess we... Actually, you know what we'll do? Honestly, this should be... Kinda should be here. It's fine. Whatever. Screw it. What was I doing? Well, to you galactic viewers who are heading off to bed, I hope you enjoyed the show. It will still be available to all of you, as all of these streams are, for now. Although at some point I have considered, you know, making them only available to Patreon subscribers. But, you know, it's just not big enough of a Patreon subscribership right now, I feel, to even justify that or whatever. It doesn't matter. Point is of course you can watch the rest of the stream later. And sleeping is more important than watching the stream live, of course. Alright, what was I doing? We saw this? When did we see this? Oh, we may have covered... Are you sure? Or did you watch one of my... Did you watch the day stream? Because we may have covered that during the day stream earlier this week that I did. But that's unusual, and like nobody was there for that stream. So yeah, we did recover that. You know, I think we'll take a quick jaunt through space, do a little space news here during this half. Because we've really only been going for like an hour and 15 minutes on this, what is this, third half? So, might as well do some space news. Let's talk about space policy and how it might change in the future. And, you know, that future is going to include Donald Trump as president and Elon Musk at the head of some brand new, weird, unclear what his actual job is agency. And of course, as you know, one of the stated goals of the Galactic News Network is to stop billionaires from taking over space. But it does not look like the future looks bleak. Let's just leave it at that. And let ABC expound on what the potential future might hold.
NASA and the Russian Space Agency are unable to agree on exactly what's causing a leak on board the International Space Station right now. The leak was first discovered in 2019 on a part of the station operated by Russia. NASA is worried that it's a sign the structural integrity of the ISS could fail. Russia doesn't think that's as serious. The two agencies will continue discussing the issue. Meanwhile, the growing relationship between President-elect Donald Trump and SpaceX owner and head of the newly created Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk, is raising some questions on how he and the second Trump administration will approach space policy. So joining me now is astronaut Dr. Charlie Camarda. Dr. Camarda, it's great to have you with us, talking about a variety of topics here. I want to start first with this leak on the ISS. For folks who are just trying to get an understanding of what's going on here, how dangerous is this, and should they be worried about American astronauts on board?
Absolutely. It's probably the most dangerous aspect of space station right now, and the astronauts on board the space station. It's definitely in the front of the back of their mind, and it's critical. Cracks could basically propagate rapidly. You could have a rapid decompression, and then the astronauts would have to basically get into their spaceship.
Yeah, you don't want that. And you know, the Galactic Space Station has a tiny leak too, but it costs money to fix these leaks. Of course, you can contribute to the Galactic News Network by a multitude of ways. To help me deal with things like this, you know, it's not just the ISS that has problems. They have funding. Yeah, they got real funding.
Get into the Soyuz, get into the Dragon capsule, and come home.
And I do want to ask you about some of the astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. Remember, they went up on the Boeing Starliner back in June. There was a malfunction. They've been stuck up there. We know that NASA is now working to try to bring them back. What can we expect from that process in the weeks ahead?
Unfortunately, they had to make it an extended stay. They were up there 8 months instead of 8 days. But the Dragon capsule is up there. They will be coming back in approximately 6 weeks. Have a lot.
Once Donald Musk, once Donald Musk becomes president, we might stick with that name. Actually, it makes sense now that I'm saying it. I'm sure that there'll be 8 years that they're forced to live on this space station. God, what is that? A yawn? Fuck off. Boo. Now, let's go here to Texas, I think. Yeah. C-SPAN 2 days ago. Donald Trump and cronies, lackeys, whatever you want to call them, gathered at the SpaceX launch pad to witness the greatness of Donald Musk.
Flight directors go for launch.
All right, we're now T-minus 20 seconds until liftoff of Starship Flight 6. This will mark our second attempt to catch the Super Heavy booster at the launch tower, as well as
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Right, I'm gonna pee.
2, 1.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Words, but it's great.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Booster Raptor, chamber pressure nominal.
Booster and ship, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal.
All right, we're just a little over a minute into flight.
Dynamic pressure.
We're about 6 miles away, so all the sound's still hitting us here. Hearing good call-outs that power telemetry nominal, that's flying straight and true. We do see all 33 Raptor engines lit up on telemetry screens. At this point, we've passed through that point of maximum aerodynamic pressure, that max Q. Now, coming up in just a little over a minute from now is going to be hot staging. So we're going to see the 6 engines on the ship ignite while still attached to the booster. Just before that, we'll see all but 3 center engines on the booster shut down. In what we call MECO, it's most engines cut off instead of main engines.
Hilarious.
And so while we continue to watch it go up, a lot of our flight controllers looking at all the systems around the tower. Again, we have to send a manual command.
It's very reminiscent of that moment.
Just about 30 seconds away from hot staging.
What do you think he's saying to old Ted Cruz here? Yeah, we're gonna have this guy in charge of efficiency. How great is that? Come on, Teddy. Talk to me about how mean I've been to you and your wife. Remember when I said those mean things to you? Are you having fun? Are you having fun right now, Ted? Look at that rocket go. He's probably going to be riding higher than you in the administration. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Maybe I'll let him bang your wife. I don't know. What do you think? You think that's a good idea?
And we heard the...
Ted, you should be ashamed of yourself. I thought you were a mighty man of valor. What happened to you? Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Oh, Ted. You've let us all down, Ted. He's gonna make our ICBM, so those will be great. Pay to fire. The military will have to wire like funds every time that they have to click a button. Could actually prevent some wars. Who knows? Unintended consequence. Happy accidents.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, let's go to a place where I'm sure a bunch of sensible stuff is happening. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. No, let's go to the G20, not a place where sensible things happen. My bad. I was looking at something else. Global news time. Here we go.
G20 talks in Brazil have reached a breakthrough on climate finance. That's according to diplomatic sources, who say that the world's 20 major economies have reached a consensus, but a fragile one. Wealthy countries have been pushing for richer developing nations, such as China and major Middle Eastern oil producers, to contribute to climate finance.
Yeah.
The diplomatic sources say negotiators have agreed to a text mentioning developing nations' voluntary contributions to climate finance.
Yeah.
But they stopped short of calling them...
Calling them what?
Obligations.
Ah, poop. That's not what you want to hear. Not obligations, you say? Jeez. Might as well have just called them possibilities. Oh, that's great. That sounds really positive. Wait, I'm sorry. We're not done with the G20. There's more great stuff happening here at the G20. Don't forget, the United States is part of the G20. Joe Biden, that representative, let's see how he was doing. What's that? You're saying that
oh my God.
he's not at the photo?
climate and everything are the same word.
I'm sure it's coming. Come on. Any minute now. Come on, Joe. Even the macaws are here. I'm sure he's just moving on Joe time. You know, it's not the fastest moving leader in the world. Totally normal. Lula's stoked. See him? Look at him. Look at him go. Even Modi and Erdogan. Wait, no. Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Togetherness. We did it. We solved it. I guess it's going to do it without Biden. Great job. Great job, everybody. I guess yeah, that's good enough. We didn't need Biden. Everybody's like, wait, we need Biden. We need no. She's like, no, we don't need him. He's done. We're good. All the leaders are like, yeah, we got everybody. Everybody who's going to be here next year.
She's Joe far left. Left to the left of the palm tree. Oh my god.
You can hear some number of what I would assume are U.S. representatives clearly concerned about the lack of Biden. Oh, maybe they're the reporters. I just realized they are way back here. Holy shit. Nope, that's not Biden. Nope. That's a woman, I think. Nope, that's a man purse. It's a sky. That's definitely not Biden. This is just a tree. Unless, is he in the tree? Oh, there he... Oh, he's putting on his glasses slower than anybody's ever put on a pair of glasses. Let's watch that back. That was not... I did not slow the footage down for you. Let's watch that again. Oh my god. No wonder he missed the photo. And he made Justin Trudeau miss it too because of how slowly he was putting his glasses on. That must have taken... Jeez. Jesus Christ. So yeah, there's our currently elected leader of the free world, supposedly. Or like elected leader of the nursing home. My God. Okay. Apparently not just Trudeau, but also Georgia Maloney were missing from that photo. I guess they were just having sort of a powwow on how to, I don't know, ruin the world. Let's go to the UK. That's enough of the G20. It's a bit of a mishap in the UK. Windsor Castle. Home of some of the royals, at least, I think.
To the latest on the break-in at Windsor Castle. Mass burglars smashed their way onto the estate. Lama Hassan has that for us. Good morning to you, Lama.
Yeah, good morning to you, Robin. Well, we're waking up today to reports of a major security breach right here at Windsor Castle. The Sun newspaper reporting that masked men scaled the perimeter of the royals' estate near where Prince William and his family live. Police telling ABC News this morning that they received a report of a burglary on Sunday, October 13th at 11:45 p.m. The statement said that the offenders entered a farm building and made off with a black pickup truck and a red quad bike. And according to the Sun, they used the pickup truck to ram their way out through security gates near Adelaide Cottage, where the Wales family were likely asleep at the time. Now, no.
It's a veritable royal heist. My God, they got away with the, no, not the crown jewels, but the Isuzu and a bike. No, it's not quite Ocean's 11, but you know, it's newsworthy, I suppose. All right, let's not leave the United Kingdom, as there is some other news happening, perhaps a bit more important, happening on, other farms. Not the royal farm, but on everyone else's farm, as there's some proposed new tax by the Labour government, which farmers seem to be quite upset about, and Novara Media went down on the street to get the pulse, if you will, vibes, the take.
People always tell me to get out of my London bubble and do some reporting in the countryside. But sometimes, luckily enough, the countryside comes to me. We're here today in Westminster, where farmers are protesting the Labour government's planned introduction of inheritance tax, which will impact farms worth £1 million or above. Some farmers say that this tax is going to hit them very hard. They've got slim profit margins and they're already hurting from having to come off EU subsidies. But others say that farmland has been used as a way for already very rich people to dodge their tax liabilities. Campaigners argue that this planned change to inheritance tax is going to hit family farms especially hard. Obviously, big corporates, the few that exist in this country, won't have to pay inheritance tax at all. They also argue that this is going to negatively impact the UK's food security, as farmers will be forced to sell up and will be importing more of our food from abroad. What the Labour government says is that most farmers aren't going to be impacted by this tax, that really it's around the £3 million mark when the proposed changes kick in. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be an expert in rural affairs, but luckily Novara has our very own in-house farmer who gave me this useful tip. If someone says that they own 200 acres or fewer, that's actually a really, really small farm. If you're talking about 500 acres or over, that's actually really big, and you're objectively quite well off. So that's going to be our rule of thumb for today. We're going to be finding out how rich are farmers really. So one of the questions that I'm trying to answer today is how wealthy is a farmer who has £1 or £2 million worth of land value? Does that make someone very rich or not very rich in your mind?
Asset rich, cash poor. So all of their money is tied up in land, in their property, which they need to be able to produce the food that we put on people's tables.
And can you just talk me through this pun?
Well, I'm a sheep farmer, so yeah, the government needs to make a U-turn.
I'm sorry, it's been nice to talk to you, but you belong in prison for that. Really, really do. Some people might hear, okay, £1 million in assets or 2 or 3, that sounds like quite a lot.
It isn't. If you live in Cumbria, £1.5 million is your farmhouse. £250,000 is every barn, because in theory you can get planning permission to convert it, which they won't do because they're farmers and they want to feed the nation. Your land is worth way more because types like the ones in the Labour Party will buy it as a second home, and they'll have their 3 acres of pony paddocks, and they won't be paying tax because they're.
Yeah, no kidding. Was there a sheep-based pun that I missed? Hold on. Did I miss a sheep pun? Go back. Why can't I see the sign? Show me the sign. Damn you. I can't see it. I can't. I see it. We need a U-turn. Nice. Nice.
Whatever it happens to be. If you've got a proper functioning farm, you're going to be way over £2-3 million. Your stock alone is going to be potentially hundreds of thousands of pounds. There was a guy on the wireless the other day on Farming Today, 1,600 cows, £2,000 a head. You do the maths. That's straight over the inheritance tax limit. It is despicable.
Yeah. How many acres do you farm?
Yeah. 220.
220. That's about average, isn't it? That's the average size farm.
Yeah, there's a lot of farms, a lot of thousands of acres, so a lot of farms, ours is relatively small.
Do you think that there's any size farm that should pay inheritance tax? Do you think there should be a threshold at all, or should it be a blanket exemption?
No, I think there should. I think the only people that should pay, I think we should potentially put a cap on large businesses buying farms and getting agricultural property relief. That is wrong. I get that. But if it's been actively farmed, and especially if it's a family farm, no way, they shouldn't pay a penny. But I totally agree with you. Corporations buying up thousands of acres definitely need stopping.
So may I just ask, because a lot of our audience, needs to get a picture in their head of what your farm is like. How many acres is your farm, roughly?
We've got about 800 odd acres of land, mostly arable and conservation crops and things like that. We're going to be quite badly affected by this.
Oh yeah, this dude gives off big time Fox Hunter vibes.
There's several aspects to the taxation. It's not just on the land; it's on the business as well, and also it's Cotswold farmhouses are disproportionately valuable, and so they're going to be in the tax bracket anyway, let alone the land. So it's quite serious.
We're Lincolnshire farmers, family farm, a sort of multi-generational farm.
Your family farm, how big is that in acres roughly?
So we're just under 1,000 acres, and we have three.
Sounds like quite a lot. Is that quite big?
It's not for arable farming in the east of the country, and we are 3 generations.
Well, someone's lying,
farm,
Ben,
and supporting.
Even this guy seems to be laughing. I can't tell. Maybe that's his general disposition. But, either Ash's expert is lying or this guy's lying. The guy who looks like he literally just got done fox hunting. Could be wrong, though. Maybe everyone's telling the truth and just nothing makes sense.
A lot more people around there.
So how are you going to be impacted personally?
Well, I'm not going to be able to afford to pay it when my old man, well, yeah, pretty much. I'm not going to be able to pay to afford it, so I'll have to do something else, won't I? And that's, 5 generations. Been on the same farm for 5 generations, and it's just undoable.
And in terms of how big the farm is, in terms of acres, roughly?
We got about 350 acres and about he's milking 150 cows. That's gone.
I gotta say,
and that is just for context.
I think the numbers that she was given, that Ash was given, I think must be about right. And I'm not an expert on accents in England, but there does seem to be something of a trend here. People with smaller farms, people who are saying that their acres are small or lower than or around the area that she said were generally small farms, seem to have somewhat more, working class accents. Whereas, the last couple of guys we just listened to in the fox hunting outfits with the 1,000-acre farms had a very sort of middle class sort of accent, and I don't know, maybe I'm just sort of projecting onto them, and but
not a big farm. 350
just a vibe.
On the home farm, it's just my dad, my brother, and my mum. I work away that's all of our livelihoods gone.
Lots of cheering and booing. I have no idea why.
My parents are very elderly, and we've got a small farm, so we shouldn't be worried about the problem.
What size in terms of acreage, roughly?
50 acres. And so, 1.2 million maybe it's worth. But the problem is that we've got a lot of infrastructure on that farm.
Okay, this guy's breaking the mold.
There's
this guy's breaking the mold.
buildings.
He's breaking the mold because he's got the outfit, he's got the accent, but it's only a 250-acre farm.
Tracks, all these infrastructure things that you have to have for cattle and so on are all invested in the land. And the other thing we've got invested in the land is our skills and our understanding of the land. So when that tax comes, which will come inevitably fairly soon for me, my father's 90, when that tax comes, that will split the farm, and all that knowledge...
Horses. Yeah, probably look bovine. Yeah, it's probably just stables. Yeah, no money in that.
Training and knowledge of the farm and the land will go.
So what the government are saying, just to put their case across, is that, you know, most farmers aren't going to be affected. Really, it's going to kick in at around £3 million worth of assets. What do you say to that?
Most farmers, we're a small farmer and we're affected. We're a tiny farmer, well below the average, 150 acres. So we will be hugely affected by this.
I think this is going to hit a lot of just not...
Bibi is so right. He absolutely looks like he says old chap. He looks like he says old chap on the regular.
Farmers who just happen to be caught out by the land value, and they've no intention of ever selling it, and they don't make enough money to pay for that inheritance tax that they're going to incur, Ash. And actually, I don't think anyone is saying, oh, we shouldn't have inheritance tax, or they're just saying it's really been badly thought, not really considered at all. And we need them to take it away and think it, and we think the numbers are wrong.
Of the sort of 60-odd thousand English commercial farms, I think the average sort of acreage is 250 acres, something like that. Most of the people here today will be on that, but probably those who it will affect most are, as Minette Batters, the former NFU president, said, will be affected from the sort of 200 up to, 800 acre farms. But it's not just the land; it's the buildings on the land, it's the cost of machinery, it's cost of the kit, the livestock. That is what I think there's not a sort of general understanding around.
So what do you think the unintended consequences of this change to inheritance tax might be?
Well, I think it's not going to do what they think it's going to do. So they think, firstly, they're not going to raise that much money. Secondly, it's going to make small farmers and medium-sized farmers have to sell up. Who's going to buy it? Because there's still an inheritance tax benefit. It's going to be big private equity people, or big people looking to invest in green carbon offsetting and so on. So it's actually going to target the people it's going to target the people, the opposite people that they actually want to hit.
Could you tell me a little bit about the farm? So, like, how big is it in acres? What do you make?
It's about 4,000 acres. It's mostly arable.
Damn.
It is
4,000. Is that quite a lot?
That's quite a big one.
4,000 acres. I mean, that's big in the United States.
In a sense, we would be, very much the target, the ideological target in terms of what Rachel Reeves is conceiving of when she thinks she's attacking, who she thinks she's targeting in terms of her tax. But the reality is, if you see all the people here, it's not, bigger landowners like we are, of sort of thousands of acres. You're down to smallholders of sort of a few hundred acres.
Do you think there should be any inheritance tax on farms at all? Or should the threshold be different?
This guy's struggling with that question real hard right now. Where is Kowalski? I know. We've been talking about it since the beginning of the stream when I warned us that it was going to be a farming having stream. And here we are in the thick of it.
Well, I think the system as it was before enabled farms at least to survive and continue as going concerns by putting this inheritance tax. The problem is that as people have said, it's asset rich, cash poor. So
you're really
in order to fund any kind of inheritance tax bill. You're going to have to sell off the capital.
Like really,
and,
really
you know,
asset rich. By the figures we've been hearing, you're like at least like just in land like 40 million pounds asset rich. Not to even begin talking about whatever it is that's on that land. He would assume that's not just vacant.
As anyone who's involved, particularly in arable farming, you know, there's economies of scale that are very important, and so, you know, it's just not going to be viable. So whatever size of business, you're eating into the very, you know, fabric of the assets that produce any income whatsoever, which even for a bigger farm like ours is not a huge amount of, it's not an efficient way of generating an income.
Right, that guy, how many acres did he say he owned? 4,000 acres in England, of all places. Struggling he's struggling to generate an income. Okay, interesting. Now let's move forward a little bit. Oh, actually, I forgot. This is literally, never mind. We're not gonna move forward at all. I forgot this is when this happens. She goes and tries to get a question from this guy, who I believe is some kind of politician. I don't actually know who he is.
Sorry, Lee. Hey, no, I was born here.
Oh my God. Mate. Jesus Christ, that is fucking racist. I mean, she clearly has a British accent, first off, and she shows up with brown skin, and they just start calling her an immigrant. That is fucking gross.
Sorry, Lee. Hey, no, I was born here. Mate.
Where are you from?
I'm from Navarra Media. I was just going to ask, how do you think?
I'm not talking to you. Clear off. I'm talking to some real people.
Why won't you talk?
Wow, real people.
Anyway, how you going, guys? All right.
Yeah. Communists. No, it's what you said.
Would you like to
call yourself a communist?
A group of old white men bullying
No, you're YouTube.
Young brown.
There we go. I don't want to speak.
Shocking.
Sorry, you said overbreeding of my sort. What did you mean by that? Overbreeding of my sort, sir.
Oh, yeah, no, seriously. I missed that one.
I did.
Oh, my God. Overbreeding of your sort? That's just Nazi talk. That's what that is.
Illegal.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Breeding of my sort, sir. You also called me an immigrant earlier.
I like you, but you did call yourself a communist.
I did call myself a communist.
It was a good clip.
A good clip.
Right.
Oh, it's nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Have a lovely day.
What a nice
Overbreeding of my
fascist.
sort, eh? May I ask how specifically you're going to be impacted by these proposed changes?
Well, huge, because, you know, we've got nearly 200 acres, so obviously land is worth money, but we have no money in the bank. But we have
200 acres is quite small for a farm, right?
It is, yeah, but we will be impacted, definitely. You know, we've done the sums, and, you know, we're very sad that, we have children, and we have grandchildren, and, you know, the idea was that it was going to be handed over, and now I think the government doesn't want this.
Now, I unfortunately haven't done enough research on the details of this farm bill, so I don't know exactly what it entails. I mean, I know it's supposed to tax assets, essentially. I don't know what level of assets are actually going to fall under this. It does seem like there's got to be at least some amount of misinformation going around here, especially considering some of the people that seem to be hanging around, as you can tell, some real problematic types. And as we know, the right rarely is concerned with facts. And they do seem to have themselves planted in this protest.
Things like, you know, it's all been paid income tax, all these things.
You got a shit on Starmer for your local farmer.
An arrestable offence, but fine.
Money's tight, as it is with everyone. But us especially, we're working his arses off. Well, sorry.
No, we're not Ofcom regulators. You can swear.
His mate just licked his shoulder on live TV.
Never getting anywhere.
Hilarious. We gotta rewatch that. Hold on. Here we go. cheeky mate back here, he's got IDs.
But us especially, we're working his arses off. Well, sorry.
No, we're not Ofcom regulated. You can swear.
That's all right. We're working his arses off for something that's never getting anywhere. We're never going to become millionaires no matter what we do. We just work.
Well, what do you mean, cash millionaires?
Yeah, cash millionaires, whatever we do. We're just here to feed people, look after people, and make sure that, well, we enjoy it.
Are you someone that would be impacted by the proposed changes?
I'm not gonna lie, this guy seems like he might actually do some farming. Like, I don't know. It's hard to tell just on looks, but I do feel like I am making a judgment based upon looks to some degree as to whether or not people are doing farming, or whether or not they have people farming for them.
I'm sure myself, but because I've got other family members, but probably so. And a lot of my friends will be who can't make it here today because they're all out clearing the roads of the snow that we've all had. They're helping the country when the country ain't helping them.
So someone might from a distance go, all right, well, if you've got £3 or £4 million in assets, that makes you really rich. Do you agree with that? Do you disagree with that?
Not at all. No, because...
Never, ever see the money, but they've worked for that money. Now this government's taking them off him.
Yeah.
And this government won't last 5 minutes, I'll tell you. Because what they're doing to farming, I've had 47 years of it, and what they're doing to farming's wrong. They're just grabbing here and there.
Is it more than just the inheritance tax? Are there other things which are...
Things. I mean, I've just come on pension and they've took me fuel money away.
I feel like this guy would also like to take the money out of Tiny Tim's cup.
Do you know what I mean?
Quit grubbing!
They're just grabbing... And these old people, they've fought wars and everything. Now they're wanting their fuel. It's wrong. It's wrong what they're doing.
All right, that last point, though, that he made is legit. We actually talked about how Labor has taken away this fuel for senior citizens. There's like a grant. It is just now gone. I don't know if it's technically considered a grant, whatever. It's like some sort of stipend, and it's just, Labor's getting rid of, and that's horrible for people. Just
so I've been hearing from people today is that it's not just inheritance tax that farmers are getting hit by. So there's the tax on fertilizer. There's also the move from EU subsidies to conservation grants, that money falling through. How have you been impacted by the? Have you been impacted by the sort of wider collection of changes?
We're all impacted by tax changes and so on, absolutely. But we have to cope with that, and it'll get passed on ultimately in the price of food.
When you're done, sorry guys, this is a communist. I don't mean to interrupt your interview. She's a communist. So Ash, when you're done, you come and interview me, Nick Tenconi, UKIP leader. By all means, carry on with the interview.
So I'm here to talk to farmers, not politicians today. Is that okay?
Head fascist, or at least co-head fascist, him and Nigel Farage.
Tony, UKIP leader. By all means, carry on with the interview.
So I'm here to talk to farmers, not politicians today. Is that okay?
Burn.
That's what you support. What are your thoughts on Stalin and what he did?
I'm here to talk to farmers, not you, mate.
Stalin time? Really? They love talking about Stalin so much. Jesus Christ.
What are your thoughts on Stalin and what he did?
I'm here to talk to farmers, not you, mate.
I won't interrupt your interview any further. She's a full-blown communist. Check out her bio. She calls herself a luxury communist. Disgusting. She is a communist.
Sorry, you were talking about how you were...
It's literally a joke.
You were talking to me about how you're impacted by the wider body of change.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we were all impacted by it.
I think to some degree it's
absolutely.
That's the luxury communist part of, if I'm not mistaken. My Ash lore might be off, but I'm pretty sure she put that in her bio to literally trigger idiots like him. It seems to have worked too, so good job.
I think this one is one that you can't really prepare for because the sums of money are so significant.
So can't lie, there has been a bit of hostility today, but from what I can tell, that...
I'm not talking about communists in general. She is a communist, but just the luxury part. She said it to Piers. Yeah, I think it was also intended to trigger Piers as well. Although I guess maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I mean, I know that she identifies as a communist. I just don't think I've ever heard her say that in a serious setting. Yeah, it seems like this protest is filled with certainly a very right-wing element, and it's possible that some of the concerns there, in terms of who it'll affect, exist. I will, I probably should look more into it at some point here, but for now, let's leave it there. And move let's move to this story in France now, as French farmers are threatening chaos, according to France 24 English, over a new EU trade deal with South America.
Small, powerful, easy to use, and assembled in Wales. The Raspberry Pi mini computer.
This one. Gotta skip one or two here. Actually, you know what? Should we take a... No, we'll do this one. We'll take a break.
It's 10:30 p.m. here in Paris, and time to take a closer look at one of our main stories this evening. Welcome to Apropos. Well, European agriculture is on life support. So say farmers here in France, who've begun a fresh campaign in protest against a proposed trade pact between the European Union and 4 South American countries. They say the Mercosur agreement will open European markets to cheaper meat and produce from overseas competitors who are not forced to adhere to strict EU rules on pesticides, hormones, land use and environmental measures. Emerald Maxwell has more.
At this roundabout in southern France, farmers spill rocks, soil and manure onto the road and plant crosses in it.
It's to show that agriculture is dying.
A symbolic death as negotiations continue between the EU and the Mercosur bloc of South American countries over a trade agreement that farmers say would threaten their livelihoods. French farmers protested across the country on Monday, starting pre-dawn in the western department of Vendetta. They fear any agreement would open European markets to cheaper produce that is not forced to adhere to strict rules on pesticides, hormones, land use and environmental measures.
We have a healthy diet here in France. Now they want to import junk food from Brazil in exchange for German cars and manufacturing.
For French farmers, the deal represents the bitter cherry on top of a list of grievances, including excessive bureaucracy, low incomes and poor harvests. Protesting farmers near Paris said they now want President Emmanuel Macron and the government to do more to stop the proposed deal.
Now, of course, Emmanuel Macron can't just wave his hand and end this deal, right? He is only one of how many EU countries again? I can't remember, but it's at least 20, something like that. And yeah, so it's not like you can suddenly make this just happen out of nothing. It would require a great deal of political maneuvering to make happen, as it's it's something that was agreed upon in the EU Parliament. So I don't know exactly how many votes he would need to swing to even attempt to do what they want.
Macron is going to Brazil for discussions. We want to send a message. Don't forget your farmers.
On Sunday, the French president defended France's resistance to the deal and said the country would continue to oppose it ahead of a G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro. But despite being the EU's biggest agricultural producer, France does not hold veto power and lacks firm allies in the Mercosur talks.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem too. Anyway, we will keep you up to date on both of those farming situations in the future. We're going to take a quick break now because we're at the 6-hour mark. We've made it through 3 full halves. We got 1 half to go. I think we can get this done in 1 half. Yeah, we should be able to do that. No problem. It's like a normal. It's like we did a normal stream with one extra early half. All right. Although, because we've done this so many times, I am going to give you some different music to listen to on this break, just because you deserve it. More halves. Fifth half. No. I can only do so much. Just the 4 is going to be probably my limit. We'll be ending at basically the normal ass time. What's become the normal time, because I've been doing like 6-hour streams every stream lately. Not every night. Have not been doing enough streams. Maybe that's why they've been going so late. I don't know. It's like chicken and the egg type of deal. Wait, no, this isn't what I wanted. No.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
No, go back. Yes. Get Shazam ready. Prepare Shazam. That's funny. We need something to pick us up for the last half. We're gonna go here. Let's rock this. Rock this playlist. Nope. I gotta turn the volume down. Well, I hope you've all been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you get done doing those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, because we are completely funded by viewers like you. We got all the ways now for you to contribute. Places like YouTube and Twitch, of course. Cash App and PayPal, where you can just give me money straight up for no benefits at all. It's crazy, but you could do that. But I would recommend, before doing any of those things, considering becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. As it's only a few dollars. Wait a second. It's not even a few dollars a month. That's right, we, for the rest of November, are doing a Black Friday Galactic deal of half off, meaning you're only going to pay about $1.50 for your first month of being a Galactic patron, where you'll get the opportunity to get a Galactic avatar, shoutouts every stream, secret content, and much, much more. But yeah, we are in dire straits here galactically, so do consider donating strongly, greatly, bigly, as you are our only hope. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I will be right back. Okay, I think that's enough of a break. Get back to this. Just lose my focus here. Back to the seat, space fans. It's time to final half of the show. All right. Let's go on now to nearby country by the name of Germany, where protesters are defying German police's calls to leave a forest camp outside of a proposed Tesla factory.
I think it shows that all means are being tried here to push us away from this place, which is actually pointless because we say that what they're planning here is of no use to anyone. It's simply for the profit of Tesla, of Elon Musk, of capitalism, and for that, the forest is being destroyed.
Alright, now, let's go on to Well, I think I know what's next. Hold on. Yeah. We're going to go on to what is going to be one of the main topics of the global news half. And that is going to be the Ukraine-Russia war, which is escalating day by day, hour by hour, seemingly minute by minute. I don't even know if I'm caught up right now, and I was adding videos until, like, I don't know, an hour before the stream started. So that gives you a sense of how things have been the last few days. Well, good job. If it doesn't, well, buckle up, because got some stuff to talk about. Associated Press from 4 days ago. Start here. Russia launches fierce missile and drone attack on Ukraine's infrastructure. Not gonna lie, I'm not sure a crib counts as infrastructure, but I guess maybe it was adjacent to a power plant.
Illegal.
Okay. Cops must feel like real heroes arresting protesters. Yeah. It's weird how that seems to be one of the main uses of cops all around the world. Certainly when we see the most of them all in one place. Let's go to this. This is from the next day. Also from the Associated Press, another attack on a different region in Ukraine, leaving 10 people, 10 people dead, including 2 children. Okay, now let's go here. This was directly after these attacks. Biden came out and said that the U.S. will now allow Ukraine, in a massive shift in policy, to use long-range missiles provided by the U.S.
President Joe Biden's administration is giving the green light to Ukraine to use U.S.-made weapons to strike deep into Russia. That's according to 2 U.S. officials and a source familiar with the decision. This military drill video shows the Army Tactical Missile Systems, or ATACMS, which have a range of nearly 200 miles. Sources say the rockets will likely be used in Ukraine's first long-range strikes, and that those attacks could happen within days. The shift marks
a huge change in policy, which had been a sticking point for the United States for years now. Been basically one of the big questions about the U.S. aid for quite some time, because of the fact that Ukraine had been asking for the permission to use them pretty much since 2022, at least. I'm trying to remember if they were asking for them after Crimea in 2014. It's hard to say. It's too far back for me to remember details like that right now. This was directly after that, where Kremlin officials came out and warned the U.S. of allowing Ukraine to use those very weapons. It is obvious that the outgoing administration in Washington intends to take steps, and they have been talking about this, to continue adding fuel to the fire and provoking further escalation of tensions around this conflict. President Putin has already explained it very simply. Ukraine does not carry out these strikes. After all, these strikes are carried out by those countries that give permission, because the Ukrainian military does not acquire the targets and provide the maintenance. This is done by military specialists from these Western countries. This fundamentally changes the modality of their involvement in the conflict. This is the danger and the provocative nature of this situation. But you know what's dangerous and provocative? Starting a war, some would say.
I don't want reality.
But hey, I don't know. Where do you start history exactly? Okay, let's move on from there to this. More Russian strikes in Ukraine, this time in Odessa, which is in central Ukraine on the Mediterranean Sea. By the way, what do you think about my Russian accent? What do you think? Russian accent, 1 to 10. All right. We're getting closer and closer to current. This is 2 days ago from CNN. Ukraine fires U.S.-made longer-range missiles into Russia. It's like we're going down the timeline, folks. Into the oblivion.
Let's bring in CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh. Tell us more about what we know regarding Ukraine using the U.S.-made ATACMS missiles and what the potential targets were.
Yeah, we know only what the Russian Ministry of Defense is telling us, which is about 3:25 a.m. local time. 6 missiles, they say, were fired at a military facility in Bryansk. That's another region on the border area, not far away from Kursk, which currently has a significant Ukrainian military presence inside of it. Now, the Russians claim that they took out 5 of those 6. We've heard that in the past, that they have claimed to significantly prevented Ukrainian air assaults. But the significance here, of course, is that nobody appears to be wasting any time in getting this permission from the Biden administration into the battlefield, possibly because it is possible that when President Donald Trump takes office in January the 20th, he may reverse the frankly unexpected but long in the mind of Ukraine overdue decision by President Joe Biden at the weekend. It's extraordinary because of the pace here. I'm not sure it's necessarily unexpected to some degree, because we have known that Ukraine have been in possession of ATACMS missiles like this to hit targets inside of occupied areas of Ukraine. And so in theory, I suppose the target list would have already been in their possession, and this simply being a matter of Kiev deciding that they wanted to use this new US permission. But it comes on the 1000th day of a war so full of unexpected moments here. And I think we are now going to have to see whether Ukraine steps forward and officially acknowledges that this indeed was an ATACMS missile launching this particular strike. Just in the last 48 hours, President Volodymyr Zelensky has sort of hedged that, generally saying, look, we're not going to necessarily announce this. Missiles will speak for themselves. Well, certainly that news has indeed emerged. What could Russia's response be? They have been on.
Yeah, they were at least unclear, somewhat. But became more clear over time. We'll get into that. Before we do that, let's go here, showing what is supposedly footage of U.S. ATACMS being launched by Ukraine. Jesus Christ. It's like a space launch. How fun.
Ukraine used a U.S. missile system to strike deep into Russian territory for the first time on Tuesday. That's according to Moscow, which said Kiev deployed what the U.S. calls the Army Tactical Missile System, or ATACMS. Russia said its forces shot down 5 or 6 missiles fired at a military facility in the Bryansk region, causing no casualties or damage. Ukraine said it had struck a Russian arms depot around 110 kilometers or 70 miles inside Russia and caused secondary explosions. It did not specify what weapons it had used. ATACMS have a range of 40 to 190 miles. For most of the year, Washington has instructed Kiev not to use American weapons to strike inside Russian territory. But President Joe Biden gave approval just this week for Ukraine to use the ATACMS missiles for such strikes. Military experts say U.S. missiles can help Ukraine defend a pocket of Russian territory it has captured over the summer.
Okay. This is from 2 days ago as well. Apparently, I mean, this is wild. We don't usually have nearly this many stories on what's going on over here. This whole situation is fully just spiraling. France 24, 2 days ago, in the midst of all this going on, a sabotage was, well, at least suspected, declared by at least one government. If I'm not mistaken, I think Finland is the one that, I could be wrong, who actually declared. But basically, multiple like, what do you call them? Like internet cables, right? Fiber optic lines that connect multiple countries, Finland, Germany, Denmark, and I can't remember what the other one is. But basically, they were cut in the Baltic Sea, which, if you may not be aware, is, of course, on borders Russia for many miles.
The timing was just too coincidental for authorities to believe it was an accident.
Sorry.
An underwater telecommunication.
But not just Russia. Many other countries, and they're not the only ones to use this water. As you'll see, Russia isn't actually the ones being accused of this sabotage.
Coincidental for authorities to believe it was an accident. An underwater telecommunications cable connecting Finland and Germany was cut in the early hours of Monday, whilst a separate one between Lithuania and Sweden's Gotland Island was damaged on Sunday morning. It sparked political alarm as defence ministers met in Brussels to discuss support for Ukraine.
The defence situation in Europe is one that must, of course, be geared towards the threat situation posed by Russia. Incidentally, the 2 damaged data cables in the Baltic Sea between Helsinki and Rostock and Sweden and Lithuania demonstrated this again recently. It was a very clear sign that something's going on. Nobody believes that.
Yeah, and we have an update on this. This came out yesterday. Here's BBC. Germany, that's right, Germany is the one who is claiming sabotage.
Now, investigations are underway to determine the cause of damage to 2 undersea telecommunications cables in the Baltic Sea. One between Finland and Germany was cut on Monday, the other between Lithuania and Sweden on Sunday. Germany has said it suspects sabotage, and attention is now focused on shipping passing near the cables at the time the damage occurred. Well, Merlin Thomas and the BBC Verified team have been investigating.
Germany, Sweden and Finland are all investigating the damage to 2 undersea communications cables in the Baltic Sea as an act of sabotage, but they haven't pointed to a culprit yet. At BBC Verify, we've been tracking shipping in the area and looking at maps of the undersea cables to understand more about what may have happened. This picture, taken in 2015, shows such an undersea cable being laid out. Now, there's a whole network of cables around the world used for telecommunication services. Now, 2 of the cables you can see here in the Baltic Sea have been damaged. One connects Sweden and Lithuania, and the other links Germany and Finland. Now, the company that owns this one, known as Sea Line 1, says it has been cut around here off the Swedish coast. Now, we don't know exactly where. Now, there are lots of ships in this busy route, but the Danish authorities have said Danish defence are in the presence of one particular ship, the Ipung 3. Here it is pictured on Tuesday after the cables were damaged. Now, the Ipung 3 is a bulk carrier registered to a company in China. We've contacted that company for comment, but they haven't responded to us. We've used a ship trapping platform called Marine Traffic to follow 3 Danish naval ships which appear to have shadowed this Chinese vessel.
Yeah, okay. Now, let's go on to this. This was from 2 days ago, so we're going back in time slightly to discuss this. Putin signed a new nuclear doctrine. This was basically right around the same time as that this actually first was.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a revised nuclear doctrine, declaring that a conventional attack on Russia by any nation that is supported by a nuclear power will be considered a joint attack on his country. Putin's endorsement of the new nuclear deterrent policy comes on the 1,000th day after he sent troops into Ukraine. It also follows U.S. President Joe Biden's decision to let Ukraine strike targets inside Russia with U.S.-supplied long-range missiles. The signing of the doctrine reflects Putin's readiness to threaten use of the country's nuclear arsenal to force the West to back down, as Moscow presses a slow-moving offensive in Ukraine.
Вибачте, без зайвих деталей.
Ukraine has long-range capabilities.
України є
далекобійні дрони свого власного виробництва. We now have not only one long Neptune missile, we now have ATACMS, and we will use
тепер у нас є
all of
ATACMS. І ми все це будемо використовувати.
The fact that ATACMS was used repeatedly in the Bryansk region tonight, of course, it is a signal that they want to escalate the conflict.
Сигнал о том, что, они хотят эскалацию. И без американцев использовать эти ракеты высокотехнологичные, Путин об этом многократно говорил, невозможно. We are strongly in favor of doing everything not to allow nuclear war to happen. It was us who...
Weird. It's super weird that you would say that, because attacking Ukraine was a violation of the nuclear agreement that Russia signed when Ukraine was asked to and did in fact denuclearize for. If you're not familiar, 1993 nuclear non-proliferation, whatever, I can't remember exactly what the name of the treaty was, but there was an agreement between the United States, Russia, Ukraine, and there was a fourth party. Can't remember who that was. But, that essentially guaranteed Ukraine's protection in an attempt to denuclearize in the wake of the Soviet Union's dissolution. And so Ukraine got rid of all their weapons. And now they're being attacked by Russia, and so in a way, it's almost like Russia's making it better, making a case for people to have nuclear weapons, right? And is the only one threatening nuclear war. So if they want to avoid nuclear war, I would recommend just, ending the war, not threatening nuclear war. first two things that come to mind.
Just in the Soviet Union times, suggested to the United States, and President Gorbachev and President Reagan made a joint statement that nuclear war can never be won and never must be started. Okay. The update.
Great. Now let's go to this story. We're actually going to get to skip one. We'll go straight to this one from CNN from a day ago. As the United States Embassy decided that they needed to evacuate all personnel in a very unusual move.
The US Embassy is closed for the day after receiving information about a potential air attack. The embassy has told employees to shelter in place and US citizens elsewhere in the capital to be ready if an air alert is announced. Meanwhile, US officials say the Biden administration is sending anti-personnel mines to Kyiv to deploy for defensive purposes, only in eastern Ukraine, though. That decision comes days after the White House approved the use of longer-range weapons by Ukraine to strike inside Russian territory. Moscow says Kyiv fired US-supplied ATACMS at a weapons arsenal in the Bryansk region on Tuesday. In apparent response, Vladimir Putin updated Russia's nuclear doctrine, saying Moscow now has the right to use nuclear weapons in response to attacks using conventional weapons. That brought a defiant response.
It was a huge mistake in hindsight by giving away. Well, I mean, technically, yes. And what's fucked up is I'm a person who's against nuclear war. I mean, I'm against war in general. So it's fucked up that I'm even playing devil's advocate in these situations and having to make these sorts of arguments, but it's like the Russian leadership forces my hand by saying nonsensical shit like that. And the fact is, if I recall correctly, Ukraine had the second largest arsenal of nuclear weapons at the time of the 93 agreement. You know? So it's just, God, it's just wild. This shit is destabilizing the entire world right now. I mean, it's not just this, but certainly having a huge fucking hand in it. Is that it? Do I have more of these? I do. Shit. Yeah. Got a few more of these. This is from the last day, but my God, has a lot happened in the last 24 hours. Let's go to this. CBS News from a day ago. What we know about possible significant Russian attack on Ukraine.
Ukraine's capital is under an air raid alert in anticipation of possible Russian airstrikes. Moscow is upping the ante after President Biden authorized Kyiv to use U.S.-supplied long-range missiles to attack Russia. The alert comes just hours after the U.S. State Department closed its Kyiv embassy due to, quote, specific information of a potential significant air attack. Meanwhile, Russia claims to have shot down 50 Ukrainian drones overnight near the Kursk region. CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams has the very latest.
Ukraine fired 8 American-made ATACMS into Russia, according to US officials. A video posted online appears to show a launch, though we cannot independently verify it. The target.
You know, here's one thing that people I don't think a lot about with this situation. But the fact is, if, say, all right, well, first off, not say, Donald Trump is coming into office next year. What that means for this, most likely, is that he will be looking to cozy up to Vladimir Putin again, as he did in his last term. And what that may mean is there, a number of situations may play out. There's been talk of a supposed buffer zone. I don't even know what that entails. Who would steward over this supposed buffer zone, or if anybody would be, you know, looking over the territory that would be made a buffer zone, hypothetically. Or territory might just be given to Russia in talks. Who knows exactly what. But you know what happens potentially, depending on how much Ukrainian territory is taken by Russia? A number of other problems happen, right? Because if suddenly Russia is on a border with new countries, depending on where borders are drawn, although I'm not sure how likely that is, because I don't think they technically hold any territory that is adjacent to any, like, NATO countries, for instance, but that could very well happen with all this. It makes the situation worse. It just genuinely makes the situation worse. I don't know if you recall us talking about it previously, but like countries like Poland and Finland were talking about how they wanted nukes because of potential Russian aggression, or like, you know, Russian territory suddenly becoming, you know, adjacent to their territory. And it's bad. It's bad. We don't need people adding nuclear weapons. This is the thing. The non-nuclear proliferation treaty was a good thing, and we should have been not proliferating. For fuck's sake. The fact is, people will start listening to those goddamn arguments if they're suddenly at threat. You know, I mean, the fact is they don't have to listen to Ukraine's arguments because they're not in NATO. There was never any real strong discussion of NATO becoming, or Ukraine becoming a part of NATO until this all happened in the first place. All right, let's go to this. This is from 17 hours ago. Well, actually, this is 17 hours before the stream, so it was like practically a day ago. Ukraine says Russia has launched an ICBM on the city of Dnipro.
CNN's Natasha.
By the way, amidst all this, the United States also approved sending over personnel mines, which we had said we weren't going to do anymore, because they're bad for humanity. They are supposedly ones with some sort of technological timer. I think it's just batteries that run out and make them inoperable. But I mean, believe me, I've got my fucking... do I have my concerns about their use? They genuinely cause more civilian casualties than, or at least certainly in recent past, more civilian casualties than actual military casualties. Let's go here. ICBM time.
We begin the news hour with the war in Ukraine. The government in Kiev saying Russia has used an intercontinental ballistic missile for the first time since Moscow launched its invasion in 2022. It says the missile targeted Dnipro city in the central east region of Ukraine. The Kremlin has refused to comment. Meanwhile, Ukraine reportedly fired 12 British-made cruise missiles into Russia's Kursk region on Wednesday. Moscow says it downed 2 of the missiles. It's the latest use of Western weapons on Russian targets. It comes a day after Ukraine fired US missiles with Washington's approval. President Joe Biden has also authorized sending an anti-personnel mine force to Ukrainian forces. The Kremlin has accused Washington of trying to prolong the war. Russia has said that a new US ballistic missile defense base in northern Poland raises the overall level of nuclear danger.
This long-term American and NATO construction project, which lasted for almost a decade and totally neglected Russian security concerns, has been the focus of our attention from the standpoint of compensating countermeasures. Given the nature and level of threats posed by such Western military facilities, the missile...
The most recent additions to NATO have happened since the first invasion of Ukraine, the Crimea. So it's real weird. We're being gaslit again. Watch out.
Defence base in Poland has long been added to the list of priority targets for potential destruction, which, if necessary, can be executed with a wide range of advanced weapons.
We have two correspondents covering the story for us. Yulia Shapovalova is standing by in Moscow. But first, let's go to Asad Beg. He's in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. So, Asad, what does the aftermath of this ICBM attack look like in Dnipro?
Well, we don't know what it looks like. The Ukrainians haven't really given much information about the damage that it's caused. We've heard these strikes have injured possibly 2 people. It was hit an industrial area, we understand, but also there were 7 other missiles fired that weren't intercontinental ballistic missiles, just 7 missiles, and Ukrainian Air Force says that they intercepted 6 of them. Now, if this is confirmed about this intercontinental missile, this RS-26 Rubze, it would be the first military use of such a missile. Now, it is capable of carrying a nuclear warhead or a warhead carrying around 800 kilograms, but we understand that obviously it didn't.
Yeah, so there we go. Russia is essentially using blank nukes, right? They're bombs, of course, but they don't contain any, depleted or whatever it's called. That's not the right word for it. Enriched uranium content, and are therefore less destructive, of course. But is basically, I mean, it's. Oh my god, and it was confirmed. It was confirmed 6 hours later. Here's BBC News again. Fucking hell.
We've also been hearing from Vladimir Putin in the last hour. We're not sure whether it was live or recorded, but we saw him addressing the Russian nation. Let's catch up with what he said. Sarah Rainsford, our Eastern Europe correspondent, has been monitoring events for us from Warsaw. And Sarah, there's been a lot of discussion today about what kind of missile the Russians used to hit Ukraine, but also we saw Vladimir Putin speaking within the last hour.
Yes, Vladimir Putin has been absent really from the scene for a couple of weeks now, and suddenly he popped up with a pretty strong statement, I would say. As it appeared to be live, but it's not clear. It might have been recorded, but it was a very stern-looking Vladimir Putin sitting at his usual desk, flanked by flags, and sending a threat, essentially, to Ukraine's allies. Now, what Vladimir Putin said, essentially, was that, yes, Russia had used a new missile to strike Dnipro in southeastern Ukraine this morning. The Ukrainians had originally said this was an intercontinental ballistic missile, which US officials then cast some doubts on. We have now heard from Vladimir Putin saying this was a new Russian missile called Oryeshkin. He said it was a hypersonic ballistic missile, but a non-nuclear missile. He said it was a brand new development. It could move at 2 to 3 kilometers a second, so extremely fast moving.
Yeah, that is fucking fast. Jesus Christ, what does that work out to in miles per hour? It's fast. It's fucking fast. The Ukrainian support for Israel, or her support for Ukraine in terms of in terms of the social, not fabric, but yeah, I know what you're saying, and you're right. It totally did. Honestly, in my estimation, Ukraine had no choice. I don't even know if it was an ideological choice, right? I think it had anything to do with ideology or actual support for Israel. I mean, the fact is they had to just go along with whatever the U.S. said to get more weapons, right? I mean, that you can't criticize Joe Biden and one side of your mouth and then come asking for money from the other side, right? And that's been my estimation on that particular thing, because we talked about that earlier in this year. I remember many months back, we talked about that and how it was frustrating for me. It was frustrating for a lot of viewers. And it didn't help. It didn't help anybody, anything or anybody. And yet they were between a rock and a hard place. Guess what? This is not deja vu. Russia has launched a new ballistic missile at Ukraine. Not the one we were just talking about, a different one. This was 3 hours after that one.
Topping our world lead, a never-before-used new Russian missile carrying multiple warheads was fired at Ukraine today, and it was not just a weapons test, rather a blaring signal to the West and to Ukraine that while this one was not strapped with nuclear warheads, the next one, well, could be.
You are getting deja vu. It's CNN. I take it back. They were just slower because they're the United States. I take it back. I misinterpreted these when I watched them in a row. Probably because I was too busy trying to do other things while researching. That's what I get for multitasking. I'm sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It happens once a stream, at least. We do cover a fuck ton of topics. At least I do some amount of research before I do these things. But yeah, this thing slipped through the cracks. Not gonna lie. It could be better. It could be better. Certainly not Tim Pool level of unprepared. I do actually work on these on my own. Nobody's just handing me videos and saying, here, react to this. No. Not even close. Well, where do we go now? Do we even have time for this story? We're gonna have to save this one. This one's recent enough. We're gonna move on. God, feel bad. We're just pushing it to the extreme right now. Oh my god, it's way too late. All right, let's go to. Hold on, I need to refresh this. Something's wrong. I feel like I'm looking at something, and something's wrong. You ever get that feeling like you? Oh god. Maybe it's because I'm streaming for 7 hours. That could be it too. No, I was right. I knew I was missing a story in my head. All right, let's go to North Korea. Got a couple of things to talk about here. Let's go from 2 days ago. First, from South China Morning Post. We're going to have to skip past a couple of China stories, which we're going to do tomorrow. For the sake of time.
Tell me why he's going to prison. He is a political prisoner. He shouldn't be in prison.
Wait, this is Hong Kong.
He is a good person. Why?
This is Hong Kong. We're going to North Korea. Thank you. Kim Jong-un may be preparing North Korea's military for war. He gave a speech to a conference of military commanders and political instructors. It's crying. He ardently called upon the participants to go all out for bringing upon substantial and fundamental improvements in improving their capabilities of war. The speech came amid suggestions that Pyongyang may dispatch more troops to aid Russia. Washington, Seoul, and Kyiv have said there are already over 10,000 North Korean soldiers in Russia. Other reports have suggested Kim may deploy up to 100,000 troops to the Ukrainian war. But experts say deployments would likely happen in batches with troops over time. This is cheery. Back half is really cheery today. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. You know, I should have just made the second half, just labeled it World War III. I've been trying to avoid using that phrase for months and months now. And now over the last, I think, like month, I've used it more times than I have in the last 9 combined. Because that's what I genuinely feel with the number of conflicts happening right now and the number of sort of weird spidering of alliances. Oh, it leaves me feeling very, very shitty. When I think about the future, let's go here to see what the Pentagon Deputy Press Secretary had to say about some of this stuff going on.
Thank you, Sabrina. You said the United States
Sabrina
was notified. Was that a matter of days, hours, or minutes about this missile? In his remarks today, Putin said that U.S.
I just like saying her name. It's fun. Say it to yourself. It's a good time. Sabrina Singh.
Thank you, Sabrina. You said the United States.
It's alliteration, you know. See, I can't get off of it. It's too much fun.
Thank you, Sabrina. You said the United States was notified. Was that a matter of days, hours, or minutes about this missile? In his remarks today, Putin said that U.S. defense systems are incapable of intercepting these weapons anyway. How much of a threat do they pose? And second question, there are reports today that a North Korean general may have been injured. Can you confirm that they've engaged in combat or confirm that report?
I can't confirm the report on a North Korean general officer, I think you said, being injured in the battlefield. But that being said, where they are positioned, they are absolutely fair target, and we absolutely expect them to be engaged in the fight, but I can't independently confirm those reports. I've seen them. In terms of, you know, Putin's comments on our force posture or our defense systems, I'm just not going to get into that. But what I can tell you is that, again...
What's new, Sabrina? Thanks for not getting into it once again. Really appreciate you. She's going to not get into it for another good 3 minutes. Pretty sure, at least. I would guess. I guess we could... You know what? This is very current news. No. I'll listen to this later. If she says anything revelatory, we'll go back to this tomorrow. But that was breaking news. She doesn't seem to have anything, though. I mean, it doesn't seem like the Department of Defense or, I don't know, the White House or anybody ever has any actual response to anything ever. Maybe I'm jaded. Okay, let's quickly look at this. Although you can, and you know what? By quickly, you know what? Let's do it this way. It will be easier for me to do it this way. I'm sorry, chat. This has to happen. Oh, God. You know, maybe it'd be easier to do it this way. Where's my phone? It's going to be easier. Swear to God. Yeah. Sorry, chat. I'm working on the fly here to replace like a ton of videos right now that we just don't have the time to go through all of them. Let's go here. Yeah, perfect. All right, let's go to New Zealand before we go to the Middle East and talk the Hakoi, which is Maori for walkabout, I believe, or some version of that, but is really, in this case, a mass protest over a bill that I believe this actually passed Parliament. I think this may have passed Parliament, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the way, or yeah, I think it did. Which goes against a treaty that has been around since the beginning of colonial days, essentially, which was between the settlers and the local Maori people. And well, let's just say that's upsetting people in New Zealand. Let's go to this montage somebody did on the internets. Who is this? Galactic News Network? What is that?
6 votes opposed.
Wellington region. Today is all about prepping for the big day to Parliament tomorrow.
Yeah, really beautiful looking day there. So what will people be doing today? Is it a bit of a rest day as we understand it?
It is a rest day, but it will be busy nonetheless. We're expecting hundreds, potentially thousands of people to pour in from 10 a.m. This morning. They'll be making signs, they'll be learning a haka and a waiata that they plan to perform on Parliament grounds tomorrow. They're here to meet the mana whenua Ngāti Toa. You can see some of their volunteers. And then finally the home stretch to Parliament. Now the Māori Queen will join them. Iwi leaders are here, kaumātua, children, kura, business leaders, everyone you can think of is here. Tangata tiriti Māori. It's a very diverse crowd and the energy is just electric. People are really excited. People have been looking forward to this, and the momentum really has been building, not just over the last 9 days, but over the last year. Tribunal to make, and it's hit the hearts of so many people here, not just Māori but many New Zealanders. They are chanting right now, but this is, if you can hear them, you see the signs, you see the flags, you see what they're wearing on their clothing. This means so much to people. I've been asking everyone I meet, how much does this mean? And the answer I keep getting is everything. Our tupuna fought for the treaty. They tell me their whānau are here, they brought their kids so that they remember that this is the day they stood up for the treaty and opposed this bill.
Yeah, it's gonna set off very shortly.
The fact is,
to catch a glimpse of history.
Fact is, New Zealand is a fascinating place. And it's one of the few, in fact, not even few, in my estimation, is the only place that was touched by European colonialism, where European colonialists, settlers, essentially, to some degree, not fully, but sort of integrated with the existing society. I mean, granted, there's some give and take here, obviously. Until now, there had been a very clear treaty that had been established and all this other stuff. You don't see it in America. You don't see it in, like, it's like it just doesn't exist, and like, it's just weird. It's a weird vibe. But it's cool in many ways. But this whole thing is disturbing because it flies in the face of all of that history. Not that it's perfect, once again. Definitely not perfect. But, it's different, right? Like, you don't see Americans speaking native languages. Literally doesn't happen.
This is like one of those once-in-a-lifetime experiences to see unity that you can actually feel, like, in the air, the atmosphere of Kotahitanga.
The view from above staggering as they inch closer to Parliament. Uniting not just Māori.
It's not right for our
and the fact is, during during this montage, you don't see it, because I clipped it out, honestly, because it was them talking, but you see like a bunch of instances in which, you know, at least to my estimation, clearly white, you know, British or New Zealanders, if you will, speaking Maori. I've never been to Hawaii. All right. Technically, you're right. All right, technically, that's a good point. Hawaii kinda counts, but not really. But really, not really, right? Like, I get what you're saying, though. Maybe I'm being unfair.
All parts of the world who have come to make Aotearoa New Zealand their home.
To support the whānau Māori and to make a statement that Te Tiriti is a covenant that we have made between the peoples for all time.
Many people carrying pepe, others carrying ancestors. It's clear why they are here.
To safeguard, to honour, to protect Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And I'm tired of it being, in so many ways, trampled on.
And it's clear what they want.
Cancel the bill, cancel the Senate committee, and if Mr Seymour doesn't like it, call a snap election.
But how much does it mean?
It weighs heavy on our shoulders.
It means everything. This is what our parents fought for, this is what our grandparents fought for.
On Lambton Quay, the hikoi stopped for the Queen. Te ariki nui Queenie ngā hono I te pō stepping out of mourning to make a stand for the treaty. At Parliament, he was barely standing there.
What has happened today? The Māori nation has been born!
And together, a petition opposing the Treaty Principles Bill was delivered with over 200,000 signatures.
We will not stand by as the Treaty Principle Bill tries to diminish our rights.
Rights many here have vowed to keep fighting for as long as it takes.
Scale has meant it's been impossible to ignore, and today unity was on full display, not just by Māori but by tangata tiriti, but by the diverse cultures that make up Aotearoa. Young and old got behind this kaupapa.
As far as the eye could see, a hikoi for the generations, making history at Parliament.
We support the treaty and we think what David Seymour's trying to do is outrageous.
Who on earth has the audacity, in particular when they have about, 8% of the vote for New Zealand, come on.
Squeezed in tightly, they stood shoulder to shoulder, even clambering up the hillside to play their part in opposing the Treaty Principles Bill.
Do what's right. Do what's right.
National sending out a small delegation as MPs, both former and current, witness the power of Te Tiriti.
We want to say to David Seymour, where is the privilege in being the most incarcerated race in our own whenua?
As the hikoi began,
I see him on the news today saying that Rawiri Waititi told him not to come. You goddamn right I told you not to come. He said he wanted to have a say. You had your say on Thursday.
But as Rawiri Waititi spot, the Māori flag adorning Parliament's windows, serving as a reminder to those inside, this house belongs to the people. With thousands of people gathered here today, those who spoke laid down a challenge, not to David Seymour, but to Christopher Luxon, urging him to shorten the 6-month submission period for the Treaty Principles Bill, which begins today. The youngest.
Well, you can watch the rest of that on this channel. So if you want to see the rest of that that clip video that I made, fully available to all of you. All right, now let's go to the Middle East because we got a lot to talk about there. A lot to talk about there. And the fact is like the most pressing news. I feel like we should almost go straight to. I might have to skip past some of this stuff and just kind of go straight to the most, because it's just, first off, we're deep into the stream and I need to end it. Also, there's so much, and the most current news is just insane. But let's start here in the Israeli Knesset from 2 days ago. Yeah, there we go. All right.
בעזה יש 17,038 תינוקות שהמערכת שלך הרגה. בנימין נתניהו, חברי הכנסת, מה הוא החזון שלך? מה החזון שלך, תגיד לי? מזה 30 שנה אתה רוצח סדרתי של השלום. לא, עצור. בנימין נתניהו, אני רוצה לספר לך את סיפורו של מוחמד אבו אל-קומסאן, בן 32 מעזה. ניסיתי חודשיים לפני המלחמה ולאחר מכן חווינו את מסע הגירוש. חברת הכנסת גוטליב. עברנו ממקום למקום החל מהצפון ועד שהגענו לדיר אל-בלח. בשבת ה10 באוגוסט נולדו לי תאומים, בן ובת, אסר ואייסל. וזאת לאחר ניתוח קיסרי קשה שעברה אשתי, דוקטור ג'ומאנה ערפי. שמחה מילאה את ליבנו בבואם של ילדינו הראשונים, ההתרגשות הייתה בלתי ניתנת לתיאור. בבוקר יום שלישי ה13
Oh God. I am exhausted right now. Sorry, chat. I mean, I hate to disappoint you, but I think I've hit my limit tonight. Oh God. I'm sorry. I thought I was going to get the whole thing. So we're just going to end with this. We're going to have to recover this. Most of this tomorrow. But great job for making it this far. One more video. If you haven't heard, Benjamin Netanyahu is officially wanted for war crimes. I feel like that deserves a second round of applause. Anyways, last video. Here we go.
In The Hague, the International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed during Israel's assault on Gaza. In a statement, the ICC said the Israeli leaders had, quote, intentionally and knowingly deprived the civilian population in Gaza of objects indispensable to their survival, including food, water, and medicine and medical supplies, as well as fuel and electricity. The ICC also issued an arrest warrant for Hamas military commander Mohammad Deif, though Israel's military claims it killed Deif in a July airstrike. The ICC arrest warrants come a week after a UN Special Committee found Israel's actions in Gaza since October 2023 are, quote, consistent with genocide, including using starvation as a weapon of war and recklessly inflicting civilian casualties.
In related news, on Wednesday, the United States vetoed a Gaza ceasefire resolution at the UN Security Council for the fourth time, and the U.S. Senate rejected a resolution brought by Senator Bernie Sanders that sought to block the sale of U.S. tank rounds, bomb kits, and other lethal weapons to Israel. 19 senators supported blocking the arms. For more on all of this, we're joined by...
Well, I would watch more of it, but I'm just going to leave us with that. I'm sorry if that's too much of a cliffhanger for you, but I feel like it's just a great piece of news to leave it on. We'll definitely be talking more about this later today. I do need sleep. we got through another one. It was difficult and very long. But thanks be to Gary, we had each other. Now that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gappy, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmeichly, PB, Medi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Technopunk, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Uno, Nanu, Chucky, Mrs. Jen, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people that you see here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. We can too. Just a few US dollars. Wait. There's a limited time only. It's $1.50 a month. What are you waiting for? Sorry, chat. No after stream tonight. Gonna have to end it here.